All right, I'm going to get the ball rolling here this morning. And I'm going to stand a little away from the podium because it's a very tall one. I want to say good morning to you all and welcome. Thank you for coming. My name is Lynn Kiesling. I direct the Institute for Regulatory Law and Economics at Northwestern University. I'm also a member of the external faculty of the Santa Fe Institute, and I have the honor of being a non-resident senior fellow here at AEI, which is why I'm delighted to host you all this morning and today for this event. So thank you for joining us for Powering Prosperity and the New Electricity Economy. We have you both here in the room and on the live stream, so thank you. Hello to the virtual world. We've convened policymakers, regulators, technologists, investors, system planners, and market designers because the conversation that we need to have and about developing, designing, building, and financing power systems is a very interdisciplinary enterprise. There is no single perspective that is sufficient to be able to think through and grapple with and manage all of the issues in electricity. Policy shapes technology deployment. Technology reshapes cost structures and operational realities, and finance determines what actually gets built, where, when, and how fast. A serious understanding of the new electricity economy requires that we treat policy, technology, and finance not as separate lanes, but as a coupled system. So I always do a lot of the triangle thing when I'm thinking about this idea. So I want to start with a contrast that's going to frame the day. The power systems that we rely on were largely built and regulated in the 20th century for central station generation, cost of service regulation, vertically integrated monopolies, long-lived assets, and load growth that was comparatively smooth and forecastable. For an economy with fewer data centers, fewer semiconductors, fewer software engineers, and many fewer acronyms. The electricity system we are now being asked to deliver looks different in kind. It's different qualitatively, not merely in degree. Demand growth is faster and more uneven, reliability constraints are tighter, and the sector is increasingly exposed to rapid technology cycles and the discipline of capital markets. Few developments illustrate that tension more clearly than data centers. What was once a niche commercial load has become a defining driver of electricity demand growth. The International Energy Agency forecasts that global electricity consumption from data centers, which was about 460 terawatt hours in 2022, will more than double to roughly 945 terawatt hours by 2030. With high growth scenarios exceeding 1,000 terawatt hours. For those of you not familiar with electricity measurement units, translate that to a lot. That is a lot. In the US, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory estimates data center consumption at about 176 terawatt hours in 2023, which is about 4.5% of total electricity use. Their scenarios suggest that that can double or even triple by 2028. Depending on how these trajectories unfold, data centers could account for nearly half of total US electricity demand growth between now and 2030, assuming, of course, that any of us believe electricity demand forecasts 5 years out, which history suggests that maybe we should do so cautiously, if at all. This growth is placing legacy regulatory mechanisms under strain. Rate structures designed around passive demand now need to send signals for flexibility and can send signals for flexibility. The technology exists to make that possible. Interconnection and permitting processes built for gradual expansion are being tested by projects measured in hundreds of megawatts. Cost allocation frameworks must confront how infrastructure costs should be assigned when a small number of very large customers reshape systems needs materially. These are not abstract issues. They are live questions before public utility commissions, confronted by system operators, and legislatures across the country. And they intersect directly with broader concerns about affordability that we've all been seeing in the news. Data centers are only one example of the forces creating turbulence in power systems. Throughout the day, we will examine similar tensions in other contexts, how electrification, decarbonization, and digitalization are changing demand, how new technologies alter operational and financial risk, how capital formation responds to regulatory clarity or its absence, and how regulatory and policy institutions adapt or fail to adapt when the pace of change accelerates. And boy, has it accelerated. The purpose of this event is not to defend a single version of the future grid or a single regulatory model. It is to ask hard questions. Are our policy frameworks aligned with the technical and economic realities of the system we are building? Do our regulatory institutions reward the behaviors we say we want? Flexibility, dependability, innovation, efficient investment, or do they inadvertently discourage them? And are we allocating risk and cost in ways that enable prosperity rather than undermine it? In addition to our keynote addresses, the program includes 3 panel discussions that dig into the core economic, technological, and financial dimensions of the new electricity economy. The first panel places today's challenges in a broader economic context, examining demand growth, productivity, electrification, and the role of domestic manufacturing in both demand and supply. Although unfortunately, Peter Meyer has had a travel hiccup, so we aren't going to be delving into as much domestic manufacturing as planned, but we've got other great plans. The second panel moves to the system level, exploring the economic, physical, and architectural implications of decentralized resources, reliability, and the boundaries between regulated utilities and other firms. The third panel focuses on implementation, the practical realities of building and financing the new electricity infrastructure, and how regulatory frameworks interact with capital markets to either accelerate or constrain investment. Across these keynotes and panels, we will draw lessons from states at the forefront of these transitions, most notably Texas, which is why the day also features a fireside chat on the Texas electricity model, what is working well, where it's under strain, and what can be improved to better deliver dependability, innovation, and prosperity. Electricity is becoming a binding constraint on economic growth, and it has done in earlier eras of industrial transformation, except this time the factories run on code and they never sleep. How we respond will shape not only energy outcomes, but also the broader trajectory of innovation and prosperity. My hope is that today's discussions surface where real frictions do lie, where new approaches are emerging, and where regulatory innovation is most urgently needed. So before we begin with our first keynote, I want to thank the American Enterprise Institute for hosting us today, for these valuable conversations, for providing breakfast and lunch and the reception at the end of the day. AEI's electricity program is part of the Center on Technology, Science, and Energy, and I'm grateful to its director, Tony Mills, for the support, and to Kate Beinkampen for, wherever Kate is, hi Kate, for coordinating the logistics for the day. I also want to thank my chief collaborator in this event, Jim Glassman. Where's Jim? There you are. Hi, Jim. Jim has a long history in journalism and public affairs and public service, including serving as Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs from 2008 to 2009. His current advisory work spans many of the energy technology and finance topics we'll cover today, and he's going to basically serve as our master of ceremonies throughout the day, so that we have good, smooth transitions throughout the program. So I hope you enjoy and ask a lot of really good questions, have good conversations with each other, talk to the speakers. You know, we've put in breaks so that you can all have good conversation, so that all the action isn't just taking place up here. So thank you for coming. And with that, let's begin. I'd like to introduce our opening keynote speaker, Peter Lake. Peter was the former chair of the Texas Public Utilities Commission. He came into that role at a very challenging time, right after Winter Storm Uri, and navigated what was a very difficult set of challenges in a state where the integrity of the competitive electricity market is something that is paramount, I would say, in electricity policy. And since leaving the commission, Peter has set up his own investment firm, but is now serving as the director of power in the White House Energy Dominance Council. There we go. I had a momentary freeze to make sure I got it right. And so one of the great things about Peter and the other speakers today is that they bring expertise and experience from multiple different areas within the electricity ecosystem. And so I would like to ask you to join me in welcoming Peter today.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, Lynn. And I mostly appreciate you highlighting the fact that I took over in Texas after the storm, not before the storm. That's a key distinction I've learned I need to make. And as Lynn said, that was a very challenging time. I think on my first day, I was not only chairman of the Public Utility Commission, which is the Texas equivalent of FERC, but I was the chairman of the ERCOT operating company and CEO of ERCOT all at the same time because everybody had been fired. I don't recommend that. It's not a great setup, but we're very proud of the work we did in Texas to get that grid stabilized and back on track. And we've seen the results and glad that y'all will have a session on that later today. There's lots to be proud of in Texas and a lot that especially Governor Abbott did in exhibiting leadership in a really trying time. And that's sadly an example of how devastating the damages can be if we don't get power grids right. But I'm here to talk about what we're doing at the White House today. And as Lynn said, I'm the Senior Director of Power at the new National Energy Dominance Council. We're the newest policy council in the White House, and we're trying to make sure we spread the word about who we are, what we're doing. And so the best way to think about the new National Energy Dominance Council is it's the National Security Council copy and paste, but for energy. We're structured in the exact same way with multiple cabinet members as the official council members, and then a staff below, senior staff and junior staff that help execute the mission. And much like the National Security Council, we're structured in verticals by specialty, just like the National Security Council has intelligence or defense or geographic areas. We are structured at the National Energy Dominance Council by specialty. We have verticals for pipelines, for oil and gas, for environmental permitting, and of course we have a vertical for power. I lead the vertical on power grids. And my tasking, very simply, is to ensure that America can power enough data centers to win the global AI arms race, which is a very singular mission, but no small undertaking. We are a new council, so we've been moving fast and trying to forge our way, and I think we've set a pretty good track record so far. But that's a big challenge, and that's part of a broader challenge that America faces today as we enter the second year of this administration. Sadly, America is in a position where we can't build things anymore. If you look back historically, it took 16 months to build the Pentagon while we were fighting World War II. Today, in some parts of this country, you can't get an interconnect agreement in less than 16 months. It took 4.5 years to build the Hoover Dam during the Great Depression. You can't build a combined cycle gas plant in that time today, a single one, much less something as staggering as the Hoover Dam. And in the 60s, it took us 8.5, 9 years to put a man on the moon. In some parts of this country today, you cannot build and energize a data center in less than a decade. We could put a man on the moon faster than we can energize a single data center in some parts of this country, which is a travesty for America, and it should be an embarrassment for our country that we can't build things like this anymore. And we, as a country, are going to have to learn to build things again or we'll be left behind, especially when it comes to a generational technology like AI. And I'll leave it to the PhDs and the scientists to debate just how generational the technology AI is. That's not my business. That's not my specialty. But if I look at it simply, is this a generational technology? Well, all the stuff I saw in sci-fi movies 20 years ago is what it does now. So that's a pretty good start. And if you look at the Turing test, which was kind of famously over the years, the technology test, can technology truly replicate a human? Not only 5, 10 years ago, the Turing test was a high obstacle to be surmounted. Now, not only can ChatGPT and several other AI products beat the Turing test via text, not only are they better at replicating a human, I'd rather talk to ChatGPT than I would talk to the guy in IT. So it's ironically replaced its own IT. And that's how good it is. So for my money, that counts as a generational technology. And it's amazing technology, but the cost of second place, like so many times in history in these generational technologies, is very, very high. If you think back to the steam engine in the Industrial Revolution, you look at the wireless radio and the Marconi system and how transformational that was. Look back at the internal combustion engine. How different would World War II have looked if the Allies did not have access to the internal combustion engine? And more recently, you look at the microprocessor, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. How different would our world look, and especially our country look, if we were not leading on those generational technologies like microprocessors? And the obvious benefits of microprocessors are clear, like satellites and laptops and cell phones. But think about analog brakes. I suspect every one of us in our teenage years had our lives saved by analog brakes. If you think about somebody in your family or extended family, probably has a pacemaker that depends on a microprocessor. And so these technologies, they're generational. There's the headline technology, but there's always a deeper secondary and tertiary ramifications of these technologies. And they can bring amazing things into our world and enhance our lives tremendously, but the cost of missing out on them is incredibly high. If we had missed out on those technologies, the steam engine, wireless radio, internal combustion engine, the microprocessor, over the last 100, 150 years, America would be much less prosperous, much less healthy, and definitely much less safe. And so today, as we charge into the 21st century or the depths of the 21st century, AI appears to be that next generational technology. And one of the quirky and unique and perturbing things about AI is even the folks that build AI large language models don't quite know how they work. But all we know for sure, like in the depths of the model, they're not quite sure how it works. But the only thing we know for sure that is required to advance AI and to continue the innovation in the AI space and keep America in the front of this technological ecosystem is that we have to keep feeding it data and power. I can't help on the data side. That's a pretty fixed universe. The only other input that can scale is power. And so that's the bottleneck that we're all solving for, we're all working around. And that is where we are going to have to learn to build again. And of course, as Lynn said, what do we need to build for innovation in AI? Of course, it's data centers. And that gets a lot of coverage in the media and a lot of attention on the airwaves. And it's certainly a new paradigm. But building large industrial facilities that consume extraordinary amounts of power is not new to America. We've done this before. But timing is everything. And in this particular case, it's the timing of data centers that's unique. We've built big refineries, big steel mills, big aluminum smelters. A lot of the World War II power, aluminum, and the power that was needed to power the Manhattan Project all came from hydropower in the Pacific Northwest in Tennessee, which is where, ironically, our national labs are located today. So we've done this before. We've built chip fabs, we've built refineries, LNG export terminals. So a large industrial facility consuming electricity is not new to America, but it's the timing that is unique, both in a challenging way, but also it presents an opportunity. The speed which these large consumers of electricity come to market is certainly a new paradigm. In the traditional model that Lynn referenced, Large consumers of electricity had the same development timelines as large providers of electricity and all of the corresponding infrastructure that went along with it. You want to build a refinery, you want to build an LNG terminal, you want to build a chip fab, that'll be 4, 5, 6 years. You go to your regulator, we'll build a few new power plants, that'll be 4, 5, 6 years. The associated transmission in between, 4, 5, 6 years, that all times up nicely. Our rules and regulations were built around that, they were structured around that, and it worked pretty well. The speed with which the data centers are coming to market, the consumers are coming to market so much faster than the suppliers of power are coming to market, the first break in the traditional model. And the second part of that equation, though, is the expected life and durability, if you'll think about it that way. The durability of the consumer of power and the durability of the provider of power matched up pretty nicely in the traditional model. Refinery, chip fab, LNG terminal is going to be around 20, 30 years. Build a new combined cycle gas plant, a bunch of transmission wires, that'll be around another 20, 30 years. The assets and the liabilities match up pretty well. The customer who's going to be paying for all this new infrastructure and contributing to that rate base matches up pretty well with both the products they're selling and then manufacturing. Lines up pretty well with the cost that will be incurred on their behalf to provide power and transmission. Auto plant consumes a tremendous amount of power. As things change and evolve in the auto industry over the next few years, the Chevrolet comes out with the 2027 model, the 2032 models. They just, same manufacturing plant can make cars in the latest model year, no problem. All of that lined up very well, and all our rules and regs were built to match it. However, in this new model, data centers are coming on a lot faster, and that expected life of the consumer of power and the provider of power is dramatically different. Dramatically different. And so the development side is a big challenge. Data centers are ready for power in 18 to 24 months. They show up. Why can I not get energized? Why can I not start manufacturing intelligence, which is we like to call these, they're not just data centers, they're factories for intelligence. Regulators, utilities have 4, 5, 6 years. Traditional model, timeline of delivery of power does not match with what the customer needs now. But there's also, and the regulations and the rules that we have don't fit with this new model. And that's what's breaking the system that we're seeing, and we're seeing that tension live every day in the industry. But importantly, the expected life of each of the consumer of power and the provider of power are drastically different now. Not only, a chip fab, a refinery, an LNG terminal, auto plant will be a viable asset for 20, 30 years. Just like the combined cycle power plant providing a power. But now a data center, not only is the data center not matching up with the expected life of the data center, not matching up with the expected life of the power plant that's needs to be built to power it, the technology inside the data center might be obsolete before the power plant is even built. If you think of the value of the data center and the GPUs, that's how fast the innovation is going, which is a good thing. We want the innovation. We want to accelerate that. That's the beautiful part of AI and all the wonderful things it can bring to enhance our lives. But that is such a staggering shift that the consumer of power not only is coming to market, coming to interconnect faster, the technology and the hard assets within that facility might be obsolete by the time the power plant is even built. Not to mention, we haven't even gotten to the next 25 years of costs that need to be paid. And then you get to the question of the business model. That's an open question for the technology universe and the AI universe that Wall Street's asking some very pointed questions about right now. I don't think many people doubt the viability and the value of AI going forward, but precisely what does that business model look like, and how does that turn into a viable, profitable business that can pay for the costs that have been incurred on the power side for the next 20, 25 years? That business model might be obsolete by the time, in the next 4 or 5 years, by the time that power plant is built. So not only has the paradigm shift, it's almost broken completely. And of course, the rules and regulations and the regulatory frameworks around this are not built and designed for this incredible shift in the way our markets and our customers are addressing this. And most importantly, at the end of the day, if we've got to build out all this massive infrastructure and all the load forecasts, and with the caveat that load forecasts are very hard to do and they're very, very tricky and notoriously unreliable, who's going to pay for this, under what construct, and how much should we be building? Again, timing is everything, and for better or worse, the new National Energy Dominance Council, the White House, has been tasked with figuring this out. I like to say, for the first time ever, as we enter this AI arms race and powering enough data centers to maintain America's edge in AI innovation, for the first time ever, there's a senior White House official dedicated exclusively to the power grid. That's the good news. The bad news is it's me. And we've got to figure all of this out very fast. Thankfully, this administration moves very, very quickly. And if you've heard people say this administration moves at the speed of Trump, that is very real, and I'm going to give you a few examples. We have put together an overarching plan on how to tackle this challenge, how to build things again, how to power enough data centers to make this work, and to make it affordable for average citizens. First of all, stabilize. Second, optimize. Third, grow. We've got to stabilize the grid we've got, stop the bleeding, stop losing megawatts that we're going to need, stop losing power plants that are going to be critical to the next 5 years, next 10 years. Optimize the resources we have in place. Get the most use out of the power grid and the assets we have on the ground right now. Get as much efficiency out of our power grid as possible. And then third, grow. Start building things again in America. Start building power plants. Build big things again. The first part of that, stabilize, you saw in the executive orders that the president signed in early April of last year. Most notably, the security and stability of the American power grid, which directed Secretary Wright to use his Federal Power Act authority to prevent retirements of power plants that still had useful life in them. And that's important not only to stop the bleeding, stop the unnecessary retirements of perfectly good power plants. It almost borders on insanity to look at a load forecast that's going up that way and then deliberately push your supply down, knowing that you're facing this incredible growth. And it's also an affront to customers who have, in your rate base, who have paid for these power plants, that has another 10 or 15 years of useful life in the power plant. That your customers are going to be paying for that power plant no matter what. And so it's incredibly, I think, offensive to your customers to say we don't like this particular type of power plant anymore. You still have to pay for it, but we're not going to allow it to generate power or generate a return on the investment you made. And so that was a tremendous start to this process of stabilize, optimize, and grow. And Secretary Wright has done a tremendous job in going around the country and saving every power plant he possibly can. To give you a sense of the scale of how badly the U.S. power grid was bleeding when this administration took over. Since April, in the East Room, when the president signed that executive order to today, Secretary Wright has saved almost 18,000 megawatts of power plants that otherwise would have been forced into retirement. And to give you a sense of scale, that's almost all of the consumption of New England on a really cold winter morning. So around the country, utilities and state regulators were going to deliberately kill the equivalent of all the power in New England as we go into this massive increase in demand. It's not a Band-Aid here and there. This system was truly bleeding. So a great credit to the president for taking that position, and especially to Secretary Wright for being so aggressive. And that's a staggering amount of power, and the replacement cost of that, round up to $34 billion, $40 billion to replace those megawatts with reliable dispatchable power. And that's what I mean on the affordability. Like, that's an incredible affront to customers to presume to just throw away that many megawatts. So that was a tremendous first step in stabilizing the U.S. power grid. Optimizing is a work in progress. The most notable part of this that you will have seen for the real industry nerds is the order Secretary Wright sent to FERC in October regarding co-location. And I think late 24, fall of 24, co-locating a data center with an existing generator had been banned by the previous FERC. And there was, I'll call it an overabundance of caution in that order. And thankfully, like I said, timing's everything. This administration, this president are very intent on moving fast to solve these problems and delivering real results very quickly. And so there was a lot of work that went into that order from Secretary Wright to FERC. FERC deserves great credit in moving so quickly to get the first order out on that in December. A couple months later, which in utility world, 60 days between beginning a docket and an order is lightning speed. So great credit to FERC. But importantly, that unlocked, that Chris's order and the corresponding FERC action unlocked the ability for these data centers that are driving this innovation and driving the AI revolution and this generational technology, allowed them to get back in business. And importantly, and allowed them to go around the country, find places on the grid where they optimize the existing power grid. You don't have to build anything. And again, this is speed to results, speed to power at the most efficient way we can, optimizing the existing power grid. So this order allowed data centers to go around the country, find spots on the grid that were safe to interconnect and plug in behind an existing generator and start building and get to work. And most importantly, remember, timing is everything. One of the unique features of data centers is not only how fast they come on and how quickly they come to market and how quickly they demand power, but one of the unique features is also their ability of how quickly they can stop consuming power. And so we very deliberately put in that order that if you're a data center that wants to interconnect and you are willing to capitalize on this feature of quick on, quick off for your data centers, just like your computer, quick on, quick off, or your phone, if you are willing to capitalize on that feature, share that capability with your regional control room, and in a grid emergency, you are willing to shut off, be curtailable. Instead of 10 years, in some parts of this country, it takes longer to plug in a data center and energize it than it is to put a man on the moon. As of, I think, December 18th, if your data center is willing to leverage that feature on off quickly, that curtail ability, we'll plug you in 60 days. And so 10 years to 60 days. And that is one of the most under-recognized and under-tracked features of that FERC order. But that is another example of trying to get to real results, solve this problem as quickly as possible. And that curtailability, again, these unique data centers come with their own challenges, but we're also trying to focus on their unique characteristics that we can also leverage to deliver that result. So 10 years to 60 days is a tremendous change in allowing these technology companies, these data centers, to get back to business, get back to work, innovating and building the infrastructure we need. Another big advance from this administration was nuclear reform. I hope everyone saw the executive orders in May, but growing this power grid sooner or later will require civilian nuclear power at scale. The president is obviously an adamant supporter of it, and that, I think by May, in 5 months, he had signed executive orders that are probably the biggest reform in nuclear power in the last 50 years. And as of, I think, last week, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has been repopulated with new appointees that are driving reform in that archaic agency at a tremendous pace. The investment in nuclear power since those executive orders, I think in the 6 months since May, has doubled or tripled from Wall Street and Silicon Valley over what it was the previous 2 years. So the investment community is paying attention. the regulatory community, especially at NRC, is definitely paying attention. Texas was paying attention. Governor Abbott called and asked if we're doing anything on nuclear, because if the White House is going to start moving on civilian nuclear, so will Texas. And thankfully, I was able to tell him yes. And so Texas passed and established a new Texas nuclear office in May. And so these are real results. And then even last week, Facebook Meta announced that they're spending billions of dollars upgrading existing nuclear plants and several billion dollars funding next generation nuclear. And so that's another great example of what this administration is doing to move quickly, to get real results fast. And that's like an upgrade on existing power plant. Great credit to Meta and to Vistra for being willing to put the money and the effort into that. Those are real megawatts on the US power grid very quickly. And lastly, I'll mention another very kind of under the radar improvement that has making a huge difference is the RRI and ERAS at MISO, at PJM, MISO, and SPP. And I promise I will not use any more acronyms. I couldn't help it, I'm sorry. But that is prioritizing the most reliable, most dispatchable power resources on the planet. So this 10 years, 5 years waiting to get interconnected, if you bring a new generation asset to the power grid, moving that down to hopefully 18 months, 24 months, moving the most important projects to the front of the line, it is such an abundance of common sense, it almost hurts, but that's not the way America was doing business in the past. Now we are, and it's making a big difference. And again, timing is everything. The power grid of the 21st century in America needs to keep pace with innovation in AI. And I know that's almost borders on the absurd, but that's the demand the AI industry is placing on our power grid. And as a power industry, we need to respond to that. And so when I say move fast and the speed of Trump, I'll give a couple examples on those most recent initiatives. The stabilized executive order that directed Chris Wright to go save 17,000, all the equivalent of all of New England's power. That was, I think my first day was in the White House was March 17th. We were in the East Room on April 8th, signing that executive order. That's a really quick turnaround from, hey, go stabilize the grid, to East Room signing. The next week, 6 of us were in the White House, in a conference room in the White House, and we're told you need to reform nuclear power. 6 of us around one conference room table. 6 weeks later, we're in the Oval Office signing the biggest reform in nuclear power in 50 years. That's how fast this president wants to move. That's how fast his administration is moving. And as we can see, the results are real, and they are making a big impact on the ground. And again, kudos to Meta. Google has also done a lot of great things on next generation nuclear. And so moving fast, real reform with real results on the ground. And lastly, I want to touch on affordability. It's been a hot topic recently, but it's something that we've been focused on all along. I hope everyone saw the Truth Social from the president on Monday night, I think, ahead of the Microsoft event yesterday. Kudos to Microsoft for leading on this, because the data center impact on local communities is very real, and it is very distinct from the data center AI innovation impact on the broader country and the broader economy. Two very different impacts. And so Microsoft very smartly came to the White House and proactively asked to work with us on addressing that problem, because they recognize what I was talking about earlier, the new paradigm of durability and expected life of the consumer of power is very different than the liability incurred for the asset and the provider of power. And so making sure that local communities, local ratepayers are not burdened with that 30-year cost of a new power plant if the data center vanishes or never develops or never materializes. Resolving that mismatch and ensuring that outstanding cost is not dumped on homes and small businesses is a big part of solving this equation. And again, kudos to Microsoft for leading on this issue. There are a lot of ways to address this. There's some great examples around the country. There will be much more to come on this. The folks in Georgia have done a great job on this with the Georgia Utility Commission and Southern Company. I think Georgia's got a 3-year rate freeze for residential consumers, and they're building data centers. The folks in Indiana and NiSource have also done a great job. I think they're working on actually not only freezing rates, but potentially getting some money back every month to the residential customers as part of building new data centers. So there are some great examples and some great models and frameworks on how to solve this problem. What we really, as a country, don't want to do is end up in a situation where the local communities, the state communities are so averse to these factories of intelligence, these AI data centers, that they have a Florida reaction and threaten a universal ban. Anti-innovation, anti-building things is not what this country is about. It's not what this administration wants. And so we have been tackling affordability. We will continue to tackle affordability. And like I said before, saving the cheapest megawatt, cheapest power plant on the grid is the one you've already got. So the most important thing we've done so far is prevent the unnecessary retirements of 17,000 megawatts of perfectly good power plants. Save ratepayers $34 billion of having to replace those power plants. Allowing data centers to co-locate behind the meter with the order Chris Wright sent in October. Getting way more efficiency out of your existing power grid. Allowing data centers to come online if they're willing to curtail and come online quickly. Sharing the fixed cost of the transmission system across more customers is a great benefit for affordability. So it's an issue that is only recently getting more and more media attention. Affordability is something we have been focused on and is part and parcel of what we do every day. And in closing, I'll say we've got challenging times ahead of us. What an incredible time to be in the power industry. And what a blessing that these challenges come in the context of a tremendous growth opportunity, not only for our country and our industry, but in the context of this generational technology from companies that are willing, like Microsoft, that are willing to step forward and do the right thing, be good corporate citizens, be good grid citizens, and pay their own way, pay their share to protect residential customers, and leverage the features those data centers bring. Don't focus on the flaws. Let's leverage the features. Let's leverage the benefits of these companies and the technologies they have. And we have a tremendous opportunity to build an amazing future for America. And I hope the companies in the industry, the utilities, and all of you here recognize the opportunity and will help us build it and capture that future. Thanks to AEI for having me, and I'm happy to answer a few questions if we have time.
Thanks, Peter. I'm going to wind my way up here, excuse me. We have 10 minutes for questions, and I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative to ask the first one. It might be a little spicy.
From you, no.
I'll dial it back a little bit, but it'll still be spicy. Your narrative about stabilize, optimize, grow rests on a premise that the supply is the issue, and that we need to increase supply. There's an alternate hypothesis, and I will say I think both are true, but it's important to contend with the alternate hypothesis, which is we are not using the grid well, right? That we have excess capacity. Our capacity utilization in general is low, and there's a lot of opportunity to use it better. And of course, they would take away my economist card if I didn't say part of the reason we use the grid poorly is because we don't send proper price signals and we don't leverage markets to take advantage of the grid that we've already built. That's a different hypothesis from the supply generation hypothesis, and it has different implications. It means we can get more bang for the buck out of the existing resources, that we don't necessarily have to bring back more supply that was already decommissioned, and face all of the different economic and environmental trade-offs that we do in thinking about that set of issues. So I'm interested in your comments on that hypothesis.
Sure. So that's the optimized part. Stabilize, optimize growth. That's the optimized part. And an important nuance, Secretary Wright isn't bringing back decommissioned plants. He's proactively preventing plants that have announced retirements that are currently in operation from retiring. So he's not bringing back mothballed kind of clunkers. He's focused on plants that are currently operating that say they want to stop operating. No, we're going to need those megawatts. And yes, the supply and demand side, both sides of the equation are important. So the optimize is very much what we're talking about on the get more efficiency out of the assets we have in place. But also, what I hope is one of the biggest incentives in history for demand response is what we put in that order to FERC, saying to these multi-billion-dollar data centers, if you are willing to be curtailable when the grid operator tells you in a grid emergency, which for context should be about once a decade. This is not a once a week thing. It's like once, twice a decade. If you are willing to do that, instead of waiting 10 years to plug in your data center, we'll do it in 60 days. Like, I cannot think of a bigger demand response incentive than that. So we're absolutely respecting both sides of the equation. Given the load forecast that we're facing, it seems pretty clear we need to do both. And also, as a reminder, the load forecast and DOE, the president ordered a DOE study that was published in July that is, for the federal government purposes, is considered the authoritative assessment of the U.S. power grid. Of the 100,000 megawatts that we need by 2030, only half of those are data centers. The rest of it, the other half, is just general macroeconomic growth, population growth, reindustrialization, smart factories, smart manufacturing, smart logistics. So there's a lot that goes into it more than just data centers.
I think I'll sideline conversation with you about Campbell Plant in Michigan. So for questions, if you could please introduce yourself so we can be neighborly.
Hi, I'm Noah Gordon from the Carnegie Endowment next door. Thank you, Mr. Lake, for your overview of the important regulatory changes you're making. I wanted to ask about the physical components that make up the grid. Are you concerned about the shortages of components like electrical transformers, and is the administration taking steps to remedy that situation?
Absolutely, and that's a huge part of the equation. And one of the great benefits of having a central policy council in the White House, like the National Energy Dominance Council, is that we can coordinate across agencies, whole of government. And so I've spent a lot of time with Secretary Lutnick and the U.S. Trade Representative, making sure that in their negotiations with our foreign trade partners, access to turbines, transformers, breakers, switchgear, things like that are manufactured outside the U.S., that those are top of mind. And we've seen that come to fruition, in part, at least, in the Japan deal that was announced a few months ago. And I hope folks notice that of Secretary Lutnick's, the $500 billion that Japan has committed, the top line item was, I think, $300 billion-ish of components for critical infrastructure. And so that's a great example of Secretary Lutnick using his position in the Commerce Department, part of our international dealings, in coordination with the National Energy Dominance Council, in coordination with the Department of Energy, to make sure that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, and we can start addressing those supply chain challenges.
Hi, I'm Jim Glassman, formerly of AEI, and now doing some moderating here. Peter, you know, one of the things about this administration that you didn't talk about is renewables. The administration seems to be proceeding with one hand tied behind its back, canceling permits for some pretty large loads. And it seems to me that your experience in Texas has shown the value of renewables, especially solar plus battery. So why is the administration doing this? Why is it not embracing an all of the above policy?
Very fair question. I think the president's been very clear how he feels about renewables, especially wind. So I won't belabor that point. But as you mentioned, my experience in Texas was certainly a crash course in renewables. As far as I know, I think it's the largest renewable fleet in America, if not the Western world. And at the end of the day, zero wind times infinity windmills is zero electricity, and we suffer 100% catastrophic failure of the solar fleet every night. I've never had the control room call me and say, we just lost 80% of the gas fleet, or expected deliveries from gas or coal or nuclear. So it's a very different resource. Not to say it doesn't have a value, it's just, it's very different, and the self-contained supply chain is a feature. Zero marginal cost is a feature. It's a nice to have, but it cannot replicate the dispatchability of rotating mass, gas, coal, nuclear, and it also has a huge environmental impact. One of the other things that it is not free of environmental impact. One of the other surprisingly unrecognized actions by the Secretary Burgum, Secretary Rollins, and I think the U.S. Corps of Engineers was to incorporate a new metric in their permitting for each of those agencies to evaluate land use in building new power plants or bringing new power online. So if the Department of Interior, for example, is evaluating a proposal to get 1,000 megawatts of solar brought online, they are now directed to consider land use in that. Is there a way to bring 1,000 megawatts of electricity online that involves less disruption to the land than paving over 6,000 acres of habitat? That's a case-by-case scenario, but it's an environmental consideration that the administration is taking seriously and is incorporating across agencies. So at the end of the day, wind and solar have unique features, but it's not dispatchable and cannot, as far in my experience in Texas, left some scars on me on that about how tricky it can be to manage those. So this administration is definitely focused on dispatchability and reliability.
Time for one more question. Hi, I'm Johanna Matthew from the University of Michigan. So I love demand response, and so your comments on curtailment of data centers were very welcome, and I think that's an amazing strategy to be able to connect them to the grid. I also think that they can provide more nuanced support to the grid through modulation of their load and act as virtual power plants, and I wonder what the appetite is for that.
Other than demand response, I mean, that is kind of a virtual power plant. So the appetite, the openness from the administration's perspective is we're glad to have the resources we can. At some point, it becomes the customer preference. And a big part of what we've done in our engagement with the tech community and the data center community is helping them recognize that 10 nines of reliability is something that may be nice, but it's not realistic if you're going to be a good grid citizen. And it also minimizes the features and the capabilities that their billion-dollar asset has. Like you said, that data center has a lot of benefit it can bring to the grid. And so we're encouraging that, we're incentivizing it. We can't make them do it, but we're certainly trying to incentivize everything we can on both sides, the supply and the demand side.
In the interest of time, we will call it close. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was good.
That was great. We will have a short break to exchange
Yeah. Hey.
The land use
Yeah.
that you were talking about, where is that? Where is that reflected?
Various secretarial orders.
So DOI orders or DOE orders?
We are ready. We are ready. Yeah. Do you want to? Is yours active? No, yours should be active.
Okay.
Let Jim do it.
Turn mine on. Okay, please take your seats quickly. Do I have this one? It's okay. Please take your seats. I know we said we were going to have a 15-minute break, but we had so much fun that we decided to cut the break short and move directly into the first panel. So as Lynn said, my name is Jim Glassman. I was a senior fellow here at AEI for like 20 years doing economics and technology. And I'm very happy to be back. I'm going to moderate our first panel today. Peter referred to acronyms. I want to urge all the panelists today to like go easy on the acronyms and kind of, even though we have an expert audience, to assume that maybe people don't know about some of the terms that you're using. So make sure you define them. We're going to have time for questions at the end. Before I introduce the panelists, let me just set the stage with a few slides. You know, suddenly, as I'm sure everyone in this room knows, and we're going to talk a little bit about the suddenly, just a few years ago, policymakers and many in the industry suddenly woke up to the fact that America was headed to a really serious electric power crisis. For roughly a quarter century, there had been very little increase in demand for electricity, average of less than, 1% a year. And then Grid Strategies, a consulting firm, we're going to hear from Rob Gramlich in a second, issued a report in December of 2023 that got a lot of attention. And the headline on that report was, "The era of flat power demand is over." There's now a significant mismatch between supply and demand, as Peter Lake was saying. And that generally means, one of the things I learned when I was working here at AEI, that generally means that prices go up. We just saw the figures for electricity costs for the last year, up 6.7% versus 2.7% for inflation. So prices go up, you got to do something about that, certainly. That's a big signal. So I just want to just show a few slides very quickly. Here is slide one, please. Oh, I have a clicker. I didn't know about that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so real simply, this is a pretty amazing slide. These are the projections. These are projections for increased power needed to meet summer peak growth. In 2022, 24 gigawatt by 2030? Yeah, by 2030. So 2022, hey, we only need 24 gigawatts. Well, in 2023, that went to 38. By 2025, 166 gigawatts. That's how far off these projections were by the people who are supposed to know, the grid operators. So where's this coming from? A lot of it, obviously, is data centers. About half of it is data centers, but not all of it, as Peter Lake was saying. Advanced manufacturing, 30 gigawatts. Other, which I think we can talk about now that Peter Lake is gone. Transportation, certainly consumer demand, and then oil and gas mining. Wow, look at that. Okay, so here's how things have changed. I know they want to reopen a lot of coal plants, but coal doesn't look like it's doing too well. So that black line is coal. And we can see the red line is natural gas. The green line is renewables. And in 2020, the nuclear, renewables, and coal lines all converged at about 20%. It's kind of interesting. But as you can see where things are going now. They're going to natural gas and renewables. Maybe they'll go to nuclear, but that's going to take a while. And here is a projection from the EIA, Energy Information Administration. I'll define that. Between 2025 and 2050, obviously we don't really know what's going on in 2050, but you can see that. I think that's probably a reasonable guess about the trend. And that's it. There's AEI. So let's get going. I want to introduce our panel. Our panel has changed a little bit because in one case, health reasons, and the other because of an airplane problem. But we have a terrific panel anyway. We've got the real experts here. Todd Snitchler is the president and CEO of EPSA, the Electric Power Supply Association, which represents companies that own competitive power generation assets. And Todd Gramlich, as I said earlier, is the CEO of Grid Strategies. And I want to start with Todd. Actually, I think I'm going to start with Rob. Rob, how did this happen? How all of a sudden you have an industry that you think would have a pretty good grasp of what demand is going to be in the future. They've got a plan, certainly, but all of a sudden, wow, looks like we've got a lot more demand than we thought. How did that happen?
Yeah, well, you emphasized, Jim, the word sudden in your intro, and it's also in the program, the sudden increase. I think that is a really key component here because the power industry is an industry that likes to build, assets that live 60 years. They take sometimes 5-10 years to build, and another few years to plan. It doesn't like surprises. So you were asking me earlier, is this unprecedented? I think the rate of growth is not unprecedented. We've had 5, 6, 7, 8% growth in the 50s and 60s. The magnitude of growth in terms of gigawatts off a bigger base probably is unprecedented, but the main thing is the surprise. And so the report you mentioned, and I think the first few slides there were Grid Strategies slides. We decided to do that. I remember the moment 2.5 years ago when I was talking to my friends, some of the hyperscalers at one of their conferences, and the people who were in charge of procuring energy for their data centers, their eyes were bugging out. They were really flipping out. They had just been asked to go, buy 10x what they had thought they had to procure a few months prior. So that was sudden, but also I'm not sure really anybody was looking at a coordinated way of all those factors that were in the slides, the transportation, we're using electricity for driving and for heating, home heating, and then the insourcing manufacturing, which has been a bipartisan priority. Guess what? A lot of it uses electricity, especially semiconductors. And so all these factors converged, and we don't have a coordinated national plan, or there wasn't really anybody, I think, looking to see how all these things converge to lead to a sudden increase all at the same time.
So Todd, there's a lot of talk about generation, but really, I think there hasn't been enough emphasis, and I know Lynn brought this up, just in general on distribution and transmission. And I know EPSA has done a lot of work on that. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, thanks to AEI and for Lynn for the invitation to be here and for Rob for pinch hitting today. So I think there's a lot of components, as you've already heard this morning, that are part of this discussion. I think I'll start with where Jim started and then I'll end on the generation piece. But we've done some analysis, as did Lawrence Berkeley Lab, about where bill impacts are coming because we're seeing a lot of rhetoric around why bills are going up, that generators are somehow responsible, and that there's some sort of a problem in the system that requires some dramatic reversals in policy choices, which we would reject out of hand and think that'd be the wrong approach at exactly the wrong time. And so we've tried to figure out how does the bill actually break down? And I want to be very clear when I say it's not as if we do not need to invest in transmission and distribution infrastructure. We do. Those are the ways in which those electrons get from our facilities to the light switch that people take for granted. Every time I talk, I say people want 3 things: lights on, beer cold, water warm. And that's what they want. And they don't want to pay a lot for it. And that's a subject of debate when we talk about how much is too much. But the wires costs have gone up a fairly significant amount over the last 15 years. Our analysis looked at the PJM region and looked at utilities across 4 different states, and the costs for the T&D portion of your bill had gone up pretty dramatically, and varied by jurisdiction, of course, but the generation piece had remained flat to declining even when we start to see capacity prices increase over the last handful of auctions. And so it's not a criticism as much as a recognition of where some of those charges are coming from. Our friends at EEI, which represents the vertically integrated utilities, which are the wires portion of your bill in restructured parts of the country, have indicated they're going to spend another $1.1 trillion over the next 5 years on infrastructure, which would include some of the generation resources in areas of the country where they're allowed to do that. That means the bills are going to continue to rise because of infrastructure spending. At the same time, you're seeing generators, and our sector is different than our utility cousins or the public power or the rural co-ops, in that when our members build an asset, they do it on the backs of shareholders and investors. There are no captive customers that are going to guarantee the costs of construction plus a rate of return for the next 20 or 30 years by way of a non-bypassable charge, because we don't have captive customers. It's just a distinction in the way in which the vertically integrated model works and the way that the competitive markets work. And Peter Lake mentioned some of the questions around affordability. And in the end, he talked about stranded costs by another name, but when you build a plant and it doesn't ultimately get used, that's a stranded cost. And if a vertically integrated utility builds a facility and it turns out it's unneeded, the consumer's still on the hook to pay those costs. If we have a member who builds a power plant and it turns out to be unneeded and it goes broke, you know who's on the hook for that? The shareholders and investors in the power plant, and not the captive customers who are going to be forced to pay that charge. And that's a pretty significant difference in the 2 business models. And I think it's important to highlight that because, as Jim's slide showed about load growth projections, they're kind of all over the place. It's definitely going up. It's definitely going up faster than it has, but do I know the exact rate of growth on what load growth is going to be over the next 20 years? No, and I don't think anybody else does either. So if you are in a period of uncertainty, it seems to me the smarter policy choice is to focus on de-risking consumer costs and putting the risk on those better able to bear it, and that would be the power plant developers. I don't want to go on too long, Jim, but I'll just say the one criticism we have heard so far is that, well, you're slow to respond. And I think that's a bit of an unfair criticism because, as Rob noted, this has kind of come up relatively quickly in a world that operates in decadal timelines. To see load growth overnight, in effect, grow by the rate that it's grown, you have to give the market an opportunity to respond. PJM's often the whipping boy for critics, and it's had 3 auctions in the last 12 months. 12 months is not an unreasonable amount of time for an investor to think about spending the next $3 or $4 billion on an asset that's going to last 40 years. And so I would add that as context around where the costs are coming from, how we're dealing in a period of uncertainty, and what are some of the better ways for us to think about de-risking the cost to consumers and paying attention to affordability while we get from here to that more stable future where we can better align, and I'm sure Rob's going to talk about this, we can better align the supply-demand outcome as data centers come on the system.
So you raised some really important questions. I just want to drill down and have both of you respond to this. The monopoly utility model, the vertically integrated model, seems to have produced this kind of strange situation where you've got utilities that are operating at 50 to 60% of their actual capacity because they have to have it there for periods of high demand. I mean, there are very few industries, I think, that operate that way. It's not like an airline decides, well, at Christmas there's going to be so much demand, we have to have twice as many planes as we would normally have. One way to solve that problem is to change the way that utilities are compensated. I mean, they're compensated for making huge capital investments. That's what drives them. Why aren't we talking about that? Or are people talking about it? Or is it so, Todd, you used to be a utility commissioner. I mean, is that something that any state utility commission would actually want to entertain?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I see there's at least 2 other former regulators that are in the room as well this morning. So I would take your question to say, and far be it from me to defend the utilities, but I would say that the system more broadly actually operates in that same fashion where we only utilize resources at 50 to 55% of the time because the system is designed to be able to achieve reliability at peak, whatever that number is. And so you build as an engineer, and I'm a lawyer, not an engineer, so don't drill down one level below that on engineering questions, but you're designing your system to make sure that at peak demand, you can meet the needs of your system. And Peter talked about this. It's how can we better optimize the system? And really in the short term between, and as I've broken this down in the next 4 to 5 years till say 2030, we've got to look at ways to optimize the system because that optimization and greater utilization of existing resources by utilizing demand response, by making sure that the system operates more efficiently, using grid enhancing technologies, are all ways that we will be able to ensure reliability, keep an eye on affordability, and meet the growing demands of the system. It also buys us the amount of time that you'll need to actually build the new infrastructure for that second 5-year period out 2030 and beyond. Because if you start a combined cycle plant today, you're very hard pressed to get it completed in less than 5 years unless you've already got the sites, the permits, the equipment. If you don't have those, you're 5 years or more. If you have it, you might be able to get it done in 4 years, but we're already to 2030. And so I think we're going to look at optimization across the system, utilities, yes, but also the competitive markets around the country as well, in an effort to ensure that you can bring new load on the system, you can do it cost effectively, and you can do it reliably, because you can't sacrifice reliability. That's paramount, has to be kept first. Right behind that is affordability, because if customers can't afford to pay the bill, it really doesn't matter how reliable your system is.
Yeah, and just on optimization, I mean, Peter Lake talked about, like restarting or keeping operating coal plants that the utilities themselves want to shut down. That's certainly one thing. And the other is curtailment, which doesn't sound so, I don't know, so exciting, but maybe that is part of the answer. But are there other answers? I mean, it seems to me one is to start sending electrons in a different direction. Yes.
I'm going to try to absorb the aura here of the American Enterprise Institute and think about a pro-innovation, pro-market approach to those problems. I think mandating that an old power plant that the owner wants to shut down, mandating that it operate is probably not consistent with the pro-market agenda. I think what would help a lot is in a couple areas. One is, what are the structurally competitive sectors where we can rely on competition to do exactly what Todd said a minute ago, which is put the risk on the shareholder and let them make the informed decision and bear that risk and invest in what they think the market will bear. That was 20 years ago, 25 years ago when I was working for the, I was not a appointed regulator, I was a staffer to the chairman of FERC who was appointed by Bush. To do exactly that, try to get competitive generation markets across the country, and we did in much of the country. And I mean, that model, in my mind, works extremely well. And Todd hasn't thanked me yet for, after I put out that report, the stock value of all his members shot up. So I'm waiting for my Christmas gift on that one. But the market did respond, and there is money out there to invest in the generation sector on a market-based approach. So I think that's one thing. You also asked about optimize, and Peter Lake, I thought, made good comments. And the part of the theme is the optimize part of the grid. The first thing I think of there is, yes, we have often spare capacity in the grid, both in the supply-demand, but also in the grid operations. And so there's a whole suite of technologies, advanced transmission technologies, high-performance conductors, grid-enhancing technologies that can operate the grid part much more efficiently. And the issue there is what you said, and thanks to Lynn, by the way, for organizing this, but also pointing to incentives. Cost of service regulation for a regulated monopoly utility is great at some things. It is great at building infrastructure, and we need to build a lot of infrastructure. So maybe it's the worst form of regulation except for all the others. But I do think utilities and their regulators need to recognize that there is an inherent bias against those technologies and grid operations solutions, and therefore some added complements to that would be beneficial to encourage the adoption and deployment of those technologies.
But do you think that that states would ever make changes to the current compensation model for utilities?
I mean, it's a question about performance-based regulation, which was the subject of my master's thesis 30 years ago. And I
We'll have
hate
to
to
dig
say it,
that
but it's always easier said than done. It's extremely complicated to actually administer, because you need metrics not just that are sort of good enough to publish an economics paper, and there are a million economics published papers about this, but you need it good enough to withstand litigation in the regulatory process, and that's hard. Now, the UK's done a pretty good job. They have a unique situation with one regulator and an island. It's a little bit harder in a sea of utilities where the power flows from one to the other, and what one thing utility does affects flows on the others. So it's a little bit harder, but there is what we call a shared savings approach that was the subject of some FERC proceedings and the subject of some bills in Congress that would be, I think a workable, add-on, not a full replacement, but an add-on to the current cost of service regulation.
Jim, if I can jump in
Sure.
right before you go
Yeah.
there, I'll go back to the first half of Rob's response, which is, at the same time, you're seeing market participants respond to market signals, to Dr. Kiesling's point earlier. You've seen the Crane Clean Energy Center, which is the former 3 Mile Island nuclear facility that's entered into an agreement between Constellation and their customer to restart a retired facility in response to market signals. You've seen existing resources that had made announcements about their planned retirement dates that have rescinded those retirement dates because the market is sending price signals that say, we need you and we want you to stay on the system at least until we have something that can replace you, or until we have a better handle on how we're going to supply that additional load growth. So the announcement that Peter mentioned in Ohio about what Vistra is doing with Meta is going to result in the addition of 433 megawatts of new nuclear capacity at their fleet across 3 different locations, 4 reactors, which is the equivalent of basically a new AP1000 reactor. So the market is responding with investments that are not being done on the backs of captive customers, but being done via commercial transaction between 2 willing parties at an arm's length transaction, which last I checked was the foundation for the contractual relationships that kind of make our economy work. And those are great signals that point to the market responding to what is being needed from the system, and it's being done so without the backstopping payment responsibility or obligation of captive customers. I think that is very instructive about how we can look at this problem going forward.
No, and I think that's a very important point. I just feel one of the reasons I'm kind of excited about what's going on is that we've got a crisis, and it presents a tremendous opportunity to kind of remake the world, or a part of the world. The problem is that one of the things a lot of us, maybe 20 or 30 years ago, used to talk about was, I can't remember who wrote the book. Somebody knows here. Crisis and Leviathan. Do we all know Crisis and Leviathan? Yeah, okay. Who did? Higgs. Robert Higgs. Yeah, Robert Higgs, right. So the thesis was a very simple one, that in a crisis, the Leviathan of government steps in and becomes bigger and bigger. And I think that a lot of the things that the administration has done, the current administration has done, certainly has opened opportunities for markets, as you say. But it's also done quite the opposite. And we need to worry about that, not just this administration, but maybe any future administrations. I want to get back to the Vistra thing in a second. I do want to ask, though, in the context of what we're talking about now, is what both of you think about something that Peter also referred to, which was the FERC standing for Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and the order that it issued to PJM, the largest grid operator, for interconnection policies for large loads. I thought it was kind of vague, but what did the two of you think about that? Is it a big breakthrough? Is it really important?
I mean, I was impressed as a former FERC staff. I was impressed with the current commissioners and staff putting together a consensus order on a very controversial issue. And as we're here talking about it, the data center and powering all this load growth is a key important issue for the country. And FERC is claiming, I think, its rightful place as an important economic policy arm of the the government to try to enable economic growth and do it while protecting ratepayers. So I thought it was a pretty solid set of solutions. I think it's consistent with the spirit of, some entities might want to co-locate generation and load. They might not, but that's their choice. They're not requiring one approach or the other. So again, I think putting government in its proper role of not mandating one or the other outcome, but enabling different options to proceed. And I think everybody recognizes there are many ways in which the current tariffs or the current regulations just did not foresee a lot of the current situations that we are encountering now. And that means a lot of rapid evolution of state and federal regulatory policies. I would note, I don't want to leave this topic without noting that in at least a dozen states, maybe more, the ones that are the hotspots for data centers, they pretty much across the board have new policies and tariffs related to getting more firm financial commitments from the large loads, not just data centers, but all large loads. And I just think that's really important as sometimes the 160 some odd gigawatts of new demand by 2030 is attributed to grid strategies. As in terms of it's our opinion, it was the sum of what the utilities reported to FERC. But what they report to FERC is what they think they might get after 20 conversations with different large loads. They don't really know if they're going to get 0, 5, 10, or 20 of those actual data centers on their system. So I think it's really important that we're getting firm financial commitments from those entities who will say, yes, I'm for real, and and if I don't show up, I'm still paying you. That's what you base a forecast on, and we're starting to get that. We're getting much better forecasts as a result of that.
I think Peter said that, I wrote this down, I think he said that co-location was banned by FERC, by the previous commission. I don't think that's accurate. I think the previous chairman one of the previous chairmen who was shown the door pretty quickly by this administration just said, hey, I'm a little bit worried about who's going to be paying for this. And that's a pretty important issue, I think. Right, Todd?
I think it is, and I think our view of the order is that it does a couple of things very well. I would echo Rob's comments that it was a unanimous order. That is, on an issue this difficult, that was a tremendous undertaking by FERC and FERC staff. So well done to them for that. What the order did provide was optionality, and as Commissioner Rosner was very explicit about is, look, we've created 4 buckets for you to use because there needs to be some optionality for you because there is no one perfect way that you're going to structure a deal between multiple parties and multiple entities with different goals and objectives. So having multiple approaches that give you opportunities or avenues under which you can make those agreements, do so quickly, have a reasonable degree of certainty, which is what had been missing. You'll recall the original co-location filing was the Talon AWS proceeding over, it was probably close to a year and a half ago, right. And it sat and waited for resolution, and they were unable to get there until this order has now provided that certainty that allows commercial transactions to be able to figure out how they want to proceed and move forward. And you're starting to see that with multiple announcements that have occurred even in the last 60 days or so. And so I think all of that is helpful. I think, I talked with someone a couple days ago and I said, give me 6 more months and I think we'll have a much better line of sight into the trend line of how some of these issues are going to be resolved on a going forward basis. But I think unlocking some of the brakes that have been applied is especially helpful to move us forward and be able to encourage and enable those commercial transactions. And the fact that you're starting to see them suggests to me that this is the beginning of how we're going to see things proceed going forward.
Okay, so let's just talk about one of the things that Peter Lake didn't talk about until I asked him a question, which was renewables. So I think everyone in this room knows that renewables have been the main addition to generation in the last 5 years, and it seems like in the foreseeable future. But so what kind of role do renewables have, especially in a world in which it's very difficult to get a new gas plant up and running in less than 5 years?
Well, I think they play a huge role. Certainly right now in a speed to power type of situation, they are deployable, they're ready, they're the most ready to be quickly deployed. I don't really know anybody who says they should be the only thing on the system. Maybe somebody does, but we can get to, there are plenty of power systems that can operate reliable with 60 or 80% of their energy coming from renewables with today's technology, and who knows what types of clean, firm sources we'll get in the future to more fully decarbonize. I think we do need to recognize you also need firm sources, and you probably also need very large regional markets with adequate infrastructure to make it all work, because the wind's always blowing somewhere, as they say. And solar and batteries fit together, and wind and hydro and various resources, but you put it all together. So it's all about the portfolio and making the system work. You have to maintain resource adequacy, which means you do have to figure out that there's something that will be operating at all the times you need it. But this is not rocket science for grid operators and planners. They get very frustrated by the politics on this. So what do we do about that? I think we the all of the above approach can enable the market to build, which Texas has been doing. It's the easiest place to build. Look at the amount of renewable energy you have in Texas. And after Winter Storm Uri, which, by the way, was not caused by renewables, it was half of the gas fleet disappeared in a moment's notice. Not trying to criticize gas, but it was gone. It was there, and then it wasn't. And so all the resources have their issues. That's why you get a portfolio, and you have planning, and you plan for all the eventualities. But if you let people build what the market wants, rather than as a heavy-handed thing, have the federal government start denying permits both for offshore renewables and onshore, that's not going to help at all. That's certainly going to slow down the speed to power objective.
So I think it's important to say up front that our members own all types of assets across the 7 restructured markets around the country, including nuclear, natural gas, which is our largest type of fuel, and then hydro, geothermal, coal, hydro, wind, storage, and solar. I mean, if it makes electrons, our members own and operate it in all the markets around the country. I think there are a couple of data points that are important to remember. I mean, we talk about how quick it is to add certain resources to the grid, and I think the data doesn't always fully support that. I think it can be true, but PJM just updated their queue process, and as a result, there are now 71 megawatts of projects that are through the queue reform, or through the queue approval process at PJM, and we are waiting on them to be constructed and delivered. The bulk of those are renewable projects, and they have not yet been constructed, which suggests to me that just because you can get through the queue and be approved, it doesn't mean that you're automatically coming onto the system. And that's true of a natural gas plant, that's true of renewables, that's true of all types of resources. So there are challenges that exist, which also tell me there are state and local permitting issues that have to be addressed. There are siting constraints that are limiting the ability to get resources on the system of all types. And you also run into supply chain and workforce issues that we have got to wrestle with if we're going to have an honest conversation around getting through the approval process to actually putting things on the system. I have asked PJM and others, what is the holdup? Where are the snags that are keeping these projects from coming online? Because I'm often told, well, PJM's blocking them. And PJM will tell you, and they can show you, that the projects are through their queue process, which means it's then in the hands of the developer to get the financing, to get the permit, and to be able to actually construct the project. That disconnect has not yet been addressed, and I think our state regulators and state energy authorities bear some responsibility in trying to unlock those resources so that they can be added to the system. Because if there's really 71 gigawatts of new projects in PJM that are through the queue process, and we need speed to power, and we need to build it quickly, those seem to be the projects that you would think would come online sooner rather than later and be able to fill this incremental gap while we're waiting to get those new natural gas combined cycles on the system, or small modular reactors, or some future AP1000 that may show up in other parts of the country. So there are a broader set of issues that have to be wrestled with and answered. It's not as simple as, well, yes, we have resources that can be added to the system if we could just stop blocking it. It was originally 47, it's now up to 71. They've been in the queue through and approved for multiple years and are not yet added to the system. That suggests to me that there is a broader issue that has got to be addressed, and it's not purely a federal problem, it's not a market problem, it's actually a developer financing approval problem.
But you don't deny that getting a natural gas plant,
Oh, no.
online these days is kind of difficult.
Yeah, if you
Hard to
don't
get a
already have
turbine.
100%. If you don't already have your assets in hand, ready to go, it's going to be a 4 or 5 year process, potentially longer, because of the turbine issue, because of other supply chain related issues that'll affect your substation, your transformer, the components that go into it, your switchgear. There are challenges that have to be addressed across the board. My point isn't that gas is better and renewables are bad. That was never my comment. That's why I started with the fact that we actually own and operate all those resources. It's that all resources have challenges that they're trying to wrestle with in order to get onto the system.
Okay, actually, you both raised permitting, so let's just talk about that quickly. And what do you think? I mean, you're a former state legislator, Todd. You know, we've been talking about permitting reform for several years now, and everybody knows it's super important, and it's not really a generation's resource question. Well, maybe it is, but it shouldn't be. Do you think we're actually going to get permitting reform?
I'll answer it in 2 ways. The first of which is, at the federal level, there does seem to be a continued interest in trying to address it. There are political complications, as there always are. I would say that the deal seems pretty obvious to be made. You're going to need more pipes in order for us to get gas moved from where it is to where it needs to be, and you're going to need new wires to move electrons from where they're produced to where the load centers are. If both sides get something in the deal, that feels like the framework for a reasonable outcome that could be helpful at the federal level. At the state level, I think you can look at places like Ohio, and I'm, of course, being a bit of a homer and talking about my former state, but the legislature just passed House Bill 15 in the last year, which accelerated the approval process and put a shot clock on the Ohio Power Siting Board, which is the entity that's responsible for making decisions about infrastructure that's utility scale in the state. And it said, you either get a decision in a timely basis, and they've changed the timeline. I think it went down to 120 or 180 days. Forgive me if I've made a mistake on the exact date. But either you approve it or deny it, or it's deemed approved. And we're going to accelerate projects because we want to see investment in the state. And so you can point to examples. Williams has announced a 200 megawatt facility behind the meter that's going to power a data center near New Albany. You've seen the Vistra announcement where the state has been the good fortune of where a lot of those nuclear uprates are going to happen. It's because the state has said we are open for business, we want to move quickly, and we want to ensure that investors can actually put their capital to work and see results come onto the system. So even in an imperfect market, you see states that are making clear that they want investment and it's resulting in investment happening. You could have a perfect market and states that have made clear that they don't want certain types of investment, and that capital will never flow for a gas plant in a state that has said, we don't care about gas. We don't care about its reliability, capabilities. We don't care about dispatchability. We've made our state policy choice. Even in a perfect market, the capital won't flow there. And so you can see some examples around the country where states have made affirmative decisions, and as a result, investment is happening in those jurisdictions, and it's to address the very questions about permitting and siting that you mentioned. They want to move faster to get resources onto the system.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple of comments. One is the sort of think tank answer of, I think there is this convergence of broad interest between, I don't know, maybe at least many Democrats, many on the left side of the aisle, not all, and many or most Republicans who want to sort of, as Peter Lake said, build things again. We need to, in this country, figure out how to be able to build again, and there's some frameworks for that we need to get to. You know, maybe it's not the old Robert Moses style, you know, just run roughshod over communities, get it built. I love the reference to the Hoover Dam earlier. That, you know, these are all, I think, very appealing aspects of our history, but, you know, that had some serious warts on them. And I think there is convergence where we could get to, okay, we can sort of on the environmental front, we can preserve the environmental thresholds, but we can avoid NEPA, which, by the way, is just a process and reporting statute, you know, avoid NEPA from being weaponized against most types of infrastructure. So I think there are a couple dozen Senate Democrats who would be willing to do something along those lines. And you see the abundance movement very, you know, popular, again, among a lot sort of on the left. That's the broad thematic answer. The more specific answer, and I see my friend Pat McCormick here, I think he and his colleagues, he was with Senator Barrasso, negotiated a great deal in the last Congress that is pretty much teed up. It's a little bit different now, but I think right now it's some Clean Water Act, some NEPA, and some Federal Power Act. There's a transmission title in there. And then, and those are sort of teed up, I think, ready to go. You do need, this is not a 50-vote issue. This is a Senate 60-vote issue. You need Senate Democrats because it's a policy. It's not a budgetary bill. So that is, I think, teed up. The wild card is the permitting certainty issue. And in my opinion, the White House, the administration has been doing some things that sent Democrats basically out of negotiations. There is, I think, currently no discussion across the aisle right now. And if the current approach is to not issue permits for whole classes of resources, I think that the couple dozen Democrats that I mentioned are just not willing to do a deal like that. So we're hoping that those clouds can clear and then this deal can proceed. But there's not a lot of time to get this done.
Okay, and we don't have a lot of time either, so I want to turn to the audience. We have a fabulous audience, very smart, lots of good questions I'm expecting. So raise your hand if you have a question.
I'll be the judge of that.
Hi there, Christy Tezak with Clearview Energy Partners, and I've promised Todd I will behave. The interesting question you posed about co-location, it actually has two dimensions in my view. One is whether or not there's co-location or contracting with an existing unit and co-location or contracting with a new unit. New units don't seem to be a problem. Rob, as you mentioned, we're seeing new rate structures. That's coming together pretty quickly. But when we look at organized markets, the assets that are being sought to sign purchase power agreements and contracts are units that, if my addled memory recalls, your average consumer had no interest in when they were struggling. We're not focused on providing any support for. So now that those assets have the opportunity to secure a contract, not saying it's right or wrong, but market dynamics would tell us that that is a normal response and that is in itself a market signal. If there is a customer who is willing to contract with that unit and that commitment to new demand makes the market overall shorter, doesn't that create opportunity for some of these units who have cleared the queue, who have set up other things and may be having a financing problem, because it would put customers back into the market or put forecasting into the market that says, hey, we're going to have load that needs to be served. And so if the two of you could give a little sense of how those things differ, because that really seems to be, even with the stuff that was announced by Microsoft this week, some of it's existing, a lot of it's existing, especially in the near term, and would be contingent on assumptions that those units would otherwise exit. Where do you see that dynamic going forward? Because I think that that's not so clear, and it is different than some of these interconnection issues we've seen.
I guess I'll start, Rob. You can back clean up and tell me everything I said wasn't quite right. I think at the end of the day, I think you're asking the right question, which is it going to help send the right signals? And I think the short answer to that is yes. I mean, last I checked, we did not want to turn away demand growth in this country. We want to add to it. And if that means that we're putting electrons into a new factory or a new data center or a new whatever, and it is good for economic development, that's a good thing because it does two things. One, it ensures that that development can happen. And on the back end, it also signals that we're going to need additional resources. And additional resources, the old adage that's a bit crass but pretty accurate is the cure to high prices is high prices. And if you see people that are taking electrons off the system, and I don't love that phraseology, but they're utilizing the system to get the power that they need, it's signaling we're going to need more electrons to be added to the system. And that's part of some of this rhetorical debate we're having about who is best positioned to deliver those electrons. Our friends in the utility world think perhaps they should resume that obligation in restructured markets. We would think that's a bad idea for two reasons. One, they can't do it any faster, and they certainly won't do it any cheaper. And our members are already positioned to develop and respond to that. And you're seeing that happen. Peter mentioned the RRI initiative, 11,000 megawatts, 11 gigawatts were put through the process. Those projects are supposed to deliver by 2030, which again gets us through the short-term misalignment of supply demand and the timing issue. And it also signals further demand will be coming, and we need new resources to power it. And if we believe the load forecasts that are out there, which are all over the place, anybody who wants to create an unregulated affiliate, whether you're a vertically integrated utility or you're a competitive power generator, can go cut to the front of the line and say, I will build that plant right now, I will sign that long-term PPA, and I will cash the check. The fact that you don't see our friends in the utility world wanting to do that raises the question of either A, they don't believe their own load forecasts, or they're only willing to do it when they can de-risk completely, get that guaranteed rate of return, and be able to return the shareholder return that they've committed to. And I don't say that as a criticism, I say that as a recognition of their business model. But if you want to shield consumers from uncertainty and ensure that we can respond in a way that's cost effective and move quickly, I think you want to look to the independent power producer sector to deliver those outcomes, because if we let the market signal what's needed, they will come in and deliver the solution that consumers say that they want.
Rob?
Yeah, I think I agree with that, and I agree. It's a really important question, Christy. I think here's what's going on, and I'm going to oversimplify, but I think it's what's happening. This is very similar to California 2000, 2001 when they restructured. They mandated everybody just go to the spot market. Nobody signed long-term contracts. Well, low hydro year, unexpected shortfall, supply and demand, $40 billion transferred from consumers to producers. Much more than the whole political system could handle. Governors lost their jobs, all kinds of chaos ensued. I think there's still court proceedings.
I think that's right.
Over it. Christy, you remember this? It's painful. I can see you jerk. I can see your heart. PJM right now, unexpected shortfall, barely any long-term contracting, which to me was a flaw of retail restructuring. We thought we were supposed to have sophisticated load-serving entity buyers signing 5, 10, X year contracts with sophisticated IPPs, Todd's members, and that would work great. The sophisticated load-serving entities would provide power to all the, not just the large buyers who do it, but the everyday you and me and the residential commercial ratepayers. That did not happen. Those entities, those load-serving entities do not exist by and large across PJM and restructured states. So it was a fault of restructuring. I don't think people really realized the hole they were sinking into. And yes, and so then you get to a situation, there are all these power plants that are exposed to the market. They became merchant. They would love to have a long-term contract. They were sitting there for years, especially nuclear plants, saying, hey, we have all this carbon-free power for sale, and nobody would buy it. Well, I mean, so you can't fault them to coming to the next entity that comes along and saying, hey, I want to buy your power. And you can't fault the buyer either, the large data centers and other large loads who say, well, look, this is available power that's been out there with a for sale sign for 2 decades. Nobody bought it. Now I'm going to buy it, okay? The challenge now is, how do we get to a structure that benefits all consumers? And I mean, in the long term, you basically need to set up that, where there's somebody out there, the regulator should, I think, mandate that, you want to serve retail load in my state, you got to go procure power on a long-term basis. And that's very doable. It's not complicated. The challenge is right now, it's a high-price market. It's a supply-demand imbalance, so you're probably not going to get the best prices. But I do think it can be done, and I think even doing it right now would be beneficial.
Jim, if I could, I feel duty-bound to defend my retail friends and say that bilateral contracting is not prohibited, and it can be utilized, and probably should have been utilized more. However, in an era of declining prices, what is your incentive to sign a long-term contract at $100 when the next capacity auction looks like it's going to come in at $80, and then $35, and then $28, which is exactly what happened. And then, in a surprise to a lot of people, conditions got tight, and it went from $28 to $270, which is a dramatic increase, to be sure. But recall, capacity prices are about 6 to 8% of your electric bill. It's not like your electric bill went up 10x. So I say all that simply to say people had foresight and they were betting on continued declined prices, and that stopped. And now it might behoove people to sign those long-term bilateral contracts so they can lock in some cost savings at the current rate, because we're going to need to see new development, which, I think Lynn said earlier, that suggests we're going to see higher prices for some time. So if you can lock in a lower price, that feels like that's a good way to protect your consumer from paying ever increasing rates over the next, call it 5 years. Here ends my defense of the retail market.
Thanks. Other questions? Yes.
Hi, I'm Paige Rodriguez with CTC Global. I want to thank you both for sharing your thoughts today. Todd, this question's for you. I want to kind of touch on a few things you mentioned earlier. So you talked about, the need to optimize the grid, the role of grid enhancing technologies, and the issue with interconnection wait times. So, I work for a company that makes advanced transmission conductors, which can meaningfully increase transmission capacity in a matter of months instead of years. And as you probably know very well, we currently have about 2.6 terawatts of generation capacity sitting in the interconnection queue. So I'm just wondering if you could maybe elaborate on your thoughts on how grid enhancing technologies and specifically advanced conductors can help unlock some of that generation waiting in the queue.
Yeah, since it's a transmission question, I'll put my former regulator hat back on and I'll take off my Generation Association hat and say that those types of technologies are exactly the way to accelerate deployment of greater utilization of the system. One, you're already in existing right-of-ways, so ordinarily it is much easier to deploy that technology as opposed to having to do some type of greenfield development where you've got to put an entirely new system in place. And that's really an effective way to move those electrons more quickly and be able to upgrade the system accordingly. The challenge you run into is that it's not as expensive as building a new transmission system is, and the incentives are out of whack, and that the incentives are spend more money, build a new line or some enhancement that costs a lot more, because that's how you earn a higher rate of return. That's back to your point about, I think, Rob, you mentioned it, the performance-based rate making. There has to be a way for us to think about how to incent better utilization of those types of resources to respond quickly. This optimization phase is critically important. It might only last 5 or 6 years, because then we'll get the system in a way that's more functional than it might be today. But those are some of the tools that exist, I think, that should be more readily deployable. The challenge turns into when the decision makers who have obligations to their shareholders say, but I am only spending $100 million on your project and I can spend $1 billion on a new project. I earn a lot more on $1 billion than I do on $100 million. The incentives are completely upside down. God bless you. And so that's I think the challenge that everyone runs into, and that's true for state regulators that are making decisions about where the investments needs to go. That's true about federal regulators that are doing similar things, and that's true as you look at if you're a utility that is trying to figure out how do I optimize my system but still maximize the returns that I'm obligated to for my shareholders. I mean, ultimately they have a fiduciary obligation. So how do we put those together in a way that incents them to make those decisions to move quickly and do it at a less expensive cost? I think that's the $64 million question that we don't quite have an answer for at the moment.
There's a question over here. $64 trillion question.
That's probably a better number.
Hi, my name is Nick Errico. I'm a senior at Georgetown, and I hope I'm understanding this correctly. But my question is that as load growth from data centers accelerates, could a model where large corporations like Microsoft, for example, temporarily finance and offtake new generation assets under a sort of like hybrid PPA, absorbing some of that early risk and help accelerating build out, getting access to power, while later once asset starts depreciating, it enters the rate base and when it's de-risked?
You're talking about generation or transmission or either?
Generation.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, there are a lot of contracts, PPAs, between the large loads and the supply. As Christy noted, it kind of has a different effect on the market if it's new being brought on, which is only additive to the system, versus existing, which current users of the system, even though they haven't contracted for it, they sort of feel like, hey, this is power in our region that you took away from us. So it's controversial. It also, the latter has some impact on rates. But I think there is an interest from the large loads to bring on the new power, and that would be what protects existing ratepayers as much. In terms of generation going into rate base, I mean, I don't see a real benefit to that. I mean, let the IPP develop it, own it, take the risk, the operational risk and every other risk, investment risk with it. And if they get enough contracts to decide they want to build a plant or they see the market signal, then they build it.
I think I agree with most all of what Rob said.
And thanks for coming here from Georgetown. It's great. Good to see you. Yes. Wait for the. Wait. Oh, look at this guy. Yeah, really loud. We're recording. So.
Sure. No, Arthur Halbenstock with Equinix. Thanks very much for this terrific conversation. I think you're identifying some very important dynamics, and I want to thank the student from Georgetown for a really insightful question. I think perhaps what you're thinking about more broadly than rate base is how does the investment that these large loads are making help serve the broader energy supply, thinking less about who actually owns it. And I think that's a really interesting question. It's like, we're looking at, even if the load projections from Rob's wonderful company or others are off by 50%, we're still looking at an extraordinary investment opportunity and tremendous need. And the question is, where's that funding going to come from? And will that funding be made in a way that is in any way economically optimal? There's a tremendous need in the short term for time to power for my company and many other data center companies and reshored manufacturing and transportation, what have you. We will do what we need to do to get the power to serve our customers. But where are the incentives? What's the regulatory structure that enables those investments to serve the greater good? We're very much committed to paying our fair share. We've just signed a really interesting contract with ComEd to do that in Indiana. Take or pay, we're making sure that we are financially viable. We will pay for our costs. But how do we help ensure a more reliable, more robust, more affordable energy system into the future, because a lot of the short-term answers may not otherwise add up to that better whole.
Yeah, let me just add that. Is this something completely new, or have in the past have large loads been paid for or partially paid for by the companies that are adding them?
Yeah, I think sorry, Rob, I'll jump in first, Jim. I think if you look historically, you've seen large loads that did help build out the system. If you look at the Industrial Revolution and then really the electrification during the middle 20th century, that's who paid for a lot of the infrastructure. That's how it happened. There are certainly those who would say, and we expect the big seven or whatever we're going to call them to pay all of the freight. Now, I don't know if that's a reasonable supposition. Some would suggest that that's the case, but I think you're already seeing people make the investment decisions about, I'm willing to pay in a way that will allow our members to finance that project. And it's going to be dedicated under the terms of a power purchase agreement or a bilateral contract for some fixed period of time. And if load growth does materialize in a way that is even close to what's been projected, then even if it goes back into the market at the expiration of the PPA, it's going to be needed to serve the load that will exist in some different fashion, whether it's under a subsequent PPA or it's just additional megawatts on the system because the load's not 100,000 megawatts, it's 200,000 megawatts because of load growth. And so, as I said a couple minutes ago, I think give me 6 months to see where we see some of these transactions starting to shake out, and that will maybe inform the response to your question, but also to your observation about, look, we want to pay our fair share, we want to help get there. I think the public expects that. I think there's a social license to operate question that has to be addressed here. We can't leave out of the puzzle the interconnection process has to be addressed. With the supposition around some of the questions or the underlying assumption is that there's no power to get. And I think that is not an accurate representation of where we are today. The challenge isn't necessarily getting power, it's getting interconnected and be able to have the power delivered. Ultimately, yes, we're going to need to add more megawatts, no argument about that. But if you're optimizing your system and you're only using it 50 to 55% of the time, and that tells me that if you could get interconnected, you've got 45% room, let's call it 30 for sake of argument, that's a lot of megawatts that are available if we could have the interconnection process be improved and get things connected sooner at a lower cost.
Rob.
Well, I appreciate your comment, Arthur, willingness to pay fair share, and I've heard similar comments from Google and Microsoft and others, and Peter Lake mentioned the president's tweet and a Microsoft announcement. So there's a lot of, I think, convergence around the idea of pay the fair share. But as you know, being a regulatory nerd like me, it's easier said than done. It's a great time to be a regulatory nerd. What's your name from Georgetown? You should become a regulatory nerd. And
You can build a career on that.
there's a ton of work. You got years ahead of you of exciting sort of rate design. I mean, the principles are not new. I mean, at FERC we used to have the and pricing and the or pricing. It's all about the incremental cost versus the average cost. Do you pay the average embedded cost or do you pay the incremental cost? That's very relevant right now because it just turns out that equipment is scarce and expensive. So the incremental cost of the new stuff to add to the grid costs quite a bit more than the average embedded cost. And so, if you start assigning the incremental cost to the new customer, that's going to be a lot of money. But I mean, it seems like the customers, by and large, are willing to pay for it, which would hold existing ratepayers harmless. My fear about that is the process requirements. We saw what's called participant funding on the generation side. Is you can be in just litigation and study competition for 5 to 7 years saying, well, is my incremental cost for my new generator, $38 million or $73 million? Equally competent engineers using the same model say one or the other. And it just is an endless do loop. So getting to more simplified processes, I like the Southwest Power Pool has this CPP approach. It's sorry for the acronym, but I don't remember exactly what but it's just basically, you pay the cost, but it's kind of an average cost, average incremental cost. And the point is it's stated, it's known up front. You want to connect, you pay it, you move on. And we're not going to have 5 years of argument over it. So we need some type of simple approaches like that so people like you can do business.
So we have to move on ourselves, and I want to thank the panel. We had a truncated panel, but they were fabulous. And I also we're going to take a short break, 13-minute break, but we've got some terrific stuff coming up, including a focus on Texas in a second. And Texas is where it's really happening. And stick around for the keynote at the end because you're going to hear somebody from one of the actual Magnificent Seven talking about what Google, anyway, is doing. So thank you all, and take a break.
like the BFD White House official, because that's like moths to a flame, like attention, whereas, you know.
Yep, 100%.
Okay, we're going to reconvene here, and we've got a moderated chat. If people could take their seats. I'm just going to start calling on people who I recognize who are standing and talking. Christy Tezak, feel free to take your seat. Daniel Palkin, feel free to take your seat. Pat McCormick, feel free to be seated, Pat. It's actually nice. Sometimes you walk into these rooms and you know everyone. Here I walked into the room and I only feel I knew half the people, and it's particularly great. I'll keep giving our Georgetown undergrad a shout out. Great to see some entirely new faces in a room full of some of the same usual suspects. But Texas and its wholesale electricity market, ERCOT, have already been invoked today as sort of an exemplar for the current moment, being able to process rising demand perhaps a little more nimbly than other markets in the country. And so with me in dialogue, we've got Keith Collins of the market itself. I'll let Keith introduce himself in just a moment. But my role here is really just to elicit sort of how Texas is different and why that matters in the context of this conversation. But I'm Travis Kavula. I head up regulatory affairs for the next couple days at a company called NRG Energy, one of the nation's largest power producers. And on Tuesday, you can find me at a startup, Base Power Company, which you'll be hearing about in the next panel. So happy to be in transition myself, just like the industry. Keith, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Keith Collins. I'm the Vice President of Commercial Operations with ERCOT. I've been there about 18 months. I've spent time throughout the country. This is actually my fourth regional market, so I've worked with Southwest Power Pool, California ISO, New York ISO, and spent some time with the FERC as well. So I've seen it from many different angles and areas, and so hopefully we'll be able to bring some of that to this panel. But I know today's discussion is about ERCOT in Texas, and obviously we are doing things a little bit different than some of the other regions, and I think we'll be able to highlight some of the things that we're doing successfully and things that we're trying to some opportunities we have to do things better.
So certainly other than its fundamental attributes of being a single state market that is electrically islanded from the rest of the continental United States, two of the distinguishing features of ERCOT are its so-called energy-only market, as well as a policy of connect and manage. And I wonder if you can explain what those two things mean and how those policies are different from the other markets you've worked in.
All right, well, we'll start with the energy only. The ERCOT market is unique within the US. It's actually based on the Australian model, but in the US, there are markets like PJM, the Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland area, that they have what is known as a capacity market construct, or capacity market, which pays for resources which could be multiple years in advance to be available in the spot markets to provide energy. We do not have that construct. We are energy only, which relies on spot market pricing in our day-ahead and real-time market to provide the signals for not only congestion management of the system, but also investment signals as well. So we rely very heavily on those spot market prices to inform bilateral markets and forward markets that exist amongst participants not operated by the ERCOT grid. And so that's unique here within the US, and it's been mostly successful as you look over the last several years. I wouldn't say it's perfect. We're always tinkering with things to try to make things better, but it is unique, and we think it does have an advantage over the other systems. The other thing that you mentioned was the connect and manage. We had heard in some of the previous discussions about generation queues. We actually don't really have a generation queue in a sense that it is, while we do have resources that want to interconnect, and it is, when you look at the total volume of resources, there are over 400 gigawatts of resources that want to connect onto a system that is currently 86 gigawatts. Not everything is going to get built, and that's true in many other regions as well. But the queue is one where, unlike other regions, we do not have a study that matches the generation with some load to identify what transmission needs to be enhanced to do that. We don't do that. Connect and manage is really, we do have a reliability element to our studies that we do to ensure that the grid is stable enough to take on additional resources, but there is no guarantee of delivery of supply. And that's the risk that's transferred to the developer. And so if you want to develop your resource in ERCOT, we're very welcoming of doing that, but you take on the risk as to whether or not there's sufficient transmission in order to do that. Now, we generally give folks a heads up and say, well, geez, you want to put your resource there, that's perfectly fine from a stability, but you may not actually have any deliverability. That's your choice as to whether or not. And so Connect and Manage does really speed up the process relative to other regions. We've seen resources connect, storage, 12 to 18 months, solar could be 24 months. And most of the delay is not on the ERCOT side, it's on the developer side. And with gas plants, it could 3 to 4 years, assuming that you have, as we were hearing earlier, assuming you have your turbine, et cetera, it does actually move fairly quickly in ERCOT relative to everyone else. So we are very welcoming, and our policies, including Connecting Manage, do facilitate more generation quicker than any other region.
So it seems there's sort of two underlying premises that have to be true to make those policies successful. And working in reverse order, Connect and Manage would only work if a developer taking the prospect of facing curtailment of their production can reasonably assume that in the fullness of time, if there's substantial curtailment, you'll actually build out transmission to resolve those curtailments and enhance the economic productivity of the generator. And then the premise with energy only is that the energy only market will send spot prices that will cause a forward market to be created, to cause investment signals in enough generation to keep the system resource adequate, as versus those other markets where people like you get to draw an administrative demand curve and Keith tells you how many megawatts of capacity you're going to have. Yours is more of a hope-based market design in prices. Is that fair to say?
There is an element of allowing the market to provide that, and you're right. There is, from the developer perspective, there's no guarantee that the transmission will be built out, but history shows that we will unlock resources ability, and we have, for example, just recently have on the books a 765 kV. So this is a high voltage system that is going to help unlock transmission in the west. And we do have some projects in the east that are also 765 kV to help essentially provide kind of like an interstate highway, if you will, for electrons and the grid to help support not only the current needs on the grid, but also those future needs, including the data centers. So unlocking transmission is important, and that helps with that. But yes, that has always been the case, that even those resources that come online, the transmission does get developed. And then with respect to pricing, I think that's one of the challenges we're seeing today. And if I recall correctly, you had a presentation a few months ago showing this problem where when you look at the actual load requests to come on our system, it was interesting when we had the chart earlier showing 166 gigawatts. The ERCOT interconnection of large load queue is up to about 230 gigawatts. So it's even bigger than what all the other regions in FERC land, if you will. The FERC jurisdictional regions, we swamp the size of that. And so that is a big challenge, and that creates a lot of uncertainty. And so when you do look at our forward market pricing, at least the transparency that we do see that occurs outside of ERCOT, we're not seeing pricing signals suggesting that we need more more generation at this time. And that, I think, is partly a function of the uncertainties we're seeing with respect to, okay, you're showing this 230 gigawatt queue, how much is that really going to materialize? And that's going to be our challenge in the coming weeks and months is to try to create more transparency so that developers and generation developers can make informed decisions.
So in your view, is the right approach just trying to clarify the believability of these forecasts in the hope that the market solves the problem itself, or are you going to stage more interventions that have the features of kind of a reliability backstop or additional products to furnish reliability?
It's going to be an all of the above strategy, I think, is what we sort of look at. So the first thing you're going to see ERCOT do, and actually this is actually a process that started at the last Public Utilities Commission meeting where our CEO, Pablo Vegas, talked about a batching process that we're going to do for large loads. And ultimately, it's going to try to create some prioritization, not to say that you're not a real project or you're not a real project, but to prioritize projects in a way so that we can have an orderly way of getting things onto the system. And so that process has been accelerated, and we hope to have some stuff coming to the board in February, or the ERCOT board in February. So it is an accelerated process to try to create a process to manage those large loads, to create more transparency. So that's going to be one part of the answer. The other things we're trying to do, and you're likely to see, and from our view is where we while we do love our markets and our processes, they're not perfect. And so what we're likely to see, and we've started a process to begin to define some of these things, is to recognize that to the extent that the grid is not stable enough, and unfortunately, our CEO gave a good example. He said, hey, you're going to your favorite restaurant and you make a reservation, and it turns out that the restaurant is full and they can't accommodate you. We're finding ourselves, unfortunately, in that circumstance. And the way that we could potentially accommodate you, unfortunately, leads to some of these out-of-market actions that as backstops to promote the reliability on the system. Now, what that could mean is that some loads that are likely to come on the system may delay, or there may be opportunities for resources, storage in particular comes to mind, that could come on the system faster to help resolve some of those problems. So those are another category. It's not something that's preferred, but we are living in a world where the restaurant is unfortunately overbooked. And then the final thing is what we are looking at are other market design changes, programs, for instance, residential demand response, to take advantage and tap into some resources that exist. We know that there are thermostats. We know that there are pool pumps that can be controlled, and there are some opportunities there. I know that Reliant has been a big supporter of that. And then finally, I think the other thing we're looking at is ensuring that the market signals that we're getting are appropriate enough and at a high enough level to incentivize resources, because today we're not seeing in our markets price signals to support new generation. And part of the problem with that is sort of twofold. One is we do have a lot of renewables on the system, and that's not to say it's a bad thing. We do promote an all of the above strategy. We need every watt that we can get. The pricing challenge becomes difficult because what we've seen is that a lowering of prices over time, particularly for resources that are dispatchable and that do provide a different type of value. And so how do we value those dispatchable resources even when you might have a windy day or a sunny day? They are providing value and ensuring that that value is captured in the market. So we do have a design element to focus on that too.
So better load forecasting, introducing the Keith's preferred card for the reservation at the restaurant.
Yep.
You've got capacity that's on the sidelines but should be configured in the market, residential demand products, and then some price formation that values dispatchability.
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about retail competition as well, because this is a key difference between Texas and other markets. It's interesting that the power sector and telecom kind of restructured, deregulated, call it what you will, at about the same time. And here we sit in a landscape where in telecom, there are vanishingly few people who still use nothing but like incumbent local exchange carrier calling service. It's like 2% of people or less that remain on that product in the markets where it's most subscribed. In Texas is really the only market where there is sort of universal and affirmative actions that nearly all retail customers take, including residential customers, to elect their own competitive supplier. Even in those jurisdictions, like here in the district, that nominally offers that choice, it's the exception to the rule rather than the rule that you're choosing your own supplier. What are the implications of that for all these other discussions we've been having?
So it's a really interesting, just to take a step back, when you talk about choice, having lived in 5 other states where it literally was you have one provider and that's it, and here's your rate, end of story. In Texas, there are about 86 retail providers within the state, and there's a range of large gentailers like Reliant or TXU Energy, where they have a large generating company, also has a retail arm. That's probably the largest volume, but there are a range of different products that are offered for consumers, of various different, if you want green products, if you want non-green products, if you want time of use products, solar products, EV products, a range of different things for you to try to optimize. And the choice, it can be mind-boggling, but if you do take the time, you can actually improve as a consumer, improve things. But there are new entrants and innovators, and Base Power, for instance, has a very innovative approach where they have combined essentially the residential and the virtual power plant together. And so it's a unique and innovative approach that we see in ERCOT, and one that has the potential to provide value not only at the residential level, but also at our wholesale electricity level. So it is, and I think the secret sauce, if you will, is that ERCOT and Texas like to promote the barriers to entry, for instance, is we promote competition, but the barriers to entry are limited. And so we do see a myriad of different retail providers with different business models. And really, again, as we said, hey, if with Connect and Manage is, hey, you the generator and developer, you take the risk. Well, the same thing is on the retail provider side is, hey, there's low barriers to entry, and if you want to be a part of the solution and your business model, we allow for that and lower those barriers so that you can try to be successful with your model. And I think that mindset really, ERCOT, the commission, the state, it pervades everything that we see that helps to promote that.
And I think we'd both agree that well-functioning competitive markets have 2 sides to them, right? They have a supply side that hopefully is competitive, and then they have an active demand side that should be playing some kind of an active role in making decisions vis-a-vis their willingness to pay for supply, their willingness to hedge supply. How much of an active demand side, which seems a big part of the conversation we've had already today, depends upon foundations in retail competition in Texas?
Yeah, it is. So the Texas itself is it covers all of the different structures, but in terms of the ERCOT system, my sense is about half, a little more than half of the load that's being met is coming from these retail providers. There are entities, for instance, Austin Energy is a good example of, they are what we call a non-opt-in entity, and so they do not have retail choice. But a vast majority of it is retail choice, and what we definitely see is exactly everything you're saying is ability to enter into long-term contracts with suppliers, the ability to participate in various demand programs that we have. We see their participation on the demand side and reducing during peak hours as well. So it really creates a very robust situation. And what's very interesting, when you put this all together, we see some of the most robust demand response. And part of this comes from some state programs, in terms of transmission, but we see some of the best and most robust demand response that we see compared to the rest of the state. I think on our peak load day, so our peak load's about 86 gigawatts, we saw 3 to 4 gigawatts of demand response occurring during the peak hours of demand this year. That's just amazing, and that definitely has an impact on pricing and outcomes. And so that's really important. And then once you start talking about the integration of large loads, one of the things that Peter Lake talked about was some things that including the demand, the large loads as a part of the equation. Well, we accomplished that in Texas with Senate Bill 6. This was our sort of landmark legislation from our last session last year that essentially provides the framework for how you would do that. So this, I think, is really an opportunity, I think, on having the demand be a part of the solution. And actually, if you go back far enough to the original debates and models of how these markets would work, it did require a robust demand. And I think more than anywhere else, we see that in Texas.
Been a great introduction to Texas and the ERCOT market specifically, and we have a little less than 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Emma, I knew you'd have a question. Well, yeah, it's coming to you.
Thank you. A great introduction to ERCOT. I was wondering if you could tell us about a recent market reform ERCOT rolled out, the real-time co-optimization plus batteries. For those in the room who are not ancillary service fans, ERCOT just began co-optimizing in real-time energy and ancillary services, and love to hear. It only rolled out in December, right? So not a ton of experience, but anything you can share about how that's going?
And introduce yourself.
Oh, excuse me. Emma Nicholson, Charles River Associates.
All right, so thank you, Emma. It is actually real-time co-optimization, and there's a plus batteries, is a recent project that we implemented on December 5th. It is actually something, real-time co-optimization exists in essentially all other markets, and it's the process of taking energy, offers for energy, and you take ancillary services, and when you do a market optimization, you take both in, you take your offers and your demands, and you optimize the use of both simultaneously. ERCOT was essentially the last market to do this. There are various reasons for that, including COVID and Uri, the winter storm that we had a few years back, but it is what we've seen so far is significant benefits in terms of savings for consumers. And part of the reason for that is what you're doing is you're really, particularly when there's either transmission congestion or your system's starting to get tight, you start maneuvering those resources around to where it can be used more optimally. And we've seen tens of millions of savings in a brief period of time that it's been optimized. So it's providing the benefits we thought it would, and it is significantly enhancing efficiencies of our real-time market. So from a market perspective and efficiency perspective, this is it was an opportunity, and it's providing the benefits we expected.
Others? Daniel, yep.
Daniel Palkin, even better. Daniel Palkin with Arnold Ventures. You talked about how the capacity market, how the connect and manage process has been a key ingredient in ERCOT's success. You also talked about how the energy-only market enables that by sending potentially higher price signals than you would get in other regions. But you also talked at length about out-of-market mechanisms or capacity mechanisms to, help provide those price signals at all hours that other resources might need to come on the system. How do you weigh the risks of action versus the risks of inaction? In other regions with capacity markets, we've seen that they tend to depress energy prices either directly or through, allowing policymakers to set caps or the RTOs to set price caps in the energy market. Is there a worry that you might accidentally kill the golden goose of connect and manage if resources aren't incented to take that quick pathway and come online through high energy prices?
So, great question. We are very concerned about how you can distort pricing during that period. And ultimately, in many of our processes, when that happens, is we set the price as if that action wasn't taken. So we do have a way to adjust prices and so that it will reflect. So you get the benefits of the reliability, but you also maintain the benefits of the price. And so that is something that it's a last resort. And unfortunately, we work hard to try to make the market design as efficient and effective as possible, but there are examples and are times, and when we have to do that, we'll take the reliability action necessary, but ensure that price signal remains as well.
I think there was a question, yes, over here.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks today. I'm Casey Kelly with ClearPath. I'm very interested in the batch process that ERCOT's proposing for large loads. I think one of the strengths of Connect and Manage is that projects seeking to connect to the grid are not interdependent within the study process, as we see in other areas of the country, which has caused lots of the delays and backlogs because one project's decision has ripple effects on the study results of other projects, really leading to a lot of these backlogs. And so how are you guys thinking about implementing a batch, or it seems like a cluster approach? And what are the mechanisms for the prioritization? Is it going to be sort of an economics bid-based? Is it going to be a scoring criteria like we've seen in California's interconnection queue? Any color you can add would be greatly appreciated.
So I will say that it's still it's in development as we speak, but I can give you a flavor of some of the things that we've talked about. The reason for the why is really gets to that reservation over reservation, right? We don't want to be in a system where, oh, yeah, we told you could come in, but turns out we gave it to someone else, so you can't come in now. That's the worst of all worlds in our mind, is that you've given somebody a reservation, you've told them they can come in, and then you've said, hey, wait a second, you got to go somewhere else to another restaurant because our restaurant is full for the next few years. That, I think, is something that we see is the worst outcome that we want to avoid. And so that's where we're now moving into this batching of, okay, how do we build up the grid with these loads, starting with a batch zero, if you will, and then moving to a second, a third, a fourth, et cetera. So that's kind of the reason for the why. In terms of the how, the prioritization, some of the ideas that are being discussed are when are you coming in for your reservation, right? When are you planning to come online? You're planning to come online in 2035? Well, we're not going to worry so much about the out years, but if there's somebody closer in, okay, that's one thing. Another thing is, for instance, it kind of gets to, all right, how real is this project in terms of where's the money, right? Is there money down on these projects that ensure that, that these projects are more likely to go than others? And by money, we're not talking about, let's say, $100,000. It could be, 0.5% of the project, right? And so when you're talking about billions of dollars of projects, you could talk about tens or not hundreds of millions of dollars of, we've plunked this down, we're ready to go. Okay, well, those folks will tend to move towards the front because they've shown that they're more likely to go. So those are a couple of the things that are being discussed right now. Again, there's no final solution. Again, we're unfortunately building the plane as we're flying it, so to speak. But I think those are some of the things that you're likely to see as the batch process gets ironed out.
And these approaches at least replace a kind of status quo ante that's sort of first in time, first in right, which
Correct.
seems really broken in terms of an allocative mechanism for a market that has scarce remaining grid capacity.
100%. And I think it's been mentioned in a couple of the previous panels that the systems and processes that we have today were built for a load growth of 1% a year for 20 years. And so, or 40 years, so a long time. And so when you now have 5, 6, 10% load growth potentially, yeah, the processes need to be updated, and that's part of the process of doing it.
You know, just an editorial comment, it does seem like, you know, we had people win Nobel Prizes in economics for developing like the FCC spectrum auction that proceeds on the basic premise that you should just auction this stuff off to the highest bidder. Natural gas pipelines have open seasons where awards to incremental gas pipeline capacity are based on the highest net present value. It seems that the power sector, despite the reforms you're talking about, still don't quite get there in terms of an actual market-based mechanism to allocate transmission capacity. Something to think about.
I appreciate the comment. We are not at that point yet.
Okay. Last question. I saw one back here. Okay. Oh, sorry to steal the thunder. I love a good open season. Well, I think that brings, yes, we have one more.
Thank you. Molly Robertson, I'm with Resources for the Future. I was curious, you raised the new dispatchability product that's being explored. I think that's the Dispatchable Resource Reserve. Is that the DRS?
Dispatchable Reliability Reserve Service, yes.
That's right. I'm curious about how the demand for that will be defined to create the price signal you're looking for, if it's based on forecasted load. I know it's still a day-ahead product, but just wondering how the structure will be different from existing products like the ORDC that are based on kind of diminished reserves. But then also, will the definition of kind of something that's dispatchable in a connect and manage construct rely on transmission capacity or constraints or kind of curtailment risk, knowing that that's something that's kind of built into the ERCOT system?
So there's a couple questions there. I think in talking about the dispatchable product, I'll quickly cover that, given that it can get a little wonky on that one. But I think the thought there is that the legislature, when they actually legislated this product for us, and they provide us the guidelines on which resources can qualify for that product. And so what we've done is based on guidance from the commission said we would also like optionality to be a resource adequacy tool. And so in order to do that, we've created, as you said, is, well, what's the requirement for this product? And ultimately, we see that we're doing a study this year on where we are relative to our reliability standard, and that analysis will help determine what type of requirement is going to come out of that. Where are we? And I think where we're going to end up is perhaps we're not starting from a position of strength, perhaps is the best way to say it. We're not like, wow, we've got all this reliability, aren't we great? We may be playing catch up and also adding the load. And so what kind of signals do we need to send that aren't happening right now? And that product will help with that. And then I think your second part of your question was related to the connect and manage. But if we will, I can probably catch you offhand for that one.
And when can I set a calendar note for the publication of that study? It's going to be a hot item.
Yes. It's going. The study is likely to come out in the summer timeframe.
Great. Thank you very much, Keith. Great questions from the audience. And I think next up is lunch.
All right. Thank you. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you all. Lunch is available out in the hallway, and we will reconvene in an hour at 1 o'clock. Remember to actually find you later. Do my eventual LinkedIn scour. Okay. How are we on time? Okay. The room hushes right on time. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and had really good conversations. I had a good conversation at lunch, so I'm thrilled to reconvene us and talk about one of the most interesting pieces of the energy systems puzzle for me, which is the technological changes that we've seen in the past, I don't know, when you say 2 decades, have really been about digitalization and resources that can perform, and I'm gonna be a little loosey-goosey by what I mean by perform, at a smaller scale, which in this traditionally, as I said this morning, large central scale generation, big high voltage wires, big wires networks, the ability to perform at small scale is something that's novel in this industry. And the other thing that's novel about it is the digital component, right? It's very 0-1, very binary, but also the digital capabilities give us so many opportunities that did not exist in the old electromechanical spinny dials, high inertia thermal central station landscape of the 20th century electricity systems. And so I think for me, this combination of digitalization of the power grid, in the work that I know Richard Kaufman and I have both been doing, him much more extensively than me, but that I've been, basically commenting on as a researcher, have been doing for, 20 years, first called smart grid and then called grid modernization. And that digitalization creates so many capabilities that were just unheard of in the 20th century. And then you add to that the innovations that have been happening in these smaller scale resources, and put those two together, and you get an implication that is a big system implication in terms of the architecture, right? So the architecture of the system, meaning that we can now produce, consume, and manage in the system in a much more decentralized way than we ever were able to before. But here's the thing, because it's a shared system and we have all of this legacy path dependence from the analog 20th century electromechanical architecture, the grid still operates very much in this centralized fashion. And so we have a legacy architecture and the capabilities for a lot more decentralized architecture, and that those resources can create a lot of potential value for both for end users, but also for potential entrepreneurs and other actors that could come into the system. Which is just a fancy way of saying, what, as an economist, I would say that digitalization reduces transaction costs. And it really enables more parties to come in and engage in contractual relations, in market transactions, to do what we used to have to do by vertical integration. But we've inherited this legacy vertical integration system. So I think we're in this kind of awkward space right now. But there are so many interesting signs of creativity and entrepreneurship and vision that are represented by the people you see in front of you today. And so that's part of the conversation that we want to have. And I want to kind of motivate this by one slide that I'm sure Justin recognizes. And not surprising, because I'm going to completely stay on theme. This is a graph from August 20th of 2024 from ERCOT. So I'm sure Keith recognizes this too. This is a hot day in Texas. This was a hot week, big heat spell in Texas in late August of 24. And this is a graph of over the course of the day from midnight on the left to 11:59 on the right, showing the battery charging, which is blue, and discharging, which is red, over the course of the day. And so I love this. I love this graph because it really gives you some very crystallized, distilled idea of the potential value creation of a particular type of small-scale resource, which you can tell I'm avoiding just saying DER for distributed energy resource, right? Which is batteries. So this is battery charging and discharging over the course of the day. And the most important thing here to me is that this is the perfect synthesis of a innovative technology, a market that is conducive to new technologies entering and participating in that market so that they can earn money and create value, earn money by creating value, and the essential role of price signals, right? So markets are knowledge ecosystems, prices are signals that communicate all of this knowledge that's spread among all the participants in the system. And without having to pick up the phone and talk to each other, just through price signals, you can see that the batteries are behaving in ways that make a whole lot of sense. They're charging overnight when power is cheap. And there's a little bit of discharge in the morning, 6 a.m. when people are getting up and taking a shower and making coffee. But then again, you can see when solar resources come on during the day, that big blue dip, that's a bunch of batteries charging with cheap solar. And then over the course of the day, you have some batteries charging, discharging, We hit 6 p.m., boom, the huge red peak. What's going on there? The sun has gone down, and solar is no longer available in a very predictable fashion, but the batteries are there to make money by providing the power that people want when they come home from work, to make their kids dinner, to play video games with each other, get ready for school tomorrow, all the things that we're doing when we use power, all of the cold beer and warm showers that we consume. And it's the combination of markets and these technologies that enable this value creation to happen. And it's a beautiful thing. And so I'm obviously amplifying the Texas story, but it's a pinpoint, it's a data point in the topics that our panelists are specialists in today. And so we're going to talk about the idea of distributed resources, what kind of values they bring to power systems, what are some of the challenges. I think we're the only panel today that is mostly engineers. And so that's a good, exciting thing, I think, for a DC event, to have engineers here to tell us stuff. And so we'll talk about virtual power plants, right? The idea that you can bring together resources that are distributed and treat them as some kind of a larger resource that you can then manage for participation in energy markets, and do this to mutual benefit, right? Because that's what markets do. Markets create value through mutual benefit. There is another piece of this that I will add in, because it's in my research. I do research in an area called transactive energy. And just because you have a virtual power plant doesn't mean it's transactive. So let me explain the difference. If we were in a transactive system, just those of us who are here in the room, suppose we're all neighbors and we each have a digital thermostat, we're each connected to the internet. If we have that, that means that we can create a market. And that whatever the supply resources are, let's say it's grid supplied power, they would come in on the supply side, so facing you, that would be the supply curve. We come in on the demand side, right? And so imagine that we have programmed our willingness to pay into each of our thermostats, and that we can then have our thermostats bid into local energy markets using our willingness to pay. And we're likely to be each very different, right? So, I might like it really cold, so my willingness to pay is going to be low. Some of that's preference, some of that's because I'm cheap. Travis is going to maybe want a higher temperature and have a more pleasant experience in the home. So his willingness to pay is going to be higher. And so the fact that we each have different preferences means that that demand curve is going to have more elasticity to it. Elasticity means responsiveness. Elasticity means flexibility. And when if there is a word that you cannot escape in talking about the data center issues these days, it's flexibility. But that flexibility can start very granular at the home level, and you can build it up from there. And so that a transactive system uses emergent market clearing prices as the control signal for the devices. So it's an automation of sending the bid from your thermostat to the market and then sending the price back to your thermostat so that then your thermostat will take the appropriate action, right, to change its setting if you weren't willing to pay that price, or to stay as was if you were willing to pay the price. So, but VPPs do not operate that way generally. VPPs orchestrate in an engineering sense using control signals that are largely, kind of system balance or reliability-based control signals from the utility. So there's a lot of different potential opportunities to enable, and I think transactive systems have a lot of value because, say you own an electric vehicle and you could do, bidirectional charging. You plug your EV in and you're not going to use it for the next 24 hours. You have a price that you've set at which you're willing to discharge your battery to sell power that someone else can use. You can make some money, right? That's a cool thing. And so those kinds of opportunities are going to be increasingly available from the technology. But of course, part of the challenge is that the policy landscape, the institutional framework doesn't necessarily accompany that or allow for that to happen. So all of that is kind of backdrop to say we're going to talk about a bunch of those kind of issues. And starting with sort of concrete business on the ground, we have Justin Lopez, who's the Chief Operating Officer at Base Power. And then we have Johanna Mathieu, who's a professor of engineering and the director of the Institute for Energy Solutions at the University of Michigan. And we have Arushi Sharma Frank from Luminary Strategies, who's also a senior associate in the Center for Strategic and International Studies here in DC. She's also formerly of Tesla, and so some of what I'm going to ask her about comes from her experience working at Tesla. And then we have Brad Burnham, who's a partner in Union Square Ventures, which is a venture firm that has done investment in a lot of tech companies, including Twitter, Stripe, Coinbase. The list is long. And so we're going to cover all of these different issues, from what's the business model to what's the system need to be engineered like to have to do it, to what's the kind of policy side of that, what's the policy plus the engineering have to be in order to make the best advantage out of these new opportunities, and then the financing and investing. How do we get the value stack obvious so that investors will come and create these opportunities. So that's kind of the lay of the land. And I'm going to start with some questions for our panel. And I'll start with Justin. So first, just tell us what Base Power is doing. It was already mentioned. A couple of people have mentioned it this morning. And you're doing things with residential batteries. And I think what you're doing with Base Power fits in this technology and markets framing. So if you can riff on that.
Certainly. Yeah. So yeah, Base Power is a company started about 3 years ago now. We're based in Austin, Texas. And what we do is we design and manufacture and then install, own, and operate batteries on single-family homes, residential homes. We don't today offer a solar product, as is sort of maybe traditionally installed on homes. It's battery only. We use those batteries in a business model that is, I would say, somewhat similar to a grid-scale battery developer that would buy land, buy batteries, put the battery on the land, and then connect it into the grid. And so we participate in the ERCOT wholesale markets through the ADER pilot and offer energy arbitrage ancillary services to the market. We also partner with utilities and we offer them capacity, basically distributed capacity. So we bid into utility RFPs that are competitive with gas peakers or grid scale assets. And because we have this very vertically integrated model, we're able to install batteries very cost effectively and very quickly. So we track very closely, obviously, our ability to install quickly, so we don't have to wait in the interconnection queue, and our ability to install pretty cost effectively. So again, that's why we design and manufacture and do the installation ourselves. So we're our own EPC, so to speak, in that sense. We've been around for a handful of years. We're a few hundred megawatt hours in now and growing quite quickly, and have built out a network of installation team members that are in our company throughout the state of Texas, and we'll be expanding outside of Texas here pretty soon. But that's the business model. We don't typically think of it like a VPP. There's nothing virtual about it. Like if you ask our electricians, there's it's all physically real. Lifting heavy batteries all day, like it's real. And I think our view is that the grid should really be this, as you're mentioning, this sort of market dynamic where it's really a two-way street rather than a one-way street from the coal plant outside of town through transmission then distribution to the home. There should be sharing on the distribution grid, and also the ability to use the latent capacity that is on the distribution grid is something that we're certainly taking advantage of in a way where there's very low utilization in parts of the distribution grid that allow us to go install pretty meaningfully sized assets throughout the grid in ERCOT and soon to be outside.
So when you say vertically integrated, you are manufacturing the batteries all the way up through having the relationship with the homeowner.
Yeah, that's right. So we have custom components made by suppliers that we do the assembly and welding and testing of for both battery modules and inverters, so the power electronics and the storage unit itself. It's a 40 kilowatt hour system, 20 kilowatts, and you can either get one or two of those in the home. And then we also have the retail offering for the customer. So in retail choice areas of the ERCOT market, we're a retail electric provider. We sell power, we bill monthly in the sort of traditional way that a rep is able to. We're able to offer pretty competitive pricing for our retail customers because we have this revenue generating asset on the home that we can sort of distribute some of that earnings back to the homeowner in the form of lower power prices. And then on the regulated business, so in areas that are not retail choice in the ERCOT market and outside, we partner with utilities. So we offer basically capacity as a service. You as a utility are looking for megawatts at peak, we can deliver that faster and more cost effectively than our competitors. That's our pitch.
And so in that stack, you at sort of the top of the stack, you do have a software layer that coordinates across all of which is I think part of your secret sauce.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have our own aggregation platform that we've built. We've got sub-second telemetry with ERCOT. We're able to telemeter our state of charge and where all of our batteries are and all of that, which is a hard problem to solve. Very hard problem to solve, which we've got it operational now, but certainly always evolving.
Yep.
And the software also manages our member experience. Instead of customers, we call them members. Member experience. We've got a kind of fully vertically integrated hardware stack and software stack for the business.
So for the non-power folks, telemetry means
thank you. Yeah.
Telemetry means basically getting kind of very rapid or real-time data back from some kind of device. And we're all laughing because in our prep call, we all said, okay, we're not going to use the word telemetry,
I know.
right? And then
I forgot, I'm sorry. Telemetry. I said it again.
We broke the wall. It's good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Johanna, this is a great place for you to pick up, right? Because part of the challenge is if you think from like this legacy electromechanical network with kind of spinny technologies, and what Justin has just described sounds very different. So what kind of controls and things do you need in the system in order to make this happen?
Great, thanks. As an engineer, I'm offended by the spinny technologies, but I'm just kidding. Thank you, Lynn, for inviting me to participate in this panel. I really appreciate it. So I work on the software algorithms and controls for virtual power plants. And so what you need to make this work is intelligence at the actual distributed resources. So that could be the batteries, it could be flexible loads, it could be curtailable solar PV. And you also need some kind of coordination scheme. So Lynn already described one way to coordinate resources through transactive energy and price-based control. There's also a variety of other strategies that use more of a classical engineering approach, where you enroll different resources in a program. And you still may have an economic element to it where you have them participate in a market for reserve capacity or capacity to enable them to participate, and you pay them for it. So you're not asking for it for free. But at the point in which they enroll and you've agreed to provide some kind of service, like an ancillary service to the power grid, a coordinator would then decide how to control different resources. That could be shifting electric loads, it could be deciding when charging and discharging happens at residential batteries and so forth. So that's the role of the virtual power plant. Traditionally, I've called this an aggregator. I think that term is kind of going away maybe, and now we're moving to virtual power plants, but that's the type of work I do. And so we've demonstrated how you can aggregate a large group of air conditioners and provide frequency regulation, which is probably one of those other words we shouldn't say.
One of those ancillary services.
Ancillary services. So it's a very fast timescale grid balancing that's happening on timescales of seconds, and usually natural gas power plants or hydro power plants are providing that type of service. But it's a high-value service, and you really need high controllability and communication to do that. And it turns out you can do that with residential air conditioners. We actually demonstrated that in Austin, Texas. It was a technology demonstration, so we didn't bid in the ERCOT market. So our group, my research group, creates the controls and algorithms to do that. And what we do is try to make sure that when you do something like that, that you're not impacting the end-use customer in any noticeable way. It's totally non-disruptive. And you also want to do it in a way that doesn't require the build out of a lot of new infrastructure. So using existing communicating thermostats, using a lot of fancy control machine learning AI techniques to learn what you need about your system without having to get lots of data and having it go back and forth at high speed, because that increases the cost of doing this. And then what I wanted to mention is the challenge to doing some of this now that we're seeing is when you aggregate a large resource population, participate in energy markets, pay customers to participate, all of that makes sense sort of from the market standpoint, but there's technical issues that can evolve. And one of those is that an aggregator or virtual power plant owner doesn't necessarily have visibility into the distribution network and what's happening there. So if you are coordinating batteries or flexible loads, at times you're sort of synchronizing them. You're trying to increase them and decrease them together collectively, and that's what balances the power grid. But that can also cause voltage issues in the distribution network. So there has to be some coordination between utilities and aggregators or virtual power plant owners. And in states where FERC 2222 is relevant, so not Texas, but everywhere else with the competitive market, where we're now enabling aggregations of resources to participate in electricity markets, there's still an open question of how you do that coordination between utility companies and virtual power plant owners. What information should they share? Who ultimately has control or authority over the different resources and so forth? So that's the problem I'm currently working on in my research group.
Because the utility, as the grid operator, they're going to say, okay, we need complete visibility all the way into everything all the time. And that's not necessarily the case. Right?
It's a good question. So in some cases, they're saying they do need that level of visibility. They need to understand the market bids and offers that have been accepted. They need to know what controls are being sent so that they can run basically simulations to determine how that's going to affect system voltages and block things that it shouldn't be happening because it would cause problems. But I think you're right that you don't need that full visibility, but they need some critical pieces of information to calculate the things they need to calculate to make sure that the grid remains reliable.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I think at this point, thinking about aggregation and FERC 2222, which applies to the restructured states and the MISO and SPP states, but doesn't apply to Texas, but there is an aggregation of DER that is going on that Justin alluded to in Texas, and that Arusha is part of bringing into being. So Arusha, you want to tell us about the ADER project and how it came about and what it's
sure.
up to?
I mean, so the technology's been around for so long that the first time, and Keith is here and he's going to grin because before we had all of these formal market programs, I just called up 60 Powerwall owners in Texas and said, guys, this is the signal a generator gets. We're going to give you a gift card come show ERCOT that we can perform just like a power plant and provide all of the services to keep the grid stable. And we did, and we published the results and all the things. And then at some point, a bunch of utilities freaked out. And so then I had to, go to the governor and to ERCOT, and everybody had to create a big project, which was great, because I ended up then formulating a market design change for the whole state that has beat 20 to 22 by approximately 6 years for full implementation.
So tell us more. ADER is aggregated DER?
Aggregated distributed energy resources. Yes. I mean, so the fundamental piece of what I think I would like this particular audience to know is that all of this technical jargon you've heard is material to our current challenge around connecting very large electronic loads, AI. Yeah? And you'll hear now, thanks to companies like Base raising $1 billion, I was one of their founding advisors, so I get to show that off on behalf of Justin, that the distributed energy solution, the way that you have the capability to physically manage like what's happening on different power lines simultaneously, because we have the experience of software-led hardware aggregation, and everything performs in a way that can be measured, monitored, and verified. That solution has suddenly become so interesting because a lot of the same questions people have about distributed resources, they have about how large individual loads will perform on the system. I was recently at a different meeting where someone from Google got up and said, we would happily pay. If we could figure out the technical mechanics, we will happily pay. We will be the people who pay for distributed assets on the same zone where our data center is consuming power to show up and provide what you saw on Lynn's graph, which is the large discharge of power, to clear the congestion or the constraints or the voltage problems or whatever it is that's preventing us from continuing to draw our grid power. So suddenly, what's interesting about being in DER world and AI world at the same time, the engineering solutions that the distributed energy community has been funding and financing and trying to make real are equally important for data centers, particularly for centers that are coming up, data centers that are coming up in areas where there are a lot of other types of power consumers already. By direct analogy, what I mean is that all of you are going to go home and turn on your TVs and whatnot at a certain time of the day. So there are peaks and valleys of how the grid is used. And I want you to think about it that way for a moment, because when I say the next thing is that during the evening valley or the evening peak, when that data center wants a continuous draw of power and distributed resources in the exact same location can yank themselves off the system, that's absolutely a bilateral transactive market. And while there's a lot of noise good noise about federal policy and state policy, I think that private companies working with large AI load entities are probably going to solve more of the financial and the physical issues first, by coming up with these awesome deals that just unlock the capacity. And frankly, that's how ADER started too. I didn't have to go to policymakers first. I just called customers and said, show us that you can perform. So I think there's so much money, time, effort, and interest in speed to power solutions. It's probably the first time in my career that I have seen distributed energy, load flexibility, AI loads, paying for other loads to turn off, all of it sort of bubble to a point where I'm talking about it at a think tank in Washington. And that's a very, very unique evolution.
Yep.
And is matched only by the number of times I've now talked to investment firms, including folks who invested in Base, right, or supporting your company. And their vocabulary, their language, includes some of the words you've heard on stage, and they may seem foreign right now in this moment, but a lot of investors now know what real-time telemetry is, and that used to not be true.
So the word telemetry is just getting socialized out in the world. I like this software-mediated hardware aggregation is a really nice phrase, because if you think about the way we use digital technologies in other aspects of our lives, we do a lot of software-mediated hardware aggregation, or at least hardware orchestration in our daily lives. And we can do that with power systems as well. The other thing that I was thinking about, starting from Peter Lake's remarks this morning, but throughout the whole day, is that, and Arushi, your point about these are private entities that are contracting for, if you take this action, I will compensate you for it. right? And that rather, I would argue that we have plenty of market opportunities to contract for dispatchability rather than mandating it, in contradiction to our honored keynote speaker this morning. That, but that's a tension, and that's a good discussion to have, is what's necessary in order to enable us, regulatorily, institutionally, to enable us to be able to contract for dispatchability and to have people deliver it or not deliver it and be penalized accordingly. But that contracting for dispatchability and contracting for curtailment, right, are flip sides of the same coin, essentially.
I should add very quickly that most of the curtailment conversation in Washington is incorrect. It assumes that curtailment means that a load is going to compromise its ability to do the business job of the load. The reality is that curtailing because Justin's 600 batteries in this neighborhood turned on means that the load that is benefiting from that gets power delivery continuously, or it's also that load that is turning on but maybe using less load in that moment because it's part of this orchestrated network is able to use on-site resources and dispatch them to cover what the load actually needs to do the job of the load. And so we have to remember that distributed energy and AI load issues are two sides of the same coin. They provide unlocking of the system we have today and unlocking of all the generation that we'll add to the system without degradation of service quality. And I think that one narrative, is what pushes all of these companies into the next generation, and we'll really see speed to power solutions come to be.
I'm persuaded. We need to build these things. That means we need to finance them. This is where Brad comes in. So Brad, you've invested in various tech companies particularly, as well as other industries, but and now you have some energy investments that I'm hoping you'll tell us something about. Some of your energy investments fall in this DER category. Some of them are in the US, some are international. When you're evaluating making an energy investment, what are you looking for to get a financially viable value proposition?
Well, first of all, we're a venture capital fund, so there's a bunch of different parts of the capital stack. We would not have been investors in base power at the stage that base power is at today, because it's a later stage investment requiring a significantly greater amount of capital with a proven business model that's just now scaling. And so that's a different stage than we play. So we tend to be much earlier in, we're taking some technical risk. We're going to want to invest in things that are more capital efficient. And so thinking about software orchestrating hardware as a frame for where to invest, we'd love to do that. The thing that we would want to see above and beyond the fact that it all works, Joanna can demonstrate that it all works, right? Is who's going to buy it and why are they buying it? And one of the challenges we've heard earlier today, we heard about situations where utilities just don't have the incentive to squeeze efficiency out of they'd rather build more than squeeze efficiency out of the existing. And so if you're in a market where that's the incentive and you need the utility to participate in that network, it's a real challenge to get it to market. And so one of the things that we've started to see is things like what Base Power is doing is putting the whole package together to deliver a value proposition directly to a buyer. In this case, it could be a consumer who's getting a lower energy rate, or a load that's getting a better price because they're using these resources. And I think that's going to be a really important thing in the near term, because I don't think we're going to be able to solve this regulatory problem overnight and create an incentive for everybody to take advantage of the technology that now works. So one example in our lives is we're investors in another battery company. It's based in Finland. It's called Cactus, and it's doing something that I never thought I would do as an early stage investor. It's completely vertically integrated, in somewhat the same way that Base Power is. They source cells, frankly, from China right now, but they build their own batteries. They build their own battery management system. They build their own network management system that coordinates the batteries. They have their own trading operation that trades into the European ISO. They actually have a fund that buys the batteries once they're installed and takes them off their balance sheet. So the financial mechanism is all completely integrated. So what they're selling, they sell to, let's say, a warehouse. They're selling resilience to that warehouse and a participation in the savings that they get by playing in the energy markets. And so basically they can go to the warehouse and say, no money down, we'll put a box in your warehouse, you'll get resilience. And so what I'm saying there is that it's not selling a technology. It's not, I mean, all these things depend on, very sophisticated software technology, but trying to sell the software technology to, or the components of that technology to a utility that doesn't have an incentive is not going to work. And so what we're seeing more and more is that in order to get these technologies into market, you've got to have a way of delivering a value proposition directly to the person that's actually buying.
That's the hard part. So yeah, Johanna.
And I totally agree with you. And I think the neat thing about virtual power plants and FERC 2222 is it opens up that space so the utility is not the only buyer anymore. Any company could get into the virtual power plant space and decide to make money in the electricity markets. It's not just the utility that owns the whole space or has control over the whole space. So perhaps things are opening up, is all I'm saying.
And this might be a place to take advantage of our Texas nexus, so to speak. And kind of go to Justin, but I will make just a comment for another way to talk about Texas, in addition to the ways that we have earlier today, is you can think of the Texas model as vertically unbundled, where you have the old vertically integrated utility that owned the transmission, the generation, the transmission, the low voltage distribution, and then the meter and the retail relationship with the end use customer. And in the Texas model, the existing, the regulated utility is now just the transmission and distribution wires company, and there's competitive wholesale and competitive retail. And I like to riff on the old AT&T divestiture in 1982 and the Bell Doctrine, which as part of the settlement, the US DOJ settlement in the lawsuit that they brought against AT&T for leveraging their regulated status into incumbent vertical market power that was having anti-competitive effects in a downstream market. The settlement basically did what the then Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust, Bill Baxter, called quarantining the monopoly. And so I have glommed onto this phrase and just run with it, that we have not quarantined the monopoly sufficiently in electricity, except for in Texas. So that's another way to understand or think about the structure. But in this value proposition to the end user, let's talk a little bit about Texas. Justin, what is it that that the Texas model enabled you to do in building your business?
Yeah, so the reason we started in Texas and we're primarily operating in Texas today is largely for the reason that you outlined, where it's, we call it permissionless entry. Turns out there's a lot of paperwork to fill out and there's a bunch of permission you have to ask, but like generally it is, you don't have to have a deal, so to speak, with a utility, with a monopoly or regulated utility in order to go do what we're doing. Put a battery on a home, access the wholesale market directly. You fill out a bunch of paperwork, you become a retail electric provider and a qualified scheduling entity. You work with the very good folks at ERCOT to do all of that, and then 6 months later, you're able to trade in the wholesale markets. But you don't need a PG&E or Pepco or any of these large utilities deal to get started. And when we first started the company, actually, we were planning on doing that, which is Zach, my co-founder, and I knocking on PG&E's door with a PowerPoint, going, "Hey, we got some batteries. We'd like you to do a deal." We quickly realized that Texas has the model where we don't need to have that awkward, knock on the door and have the door probably shut in your face. And so we started in the retail market, and we still have a large portion of our business is in the retail market, and it's continuing to expand. But that has allowed us to also now go into the non-retail choice areas. So Texas is a huge place, and it's got a bunch of different localities. Some of those localities, like Austin and San Antonio in particular, are regulated, where they do have a vertically integrated monopoly utility, municipal owned in those two cases. And in those cases, we interact with that utility with this deal structure, but we needed to get started in the retail market, and so it was a great place for us to get started. Also, Texas, just in general, is a great place to do business. It's very friendly from a permitting standpoint, from an interconnection agreement standpoint. We work very closely with the Public Utilities Commission there. And so and it's got a lot of technical talent. So building out this factory and battery and software that I've talked about today, all that also is local, in particular to Austin and in general in the state. And so for all those reasons, it made sense for us to start in Texas and sort of get the flywheel going, so to speak, in Texas before we go outside, which we're starting to do now.
And the other, yeah, Brad.
Can I ask Justin a question?
Yeah.
What's next? I mean, what regulatory environment do you think you could go to next?
Yeah, so I'm oversimplifying, but there's two broad categories. There's retail choice and non-retail choice. We're pursuing both. There's some retail choice markets outside of Texas, primarily in the Northeast, in the PJM and ISO New England region. So in this area, a little bit north of here and west of here, we'll be into our first state there in the next few months. Actually, we'll be doing our first install. In those markets, though, it's not pure retail choice. The utilities can still sell power, and so they end up doing it most of the time. Like most people in Chicago, as an example, is a deregulated place. Like most people in Chicago, I'm from that area primarily, and like my family didn't even know you can choose your power provider, right? So it's a harder business on the retail side outside of Texas. And then everywhere else in the U.S. Is open season from a non-retail choice perspective. And so some more forward-thinking utilities are putting out RFPs for this kind of a resource. Some are putting out all-source RFPs, it's called, which is what it sounds like anybody can bid in. And then some are more restrictive, and those we can't play in. But it's less about like, oh, this particular state, California is better than Colorado or whatever. They're both non-retail choice states, and it's more about the relationship with the utility and also the permitting and other regulatory environment at the state level. But from a market perspective, it's really just up to the utility to make a deal.
Brad, from this kind of context stuff, do you look at any of this when you're looking at investments? The kind of this jurisdiction has better rules than that jurisdiction, or do you let the startup you're funding do the legwork on that?
Well, we've probably learned some pretty hard lessons that require us to pay attention to that, but it's also relatively new for us. We're basically information technology investors, and the reason we got involved in decentralized power is because it's essentially an information technology problem. And but what we've learned is that you don't necessarily creating a great information technology system that manages these distributed resources isn't the end of the problem. You have to then get it into the market, and you either have to get it delivered to a consumer in a value proposition the consumer can pull through, and you can do it within that regulatory framework. So the honest answer to the question is that we've been burnt a few times, and that we weren't trained originally to really pay attention to the regulatory framework where we were making an investment, and now we've started to learn that that's the problem, or a significant portion of the problem. So I think it's actually a constraint that a lot of investors are dealing with right now and kind of pulling back. I think that base power is a spectacular exception to the ability to create an infrastructure, create a new solution to a problem, and then fund the scaling of that because of the running start that you got in Texas. But that's a pretty unique situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. So just to clarify for everyone here, there's the retail markets and then there's the wholesale markets. And so actually we're talking about different markets when we talk, because you're talking retail, I'm talking wholesale. FERC 2222 opens up the wholesale markets to participation of distributed energy resources. So if you have retail choice, then you can directly already participate in retail markets. If you don't have retail choice, you have to work with the utility. If you're looking at the wholesale markets, the utility is like out in left field. They're not actually necessarily even involved at all in the interaction, because a virtual power plant can directly interact with the independent system operators and participate in the market. And so then my comments earlier about then what role does the utility play? Because the DERs are on the distribution network. The utility is responsible for the distribution network, but they're not part of any of these market interactions. That's where this becomes interesting. So looping this back to a question, though, if that's okay for you, do you also see the potential to participate in the wholesale markets with your resources?
Yeah, so we do actually participate in Texas today through the ADER pilot program that Arushi built out. And yeah, so we're an active market participant. We have, we're bidding into the market, selling ancillary services and energy. But that is unique to Texas. It is hard to do that outside of Texas today, with the exception of the jurisdictions that are starting to get 2222 implemented.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so the interesting thing here is, and this is more of like an engineering level thing, but you might be saying, well, how can the utility not be involved in that? And in part, it's because of the way power markets are structured and the rules that the institutional framework that they use. It's I'm putting on my auction theory hat. It's essentially in theory, it would be a double auction if there were an active demand side, which there is in ERCOT. But to channel Travis from earlier, in the other areas that have wholesale markets, the demand curve is much more administratively determined. So like in PJM, where we sit right now, it's not a true demand curve. It's much more of just kind of based on load forecasts. But the way those prices are formed is that sellers submit bids and buyers submit bids and sellers submit offers, and you put them together, and then you run it through the engineering calculation to figure out what the power flow is that the transmission system can deliver. And then you send the signals out. Okay, you start, and then you start, and then you start. You can't start, and so that's called security constrained economic dispatch. And so that can all be done through the operations of the wholesale market operator, through the RTO, and the utility is maybe a buyer, or maybe just the wires owner that has to fulfill the transportation and delivery. Did I do that okay? Awesome. Arushi, what on the, I've slightly lost my train of thought, but
There's a lot in your brain all the time.
There's a
that's all
lot.
it is.
There's a lot going on here. It always struck me as a spectator to the ADER process that it was even actually able to happen. What is it that, because there are other states where, if you showed up and you're like, hey, we want to do this policy, this policy process to enable this set of resources to do this thing that would be beneficial for the grid, you would kind of get talked to the hand, right?
Yeah.
How was it? How was it that you were able to actually implement that kind of change?
Well, I'll pause to say that I just did the same thing in New Orleans in a year as well, which is a vertically integrated energy monopoly area, right? They have a brand new distributed energy program.
So walk us through the process.
So
How do you do this?
The first piece of this is usually already the physical presence of one of two things. Either everybody's already got batteries, at least when I say everybody in one specific area has enough of these things on the system. And I just want you all to hold inference data centers or small enterprise data centers in your head for a second while I make this analogy, because it's so relevant to this particular moment. Either there's already a ton of demand and supply on the system, because these types of things that can turn off and turn on and still protect their actual needs on the property they're located on, right? There's a lot of those. Or if it's like a New Orleans type situation, or if it's like Texas' situation in that moment, you've just had people die because the power was out. And the death doesn't necessarily happen during the moment of the storm, but people pass away because they do not have electricity in the aftermath of the storm, which is actually a commonality in Winter Storm Uri, and a commonality with Hurricane Ida and Katrina years ago, but more recently Ida, where people passed away in New Orleans days after the storm because of a loss of power. In Texas, it was cold. In New Orleans, it was a heat. And those two things is interesting. Human crisis, and then the advent of very large dollar amounts that turn into votes, whether it's residential customers who all want Teslas and they all want batteries and they all want bigger and bigger batteries, which is why Justin makes them bigger and bigger. Those two things are synergistic, and the rest of it is just being an expert in managing really people and interest groups. I would say that I have never been more hopeful that the amount of capital that we're trying to put in to solve the problem of powering data centers has created more avenues than the two I just described to actually push some of those states where this used to be really hard to make it easier. Peter Lake, who was the chair of the PUC when I got up there for the first time to say we need DER policy in Texas, it's kind of hilarious to see the evolution of all of this. Talk about the federal government having a proposed rule out now on load flexibility is not a thing at all of my time actually doing distributed energy and focusing deeply on that. It has emerged because of data centers, but the principles are exactly the same. And it's remarkable. So now to me, that's the third angle. When you go to, if you're the utility today and you're in an area that is, totally vertically integrated, you love your supply, you don't really care about anything else, and even if you have a few extra dollars, you'd rather just reinforce your own poles and wires instead of investing in procuring battery generated or battery stored energy. Now you have another reason to invest in both procuring distributed power and resilience from vendors who come to you and de-risk that as a solution. And also doing it for data centers that show up and say either we'll pay for a company to come and help you with your problem, or they'll do it themselves. They'll put on their backup generation and their batteries, and they'll build an NVIDIA Flex factory and stuff, and I work on that stuff too with NVIDIA folks. And they have to force the utility system into the reality that the technology is here. So that's like a new path 3. So again, the 3 paths were, loss of human life has been a big one. And then the presence of a very active voter community that adopts the technology and the first adopters. So it's kind of like a no-brainer. Same thing happened for me in Puerto Rico, by the way. So I built the architecture and the regulatory approval for the Puerto Rico battery energy program. And we already had 100,000 power walls on the island. So I literally got a call from my CTO that was like, this is just dumb. Why isn't there a program? There's all this energy. We lose the entire Puerto Rican grid at night, all the diesel trips, right? And people just don't have power every day. That's crazy and dumb. So that's sort of like the aesthetic of how we've come to where we are, but I think the future is very different. The future is being written by how much capital is now in actually unlocking this stuff at massive scale. And we need everything, right? So.
Justin, I don't know this is like a hot off the press. I think last week Illinois signed a piece of legislation that put some flexibility requirements in. I've not read the legislation yet. I suspect you might have. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, SB 25. That particular provision I'm not extremely familiar with, very familiar with the provisions that are directly impacting us around
Do tell.
around some of the funding available and some of the the regulatory environment surrounding DERs. But no, Illinois is actually interestingly a relatively forward-thinking state along these lines. They're in PJM. I mentioned the Chicago area earlier. It's a retail choice market, and it's very interesting to us because Illinois allows you to spin the meter backwards, so to speak. So this is like all the smart meters now don't have the little discs in them, but if you remember, the older meters had a disc in them, and it would spin backwards if you push power the other direction. Illinois basically, for lack of a better way to phrase it, compensates you for that ability, and that allows you to monetize DERs in a way that you can't in other states. So, it's very interesting as somebody who's still relatively new to the market. We started the company a handful of years ago and started studying it maybe 5 or so years ago. If you were to, plop down on Mars and rebuild the grid, I don't think it would be built this way from a regulatory environment. It's like a very interesting patchwork of ISOs and RTOs and states, and FERC has jurisdiction in certain areas. So there's like interesting little pockets of the U.S., Texas, as we were just talking about Illinois and a few other states that are like very good in one way and bad in another. And so kind of to your point earlier, the understanding that is extremely important to where you go invest dollars, either as an investor or as an operator. And we found that, Illinois is particularly interesting, Texas is, and then like on the regulated utility side, if you're outside of retail markets, certain utilities have incentive structures in different states that allow, or at least promote their ability to be more efficient, so to speak. Utilities generally have a cost plus, incentive structure, and so generally they're not looking to be more efficient necessarily. However, there are some states in which that is not totally the rule.
Which is what Rob Gramlich was referring to this morning as the performance-based regulation, which I would pick up with on that and run with it for a little bit. That performance-based regulation is kind of the, okay, we're going to put a, rather than just being kind of the cost plus and then you earn your rate of return on your capital if you're the regulated utility, and so, which is the core incentive of the capital bias issue that has been kind of sotto voce throughout the whole day. And performance-based regulation is essentially, well, if you do this and hit this performance metric, then you'll get a certain amount of revenue associated with that. And I would say that the results of that have been very mixed, and they're kind of hard to, they're a little more kind of these little one-off tweaks. And at first you kind of think, well, if we're gonna really make regulatory reform here, you start with these little tweaks and get the camel's nose under the tent and then see what you can do. And he referenced the UK, and the UK has price cap regulation, which they have had since they privatized their nationalized electricity industry in 1990. And their price cap regulation operates in a way where you do the same cost of service studies as the utility, but then the regulators basically say, okay, here's the profit. We figure out a market-based benchmark for what's a just and reasonable profit to put on top of that, and you're gonna get that amount of revenue. You are regulatorily entitled to that amount of revenue, and we might ratchet it down a little bit by year because we expect you to get more efficient at what you're doing. And if you are so good at what you're doing and delivering and meeting your performance metrics in terms of service quality, in terms of, I'm going to say tree trimming, since we're all worried about wildfires these days, you get to, if you're super efficient and can deliver that at lower cost than you told us about within the 5-year window that we're going to do this in, cool, you get to keep it. And so this is another word you might hear of this referred to as TOTEX, or total expenditure-based regulation, as opposed to rate of return regulation. So these conversations are now coming up as well in thinking about, can we implement regulatory reform to counteract the capital bias that we're seeing, that we've seen, in the 100+ years of rate of return regulation. I don't know if anyone wants to touch the TOTEX third rail, or is there, in terms of, Brad, I'm going to ask you, in terms of the kind of regulatory and institutional stuff, when you look at your energy investments in the US, if you could change one thing in the kind of regulatory landscape, what's one of the things that you find that is the most pressing, that is the biggest kind of burden on your founders that you're working with?
That's a really hard question to answer, partly because of the diversity of what we've done in this space. We've done everything from small-scale nuclear to VPPs to batteries to geothermal, and it would be a different thing in each of those areas. But I guess this is not exactly answering your question, but one of the things I'm very grateful for is the fact that we have a 50-state union, and we have a certain amount of flexibility within those states to do some experiments, and Texas is really doing us all a favor here to, it's not perfect, I'm sure, but it looks really good from the outside if you're a potential investor, and it doesn't surprise me at all that Texas is attracting a lot of investment in renewables and a lot of investment in power management and virtual power plants. And so I guess if I had one thing to ask for, it would be, to try and develop more markets like that.
So federalism, that puts federalism on the table.
It was.
Thank you. I'm sure that AEI appreciates that as well, because I think the federalism and subsidiarity is a big theme here. that we, in theory, have 51 different experiments because DC also has its own Public Utilities Commission. But in theory, we have 51 experiments, and the states can learn from each other. It's also kind of mixed in terms of how much that actually happens. But we don't want to be sycophantic about Texas, right? There are things that could be done better. So, what are from your position on the ground? If looking over the past couple of years, what would you, if you could improve anything about the regulatory landscape in Texas, what would it be?
Yeah. So, the Texas market is wide open from a retail perspective. However, DERs or batteries in our case on the grid are not able to monetize all of the societal benefits that they produce. So in the retail markets, when the energy is going in and out of the battery, you're basically trading energy costs. But there's two, I think about it very simply, there's two costs of delivered electricity. There's the electricity and then the delivery part. And the delivery part is increasing in cost over time. It has over the last decade or two. You could blame some of that on the incentive structure, on the companies that are responsible for the delivery, or just costs going up, whatever. The point is that it's gone up, and and actually the cost of the energy itself has gone down. And so as a retailer with a battery, you are only able to monetize the benefit of lower energy costs, not lower delivery costs. In the deregulated parts of the state, the four big TDUs that operate their transmission distribution utilities, they're basically getting the benefit of the batteries operating on their system, but they're not paying the companies that do it. However, in the regulated parts of the market, so Austin, San Antonio, and a bunch of the rural parts of the state with the co-ops, they can't. There's a price signal that they see that is basically their cost of transmission, their sort of share of the transmission cost, so to speak. It's called 4CP, 4 coincident peak, in Texas. And so if you put a bunch of batteries on a regulated, homes in a regulated utility area, and that regulated utility discharges them all at the time that is the coincident peak, as it's called, they're able to save costs for the next year. So anyways, they're able to monetize that. And so something we've been talking a lot about, frankly, with the regulators in Texas is the ability for companies like us to monetize that. The other thing that we've been spending a lot of time on is granularity of pricing. So today in Texas, there's 4 load zones, they're called, north, south, west, and Houston. And the price that you are charged and get paid, depending on if you're charging or discharging a battery, is basically just in that zone. And so if there's a very hyper-local congestion issue, say in South Texas, in Brownsville, where I used to live, you feel it, so to speak, from a pricing standpoint in Austin, which is also both in load zone south, but a discharging battery in Austin doesn't really help the problem that's going on in Brownsville. So granularity of pricing is the other thing that we've been working on a lot with the regulators.
And this is another one of those stories of the technology exists to be able to implement that kind of granular transaction.
Totally, and to the credit of the Public Utilities Commission and ERCOT and municipalities as it relates to permitting, like, people are generally quite open to this. It's just the technology didn't exist only a handful of years ago, and so it wasn't a thing that needed to be considered, and now it is. And so we've been spending a lot of time with folks on the ground there, and it's again a pretty positive reception.
And I think this is one of the big takeaways that I have conceptually from this conversation is that one of the reasons why I think I wanted to highlight Texas is it is an institutional environment where the participants have baked in a willingness to experiment and to learn, and so they see it as an error correction. Oh, hey, that didn't go the way we wanted. Let's think about something else. Sometimes that takes a bit of a more political turn, as with the legislature post-Uri, which has led to this dispatchable product that Keith talked about. I have opinions. Keep to myself, which maybe I just revealed by saying that. But the idea is of being able to accept the fact that we can iterate and improve and learn from experimentation. And so thinking about institutions as learning processes, I think is very healthy. And we've got some time for questions, and we have mics around the room.
Hi, Adam Cowie-Haskell with the Bipartisan Policy Center. I wanted to ask about, in recognizing that Order 2222 hasn't, compliance filings aren't completely in, what are you all looking for in compliance filings from the different restructured markets? And especially if you could touch on what I consider the big issue, which is capacity, what that could do for VPPs.
Not me.
Okay. So I'm very interested in this issue of how they're going to take into account the state regulators, like the Public Service Commissions, Public Utility Commissions, and their views and how to regulate the utilities, and then these new market entrants, virtual power plants or aggregators that are going to come in and utilize FERC 2222 to offer electricity market participation, because that part was not really specified in 2222. It was said that there needs to be some kind of coordination process between all these entities that exist. But every ISO, independent system operator, is going to implement those in a different way. And the way they implement that might give more power to the utility versus give more power to the virtual power plants to be able to leverage the markets for their business model, right? So that might stifle competition in certain places, or it might stifle companies from going into certain markets. And I'm very curious how that all plays out. So that's what I'm looking for in those filings. Yep.
I had a question for Justin. I'm Jamie Van Ostrand, former state regulator and now with the Future of Heat Initiative. So Justin, I'm really intrigued, this notion that base should be compensated by the delivering utility for, it's probably like avoided T&D infrastructure costs, right? Yeah. So I was wondering, you're going to have Travis on board, so he's going to help you solve that. But I was just wondering,
Problem's already solved.
What's the preliminary thinking about how you could structure so you're compensated for the benefits that you're delivering to the grid?
Yeah, I mean, the coincident peak concept that I was outlining is not just a Texas-only thing. It's actually utilized in other markets. And actually, as a retailer in other markets, you can monetize your contribution to the coincident peak, basically. So that's actually an area you were kind of asking earlier, Lynn, like what could be better in Texas. There are actually, in this one kind of narrow area, there are other markets, particularly in the Northeast, that are actually better in this way, where basically if you're a load-serving entity, a retailer, for lack of a better term, in Texas, you don't have all of your load aggregated up to one point that you can then offset your coincident peak charges on. The cost of T&D is basically just a straight pass-through from the utility through our retail bill to the customer. And so implementing something like, and I'm forgetting, Travis will know, but maybe New York or another market that has this concept where you basically aggregate all of the load up into one at the LSE level, load serving entity level, and then you can shave off the coincident peaks. That lowers your cost in the next year. That's the way in which, that's one mechanism, not the only obviously, but one mechanism in which you could be compensated. The other is potentially even simpler, which is just basically time of use rates for transmission charges. So today, if you're using power at 5 p.m. on August 20th, or at midnight on whatever a chill day in April, it's the same T&D cost. There's no price differential whatsoever. So even simpler one is just a few hour window of higher T&D cost than lower, and then it's not passed through from the utility through the retailer to the customer. And there's a bunch of different ways in which you could do it, but taking an example from the other markets outside of Texas, actually in this coincident peak methodology was probably I think the simplest. Does that make sense?
Yeah. This is a good question, because I've for a few years now, I've been asking, why don't we have dynamic pricing for T&D? We just need dynamic pricing for T&D. That would help with so much congestion.
Yeah.
And for the same reasons that just dynamic pricing at retail for residential customers has been challenging, I think that's also been hard.
Yeah.
It's somewhat embedded in the locational marginal prices, though, because the congestion costs are showing up there, and the T&D infrastructure is fixed. So from like the engineering standpoint, it doesn't make sense to have it because you're paying for the infrastructure, which you're not changing. But if that emerges through the locational marginal prices, then it effectively covers that. But this is just the engineering spiel.
Well, and this is where, and one of the reasons why Johanna is fantastic is she co-authors with economists. So yay, thank you. But this is the two blades of the scissors thing in markets, right? Because the engineering gets you at the cost blade of the scissors, but the dynamic pricing thinking for T&D gets you at the value blade of the scissors.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think you need both, and that's why it's good for the engineers and the economists to talk to each other. Did we have Arthur?
Yeah.
Don't forget to introduce yourself.
Arthur Habenstock with Equinix. Jamie took most of my question, but where are the low-hanging fruit when it comes to the availability of technology to solve some of the problems that are out there, but the lack of an economic signal or the lack of a regulatory structure to allow that to be compensated? And Justin, you've addressed a lot of it, but in terms of your Christmas wishes, we're a little past the season, what would you most like to see in terms of a way that you could be compensated for the services you know you could provide? And I'm sure Arushi and Brad and others would have something to say about that as well.
Yeah, I think there's probably a handful on the Christmas list. One is the value of T&D. Two is the granularity of prices, so down to the nodal level as opposed to the zonal level. And three, and this is something that I think is very hard to monetize, and as far as I'm aware, I could be wrong, but is not monetized by any VPP or distributed operator today, which is really the like distribution value and the sort of CapEx offset value. Something that we haven't announced yet, but we've got a partnership brewing with the utility on, which is basically offsetting a direct known problematic CapEx spend. But there's not like a market construct that's like a bilateral deal between us and this utility that I'm referring to. So some sort of market construct that allows you to do that, which seems difficult, and I'm definitely not have all the answers on how that would be done, but that's also on the wish list.
I'm curious, Justin, how you would rank those in terms of their practicality or likelihood of being implemented. It seems like just the time of day pricing, it's done in other places. You can imagine that's pretty straightforward, and you could probably really take advantage of that. And,
yeah.
The value of relieving congestion in some part of the grid, engineering that, figuring out what the economics of that are seems really hard.
Yeah, I should say I don't profess to be an expert at the ISO level, so I'd have to defer to the ERCOTs and SPPs and ISOs of the world. But my intuition is that the more locational pricing, the nodal pricing, and the ability to have a tariff or rate structure on T&D that allows you to monetize that offset, just because it already happens, and for commercial users, does feel quite simple generally, just because there's already constructs for them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Continuing on this same topic, which I'm fascinated by, of the T&D cost signals. If you're going to go to the great effort of expending the political capital to try to get, our friends at ERCOT to transmit those price signals faithfully, how confident are we that that the 4CP really is the even close to the correct signal here? I mean, at the distribution level, if you install 5, 20 kilowatt batteries in a neighborhood, the problem that you're causing on the grid is definitely, secondarily or maybe alleviating on the grid some global coincident peak on the whole of the ERCOT system, and has a lot more to do with the distribution feeder that's like 20 feet from the last house you installed in. And there's all sorts of geographic scales that exist between like neighborhood and whole of ERCOT. And how much, are you not just advocating for a policy change that, while directionally helpful, would allow you to, arbitrage and monetize around 4 big signals, while the real system value exists both in those and in a ton of geographically smaller ones at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm going to take the first principles engineering approach here for a minute, and then I'd like to defer to Lynn and Rishi and others on this one as well. I, to be clear, do not profess to be an expert on all of the different ways in which T&D costs could be shared, 4CP or others. What I will say though is again, from a first principles perspective, if you had the ability to do it practically, having a node at every meter, and the ability to know every power flow on every distribution line and every transmission line, would allow you to have a dynamic price signal that changed every 10 milliseconds or something, right? Like that would be the sort of engineering optimum. Tell me if I've got that wrong or you disagree. I'm okay with disagreement. That feels to me at least like the most accurate price signal in the most locational way. Now that's pretty impractical and hard to actually implement. But basically the value of supplying the power into the line that connects the meter into the first transformer upstream, on the pole in your front yard, that feels like something that you would want to be able to monetize and know the exact right price for. Again, I don't know, like I'm not an expert on what the other 4CP-esque mechanisms there would be are. I guess my point is that there is nothing today, and something in this jurisdiction in general, again, I'm speaking from the company perspective, but I also think from the grid perspective something is better than nothing. I'm curious what you think.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems with Texas in particular is it's going to be really nerdy, but you're going to buy power from the wholesale grid, and you're a retail residential customer, you are buying zonal energy. When you sell power back today as a retail energy customer through an aggregator, the aggregator is able to settle you, but they are not giving you a nodal price. They're just your retailer, and they deliver whatever value they want to on the bill. So this part of this equation that we haven't solved yet is that you would have this arbitrage issue already because residential customers receive zonally priced energy, but folks who actually are in charge of selling a commodity electricity back to the grid, it's nodal. So if there's a zonal on one side, nodal on the other, it's an automatic arbitrage issue. So I've written about this a lot. There's a huge public docket talking about when will we get to a point in Texas where we can be nodal in, nodal out. And a lot of that goes back to what I told Lynn earlier, which is it's a concentration issue. How it's solved in other markets that are implementing FERC 2222 is you move away from very large area to nodes or sublaps. And every RTO has their own version of deciding where they will count the plus and minus contribution of an aggregation to congestion pricing to help solve for the arbitrage issue. All of that said, super nerdy, I think one of the simplest things that we can do to evolve out of that without all of the weeds is ensuring that utilities are rewarded by their regulators. I mean, when I say utilities, I only mean transmission and distribution owners. Those folks are rewarded on an ROE basis for putting $1 towards a system strength resource that helps them manage their grid better, including like the right size transformer, right? More and actually rewards that instead of just rewarding them for spending money how they always do and everything else is an uncomfortable expense exercise. If we don't solve that, the cost of distribution will keep going up. We'll keep getting presidents talking about energy affordability without really us being able to solve it from Washington, because it's the wires that are part of this network in the middle of, wherever America. It's nothing to do with anything coming out of FERC or DOE. We have to motivate and bring back public trust function in utilities where we have them. Let them get paid for doing the right thing. And provide meaningful one-to-one analysis when their cases are reviewed. I'm looking at former Chair Van Nostrand over here, is that if a utility shows up to you tomorrow and you had your old job and there's no mechanism for you to say, well, I'll let you have an 11% return if you tell me that you spent the marginal dollar, the lowest cost solution to grow your distribution grid, but reduce the spread of that cost, i.e. make the per unit cost to everybody in this room who's your ratepayer smaller. Can you show me that you did that? Then great, you can have your 11% ROE, I love it. And because we don't have that, even the simplest way to solve this problem, it doesn't really exist at scale. And part of that, of course, is politics around how we now articulate the utility monopoly issue, because it's utilities or the cost plus model, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but you also haven't given them, with the model that they've inherited from our own regulatory compact, a way to monetize more innovative solutions. And that gets to your point too. It's like, well, how do you sell this product to utilities? Like, well, if you told them that they can actually monetize their ROE by doing more innovative things that saves everybody money and grief over the long term, then yeah, reward it. So that's where I see complete synergy, whether we're talking about Texas or we're talking about California, it doesn't matter. Encore owns the wires in Texas, PG&E owns them in California. Could both be rewarded the same way for effectuating that sort of solution.
That's a fairly ecumenical note to end on. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And we will reconvene at 2:30 for our next panel.
We're about to start the third panel. Panelists, please. So this third panel today, and then we're going to have our keynote speaker of the day. It's called Building and Financing Future-Ready Power Systems. And all I'm doing is introducing Christine Tizak, who's a senior director of Clearview Energy, the energy research firm. She's also a former president of the Women's Council on Energy and the Environment. Yay, lots of, yay. Okay. I was not a member. Christine, take it away.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. As I've been introduced, I'm Christy Tizak, Senior Director here at Clearview Energy Partners, and I'm delighted to be joined today by Rob Gramlich, who those of you who've been here all day met this morning, with Grid Strategies, Alfred Johnson with Crux, and Richard Kaufman from the Coalition for Green Capital and the National Green Bank. And since their bios are on the website, we're going to jump right in because we only have an hour and we have a lot to talk about. I want to set the table for why this conversation about building and financing future-ready power systems feels so different than it did 5 years ago. Maybe it's different than it was 3 years ago. But certainly before COVID, the power sector was living in a world that was predominantly flat demand. Flat was the new up. Energy efficiency and a focus on sweating existing infrastructure helped keep growth and particularly generation additions subdued. Among utility investors in particular, flat was the new up, and it was more than just a throwaway phrase. It really was how we were looking at the development of the electricity sector. We had a pandemic dip, which was ugly, and the rebound that followed was anything but normal. The addition of AI-driven data centers, which have been a centerpiece of today's discussion, electrification, industrial reshoring are changing the demand trajectory, not to be confused with telemetry, at the same time that markets and utilities have rationalized what used to be surplus capacity. On the supply and network side, constraints are binding in new ways. Transmission has always been hard to build. Siting opposition and cost allocation fights are familiar. The system often expands within existing footprints under state jurisdiction, rather than with the objective of broader regional and interregional optimization. And Todd Schnitzler mentioned that this morning when he was talking about the investment in the T&D decision, in the T&D parts of the system. That's where it has been taking place. Policy-driven shifts in resource preferences have accelerated retirements of older, higher-emitting plants. Crowded interconnection queues and the studies needed to ensure reliability have slowed the pace at which new resources are connecting. So we arrive here. Demand is booming. The old capacity overhang is largely gone in many places. Prices look directionally upward. At the same time, affordability is a political imperative. As we've heard all day, the investments needed to maintain reliability and enable growth are likely to push customer bills higher, at least in the near term. That's exactly the tension we will take on. How do we better integrate and utilize the system we already have, finance the incremental infrastructure we appear to need, and leverage innovation in markets, regulation, and capital structures to deliver the biggest bang for the buck for customers, not simply by bolting new resources onto an old architecture, not by defaulting to a purely centralized model, but by finding more flexible, more capital-efficient paths forward. So what I'd like to do is start with the physical system, what actually needs to get built, and what's slowing it down. Rob, your work sits at the intersection of what the grid needs and the processes under which it gets proposed, vetted, approved, and maybe even makes it into service. If demand is rising faster than the grid is responding, what are the biggest hurdles we need to address? And what's the one change you've seen recently that you think generally moves projects from proposed to in service?
Sure, thanks, Christy. I'll focus on bulk transmission, which to me is the sort of highest leverage, most important aspect of the power system. It delivers so much power. It integrates all types of resources, generation and load. And if you do it at high enough voltage, you get massive economies of scale, which requires, unfortunately, that you kind of have to plan ahead, right? If you're just incrementally fixing a Band-Aid, type problem, you can build, keep the capacity. But if you want to actually really expand capacity efficiently, you want to capture the economies of scale, which means you need to plan for the needs not just 3 or 5 years ahead, but 10, 15, 20 years ahead. So the barriers to that, to me, I describe as the 3 Ps: planning, permitting, and paying. I'll start with the paying part. That's, some people call it cost allocation, or getting a consensus around what the benefits are that regulators can use for cost allocation. The basic challenge that we inherited in this industry is we have like 3,000 owners of transmission who all had a way to recover costs and invest in their local little silo. But the horizontal, network capacity across all of those and across regions and between regions was, not something we had any mechanism to do. So we've been struggling and getting, some development with RTOs that help with that. But we're still a long way from an efficient solution where we can really get that built. So that's planning, that's permitting, and then they're planning and paying. And then the permitting part is, we can talk about that. There's plenty of permitting barriers, local, state, regional, federal.
Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
And as someone who's followed financial markets for a long time, there's nothing that creates risk like uncertainty. And so, Alfred, given the bottlenecks on the ground that we just heard from Rob, what reality does that present to financing? You've been building new execution pathways across the capital stack where policy meets capital markets, particularly for assets that don't meet old templates, so not doing the utility model. Right now, what is the biggest source of friction raising the cost of capital for energy infrastructure? Is it policy uncertainty, diligence, contracts, counterparty risk, something else? What's one change that you think that has contributed to resolving those issues, or what do you think might be most promising?
Yeah, so Christy, I want to pick up on the word change because there's been so much of it over the last 3 years. The company that I run, Crux, was started in early 2023 to make a market in transferable tax credits, which were created as part of the IRA, became tradable in 2023. We've since expanded into debt and tax equity. And these markets are brand new, right? The market for transferable credits did not exist 3 years ago. It now exists. It went from a $7 to $9 billion market in 23 to a $30 billion market in 24 to a $40 billion market this year. And that means that there's a lot more complexity that is coming alongside all of this scale. And I haven't yet talked about the fact that the law changed this year, right? So we are operating in this world of constant change and of constant growth. And when I think about the drivers of cost here, these projects raise so much capital, right? They'll raise 7 to 10 different kinds of capital for every project. The initial equity, development capital, construction capital, bridge loans, tax equity, tax credit sales, permanent capital, all these different kinds of financing that they're accessing, often from different counterparties. So that's a constant exercise of sending information out to the market, getting feedback, having lawyers look at things, and progressing through the transaction. So there are 2 big aspects of cost. One is just the cost to transact. So in a 7 to 10 different financings, the cost may be 5 to 10 points on each deal to do the financing and get through all of the execution pieces of it. The other big driver of cost is the cost of capital, right? And if the dynamics around the market are changing as they are in the context of this market, then it's harder to have stability and visibility into the cost of that capital. And so I think when we think about impediments, the impediments fall in those 2 categories. And we're seeing some good opportunity and new innovations in the execution of the deals. There's been innovation in standardization of the documents. We're trying to bring technology to the problem at Crux that's making things better. But these are still really complicated financings. And the thing that we really need is many more market participants coming into the capital markets, extending liquidity. And in order to do that, you need a stable policy environment for a prolonged period of time. Now, the best thing that we have going for us is that so much more infrastructure is needed. because so much more infrastructure is needed, you're seeing a lot of people look at these markets and capital is flowing in because there's a lot to build. And I think that is the thing that is most optimistic for standardization and efficiency, because the more transactions are happening, the more throughput goes through the system, and the more we can drive efficiency in the transactions and drive more liquidity in the system.
We still need more. And that takes us actually to Richard. Needed projects don't always fit into existing market deals templates, whether they're what Alfred and Crux have been able to put together, what other folks are doing on the private equity side. When we met for our preparation, you made a distinction that really mattered to me. It's not just financing the projects that we're currently headed to build, but financing projects we should be building, speaking to what Rob said about looking 10, 20 years into the future. What are the biggest challenges in financing those projects, and what changes do you think would help get capital flowing their direction?
Well, I don't think we need to look 10 or 20 years from now. I mean, I think we should be thinking about the kinds of things we should be building, and we've talked about that today. I think it's, generally speaking, easier to finance large things than smaller things. And so we've talked about, during the day, about the value of distributed solutions. Obviously, distributed solutions aren't going to be the only answer of the stuff we need to build, but often distributed solutions can be faster, and they often can be cheaper because they avoid transmission and distribution upgrades. And when you look at the cost increases that customers are facing, a very substantial, maybe in some cases, the majority of the rate increases relate to costs of distribution upgrades. So, and it's intuitive that if you have demand growth, if you locate solutions, energy solutions that are close to where the demand is, seems like it ought to be cheaper in a lot of cases. So in terms of just the things that are being built today, there are financing obstacles. There aren't issues with, we've been talking about the Microsofts and the Metas and so forth, the hyperscalers. In many cases, they're buying the solutions. So they don't have financing problems. And when we talk about using the utility business model, there's also not a capital constraint there. Where there's the capital constraint are in restructured markets or competitive markets need to finance the infrastructure, or behind the meter solutions. And when we think about half the expected demand growth are these other companies. They're not the hyperscalers. They're manufacturing, there are all kinds of other kinds of demand growth. And these are not entities that want to use their own capital to buy the equipment. They don't want to own, they want to procure energy as a service in the way that they get energy from service from the utility. So they rely, unfortunately, often on project financing techniques because the companies that provide the energy service often don't have balance sheets. So this project financing was never designed for small projects. It's where the anticipated cash flow pays for the equipment. And the more debt you can put on a project financing, the cheaper it is, because debt is cheaper than equity. So the gaps are smaller projects are very difficult to get project financing. There are only a limited number of banks that provide project financing. So when I talk about small, I'm not talking about $100,000, although it's very hard to get project financing at that level. But a $75 million project financing is difficult to get. So when we talked about, for example, in Texas, the benefit of aggregating retail demand, that can be very difficult to finance because you're talking about to get project financing for a bunch of really small things. There's no securitization market, which often exists in other small things. So just to finish, that's just today, the sort of financing gaps that exist. But when we think about what we should be building, which is sort of the smart grid, the grid modernization we talked about, you're talking about an integrated energy system that has a combination of different technologies, has a combination of different customers. And that is really challenging to traditional project financing because you're talking about different revenue streams. Because we talked about wholesale market revenues. So wholesale market revenues could be, it's obviously the power costs. In some markets, it's capacity payments, it's demand response. But then you also have retail revenue streams. It could be from the customer, could be what the retail regulator set up in terms of capacity or avoided distribution costs, environmental benefits. That's one of the things that in New York is a revenue stream. And so all these things, different tenors, different technologies, all that stuff make it very difficult to do the project financing. And by the way, that's one of the things that we're kind of in the business to do. But I think that's where we should be thinking about the financing is how it tests traditional project financing. Do you agree with all this?
I agree with all of that wholeheartedly. I think there have been innovations in policy that have made it somewhat easier to get capital into the smaller stuff, but it's still really hard. And by somewhat easier, I mean the tax equity markets, which is the historical structure by which tax credits were monetized, was really only accessible for the largest developers and the people that were building at the super utility scale. With transferability, you can now sell the credits. So for these smaller projects, they can access that kind of financing in a way that they couldn't before. I think the part that I so wholeheartedly agree with is that it's actually easier to do the transaction with a much larger utility or somebody who's selling a higher volume of the credits than a smaller person that's trying to sell a smaller volume of the credits. But the fact that they are open at all is a result of the recent policy innovation. Agree with the rest of it on project financing.
Can I build on the point here? It's great to have finance experts, but this lower cost of capital that Richard talked about, higher debt on a project, there's a policy and sort of a regulatory issue here. We came up earlier this morning, but in some of these regions where the generation, let's talk large scale generation for the moment, it's basically sitting around without long-term contracts, and there is no there was just for years there was no counterparty to go say, hey, I've got this great product, let's share the risk and get a long-term contract, and then new entrants could come in and get that contract, get lower financing costs that passes through to consumers, so everybody benefits. So there's still this structural problem in at least the restructured power markets, I think, where there's just not effective. With some exceptions, there's just not effective, long-term sharing of risk through contracts. And it would be great for consumers to do that. Certainly, it's easy to say that right after prices spiked in some regions. And as we talked before, in California in 2001, they sure wish they had signed those contracts in 2000. And 2020 hindsight, but still going forward, it's not like this isn't going to recur at some point. So let's get better structures so we can bring down the generation financing. Transmission's just a different industry, different story. There, it's more about get the right type of infrastructure approved through the process, put it into if it's a regional process in RTO, then you put it into the RTO tariff, and there's plenty of certainty there, and you can get the right debt equity ratios there and get good low cost financing for that. But the challenge you have to overcome is what I said before of just individual isolated silo utilities. If you can get them to operate and plan as a region, then you get the much more efficient and high voltage, high capacity infrastructure, and you build the right kind, and then consumers benefit from getting the right kind of regional infrastructure built for them. And it's not complicated to stick it into the tariff. It's just you gotta get the regions to work together. FERC Order 1920 was a big step in that direction, but we still don't have that fully figured out or implemented, and we don't have anything going on really in the interregional transmission case. And arguably, they're the highest value for resilience, reliability, clean energy integration, and all the things is in the interregional case.
All right. I want to pull on a couple of threads we've brought up here. Certainly the difference in business models. I don't think we could have a conversation at AEI without the term competition coming up and the tension between, utility rate base, which of course can be durable and scalable and lower risk in terms of financing. But competitive markets really do drive efficiency and innovation. And as all three of you have mentioned, the line between those two models is getting blurrier all the time, and having to coexist is becoming an absolute necessity. So what I'd like to do is dig in a little bit into how we are using market signals inside the regulated framework to inform capital allocation. And Rob, I'd like to start with you. When we start with competition, it means different things in different layers. You were starting to talk about that with generation earlier. Can you share with us a little bit how you look at where competition works well today, where it's still hard, and maybe highlight a gating issue or two in each layer of what we look at in terms of generation, retail, consumer side, transmission, and how those fit together as, we discuss it. I think the theme I'm feeling is we used to have a homogeneous market, and we used to have an industry that looked the same from top to bottom, and none of it's the same anymore, and we all have to live in the same room. So
Right. I'll start with like a historical perspective. So, until the early 90s, it was just vertically integrated monopoly utilities, regulated generation, transmission, distribution, all under pretty much the same type of approach, cost of service regulation. You look at your load growth, you apply to the regulator and say, I need these investments, approve or reject. So that's the history. I mean, you can say a lot of things about that model. It does build infrastructure, and so there are a lot of benefits of the utility, franchise monopoly, cost of service regulation, especially in a super high load growth moment. It can be a powerful tool, and they can certainly attract capital. But in the early 90s, there was, I think, it seemed to be, it was led a little bit by experiments with independent power resulting from PURPA, but also sort of an academic realization that, there's not actually economies of scale in the generation part. There still are in the transmission and distribution. The wires, you're not going to have two sets of wires going down the street, as they say.
Right.
But generation, the scale was like, we could have many dozens or hundreds of companies providing generation. So that was the basic, I think, policy consensus of the EPACT of 1992, then implemented by FERC in Order 888 and other orders. And to me, that works very well. Not all regions, it was really up to the state whether they restructured and divested the generation, and many did. 20-ish states did that, and 30-ish states chose not to do that, and we still are staying roughly in that for the last 25 years. But to me, that works well. The other area, and in the spirit of your question and AEI and sort of free market, it seems like the right policy principle is use competition where you can, where it's structurally competitive, right? If it remains a natural monopoly like distribution and transmission, then regulate it like a natural monopoly with cost of service regulation. The next phase, now retail service was another area where, again, 20-ish states decided, we don't have to have a single monopoly provide the electricity service to retail customers. We could have competition there. That turned out to be a little bit challenging, I think just partly because, regulators, policymakers were so nervous. What if rates go up a penny? We're going to get thrown out of office, and well-intended policies were put in place that just made it so easy to go back to the utility default service that it ended up really not working that great in most places. Texas, I thought, worked well. It still works well. Australia works really well. Some places that works well. But that's, largely a state choice how they want to handle that. And then we've, attempted since FERC Order 1000 on transmission to introduce some competition. And in some regions, they've been able to make that work pretty well. I would say largely it's like a super high degree of difficulty, though. Like that's a whole different category of, trying to do something that, seems like the right public policy, but it is an integrated network, and the implementation and the time it takes to do it is, some regions and states are not so sure that's so easy. Maybe we'll get there someday.
Great, thank you. Alfred, you mentioned earlier about how the size of a project and whether it's with a regulated party or utility can make a difference in how a financing comes together. Could you talk to us a little bit about how it's in the mechanics of that differentiation and where competitive elements and competition and those things are sort of rewarded in terms of being attractive to investors? So sort of a little bit about what still makes the old system work and what is attracting investors as things change going forward and how to use competition beneficially.
Yeah, so in terms of cost of capital, finance people like to make things complicated, but there are like two things that generally drive it. And if you think about it from the perspective of borrowing against your house, so getting a mortgage, they're kind of two big things. There's the FICO score, so have you paid your bills in the past? And then there's the stability of your cash flows from your job. And if those things are good, then you get a lower rate. If those things are not good, then you don't get a lower rate. And the same is basically true of generation assets, where if you're going out to the market and you're trying to get financing on it, you need to have stability of cash flows from whatever sources you're getting those cash flows from, and you need to have a good credit rating. And it turns out that the utilities and the larger players in the space have the best credit ratings and therefore are able to get capital generally for projects at lower rates because they can stand behind their ability to pay better than a smaller developer can. Now that's basically the credit side of the equation. The other side of the equation is the risk-taking equity side of the equation. And in that sense, there are players in the market that are looking to optimize their return by taking more risk. And in that sense, you do see models like merchant batteries where they're trying to play power curves and benefit from successfully doing that. And that has somewhat more risk than having contracted offtake on the cost of the power. But it is beneficial to those that are willing to take it. So I think in that sense, that's a place where you see competition be a driving force into bringing in equity capital. But generally speaking, when you're talking about the tax credits and the credit, it comes down to the stability of the cash flows and their ability to pay over time.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Richard, one of the things we talked about earlier was the opportunities to bring more market-based signals into this regulated ecosystem. And that builds on what both Rob and Alfred were sharing. Particularly when we can use better data to facilitate faster decision-making. Can you help us understand what that looks like in practice and how policymakers and regulators should realize the opportunities that are there without feeling that they've given up the ability to enforce accountability and ensure reliability? I mean, how do we trust the market again when it's volatile?
Okay. Well, I'm going to go back to actually something that's several years old because I think it's still a really good example. So I was involved in New York State policy. So in Brooklyn and Queens, there was an area of load growth. This was before there was real load growth. And so the alternative on Con Ed was going to spend $1.2 billion on new substations. And so instead, under our new policy is, and really credit to Con Ed presented to market participants conditions in that location and expected demand growth. Because in New York State, it's a restructured market. So Con Ed does not own generation, only owns the wires. So instead of $1.2 billion, the market came back with a whole series of solutions that included demand response, energy efficiency, combined heat and power, solar. And those solutions cost $200 million. So that's $1 billion in capital savings. Doesn't take into account the reduction in peak power costs of delivering power into New York City in the middle of summer. Doesn't take into account the improved resilience, actually had, fewer emissions. So that's because it goes really to how financially inefficient the system is. When you talk about a system in the aggregate that's about 50% capital efficient, built for the hottest days of the year, there's a lot of inefficiency. So that, what's called, these are non-wires alternatives, and that has been replicated across New York State and I think in other parts of the country. And this is an example where, to Lynn's point before about business model, a shared savings approach makes a ton of sense because you know that it was $1.2 billion and now you know the alternative is $200 million. How do you whack up the savings as opposed to a performance-based, a compensation? This is a real change in business model. And I think that this same approach could be used in integrated markets. It just means that you harness the innovation of markets by providing the data. It just means that at the end of the day, the assets are owned by the utility. It just means you need to compensate the utility through that shared savings approach. That's the way, by the way, you improve the ROE, because it's not through capital, it's through savings, it's through incremental revenue. Utilities always want to have a higher ROE. This is a way to give them a higher ROE with actually spending less capital. So
Now that's some secret sauce.
Okay, and the last point I just want to say on this is that, I hate to use this as an analogy because I know everybody hates to fly, but there's a difference between safety and reliability regulation and economic regulation. Okay, we can have plenty of safety and reliability regulation and change the economics of it.
I think that's an excellent point. We were talking a little earlier about how much change has come up. Alfred, you mentioned that. And certainly we've seen meaningful policy movement over the last decade with tax incentives and environmental reviews. Alfred, I'd like to start with you. How are capital and developers responding to these changes in real time against this sort of policy backdrop upheaval? What's the first thing when one of these shifts takes place that you see? Is it repricing of deals? Is it outright cancellations? Is it, what do developers do to keep their deals executable?
Stu.
Who? I was going to start with Alfred and then you're next.
No, start with Alfred, please.
These development cycles are not conducive to rapid and chaotic change, right? Like these are very long builds that are in service for decades. And in that sense, when changes happen, they cascade through the system in different ways. The question that you posed was, where do you see it first?
Right.
And I think there's the obvious place, which is you see it in the public markets first. Mm-hmm. So in the recent announcement of new regulation guidance on safe harbor for certain energy assets in order to get the tax credits, you saw the solar stocks react immediately upon the guidance coming out. So that's usually the first place you see it. You will see deals reprice and conditions precedent to transact adjust pretty quickly as new policy comes in. So with the introduction of the new foreign entity of concern regulations, you saw deals adjust in terms of what was required of the counterparties in order to transact, and certain attestations that the developer would have to make of their supply chain. So you start to see that work its way through the system. You also will sometimes see the policy effects in unpredictable places. So one of the really interesting things about the law passed over the summer is there was all this conversation about the energy tax credits, with good reason. But the biggest impact to the tax credit market in the back half of 25 was actually the fact that OB3 had reduced tax liability for corporates for all kinds of reasons. They added R&D tax credits and more depreciation and all these things that led to a reevaluation of most corporates of their tax liability, which led to fewer buyers participating in the market.
Right,
and that started to play out in pricing. So, in some of these things, as policy is changing really rapidly and the market is trying to make sense of it, some of those things you can see immediately, some work out over a period of time, and usually it happens in unpredictable ways.
Right, indeed. I just, like the laundry list of things that shifted, I'm just following along with you in my head. There was a lot that moved very, very quickly. Richard, when rules like that change, you spoke to the challenges that are faced, especially by smaller projects, and the capital availability gaps that already exist. What kind of elements of different projects, particularly smaller ones, make them financeable without relying exclusively on favorable policies? Is it the cost savings that it can bring customers that you think is more viable going forward? What are the things as the perception around policy favorability shifts? What are the sort of the things that still keep these smaller projects in particular worth considering and keep them in the market?
Well, I think it's what we've been talking about during the day here, that there are, if we think about retail customers in Texas, for example, they're getting, in many cases, they're getting either a lower cost or more value associated with their energy services. So that is inevitably involving some type of distributed solution. So for industrial customers, it's either the availability or sometimes the quality of power that they're getting. Because we haven't talked about power quality, but that's also an issue that is, people talk about 999 and all that, but long before this, most industrial, not even industrial, we operate on DC now. We operate on DC, and so all the money that is spent to protect our IT system really relies upon power quality. So power quality is important too. So there are lots of reasons why distributed solutions can make sense for companies, even away from data center and away from policy. So I think the only thing that I would say is that we don't, from a policy standpoint, one of the concerns that I think we have, frankly, is that we should not be we should really allow in AEI, we should allow market forces to work and not try to put a thumb on the scale. And so maybe in certain blue periods in the past, we put the thumb on one part of the scale, and in other administrations, we put in the thumb on another part of the scale. I think that we should really allow for market forces to work better.
I would agree. In addition to tax policy and financing implications thereof, I mentioned environmental policy as well. And if you say environmental policy in a room like this, the next thing you think of is permitting. And Rob, certainly transmission is something that's been buffeted in the wind of permit reform, as you mentioned earlier. How are you seeing transmission developers and maybe also generation developers adjust to these shifts? We went from certainly a very, I would say, expansive regulatory policy in terms of what needs to be considered for a project to one that pretends to be much, much narrower, at least for some time. Do you see things changing yet in terms of how projects are pitched to regulators and policymakers?
So Rob, I just want to interrupt because I wanted to mention this before when you talked about competition and transmission. I just wanted to mention this because of the environment. So in New York, we wanted to have a competitive process for transmission, but because we thought that'll bring down the costs. Mm-hmm. But what happened is so many communities thought that there were going to be transmission lines going through their places. And so it actually created tremendous pushback. So I just wanted to mention that.
No, I heard that as well, and I've seen that in other places. That's true. So yeah, just to say competition good is too simplistic. Christy, on your policy change and what's the effect on investment? I mean, I think you're right. The buckets are environmentals, including EPA, permitting, and tax. Those are the big ones. Environmental is kind of interesting to think about. We used to see EPA rules change one eddy every 4 years. with the current Supreme Court, I'm not sure we're going to keep seeing that because the Supreme Court lasts a lot longer than 4 years.
Yeah.
So it might be stable whether you like where they are or not. Tax policy certainly does, as we've seen, and Alfred and Richard know this in great detail, but yeah, going from IRA to OB3, I mean, that certainly can change and could change in another, whatever, 3 or so years. So that can be unstable. And permits can change, and we're seeing, you know, a whole classes of industries not get their permits, or you want to build a totally innocuous solar farm somewhere in some rural state where nobody even sees it, and there's a creek on your property, and you just need a permit that nobody even, I mean, even policy people like me who've been doing this for 30 years didn't even know you need permits for some of these things. It was so automatic, you just call the person at the agency and you get it. Well, now they're not picking up the phone half the time. And then, of course, some industries like offshore wind are being directly targeted. So and of course, that could go the other direction. And I'm sure the oil and gas industry is paying very close attention to what's happening right now to see, well, what's going to happen in 3 years to us when that comes around, what comes around goes around. So yeah, so environmental tax, permitting, but in transmission, it's more about regulations and these things like the regional planning and cost allocation. And the answer on that is we don't know right now what sort of the new FERC is going to do or what the current administration is really going to do about grid expansion. I mean, we all know what individuals have, you know, thought or said in private meetings, but I don't think Peter Lake said a whole lot publicly today about Order 1920 or permitting reform or large-scale transmission. You know, they do have the framework of the, you know, the optimize and expand, or stabilize, optimize, expand. But the expand part, you know, once or twice it mentioned transmission expansion, and so I'm optimistic and hopeful, and certainly ask any data center provider or hyperscaler whether they want grid expansion. Absolutely, 100%. They want the full network, you know, service, and you know, with the robust grid backing it up. They far prefer that if they want reliable service over just, you know, co-location or off the meter or off grid behind the meter. So, you know, I assume those dots will be connected at some point here, and they'll actually, you know, stick with Order 1920, implement it strongly and speedily, and then do other things like interregional that are still need to be done. But the honest answer is we don't really know yet. I haven't seen clear direction from FERC or the NEDC about that.
Is that a good thing or not? I'm going to leave that out there, not for comment. Utilization was one of the issues, optimization, and bang for the buck, in addition to obvious new build that we're going to need, regardless of where that trajectory between now and 2030 is in terms of demand. And we have also mentioned in several panels that the grid's average utilization is surprisingly low. I'd like to talk a little bit about improving utilization, where customers might see it or start to appreciate where it materializes. I think one of the challenges we have with power is that, you know, the industry has been fabulous at providing it. I mean, we hit the switch and it comes on and we don't think anything about it. We feed ChatGPT incessant queries and it just keeps spitting back to us. And, you know, as you said, you and Todd said this morning, we actually haven't felt what that's costing us yet. But we do need to optimize what we have. And I would say from the pipeline perspective, which is something I do follow a lot of, when infrastructure was constrained, we started using the existing system differently. And we increased the ability to deliver natural gas on a firm basis at the cost of flexibility. And I guess, you know, when people hear utilization, it all sounds good and it all sounds, oh, we're going to be using stuff we don't use. Well, on the pipeline side, there comes a point where there is no more space to put another molecule in the pipe. There is no way to deliver incremental gas to a generator, even if they're willing to pay for it. Are we going to see something similar on the transmission side, where as we increase utilization on an average basis, which can do a lot of good things, do we hit a point where, you know, we're going to be constrained in meeting peaks, or do the electrons behave differently than molecules? And that's out of left field. He didn't get that earlier. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're certainly constrained on the grid. I mean, the overhang from possibly overbuilding in the 80s, enabled us for many years to go along and build generation and add load at the modest load levels without having to worry about the grid a lot. But that ran out. The interconnection queues are a symptom of that. The delays to get connected are a symptom. The delays now affecting load, large loads, are a symptom. Like those things would be quick and cheap if the grid weren't constrained. So now we really have to maximize utilization of the grid. There are a few ways to do that. One is just these large RTO markets. I mean, what we wonks call the bid-based security constrained economic dispatch across a large regional area really manages that grid a lot more efficiently. It doesn't usually get talked about in those terms, but if you want to, if the whole Western region is talking about either 1 or 2 large regional markets instead of 38 or whatever balancing areas, that would be so much more of an efficient use of those assets out there. That's one. And then I'll defer to Richard and others on more the demand side. And there was a distributed panel. That's certainly another area. But let me just tick off a couple transmission technologies that a lot of people are not familiar with. One is dynamic line ratings. When the wind is blowing, it actually cools the line down, and you can deliver more power without reaching heat thermal limits. So why not allow more delivery at those times? So it's dynamic line rating, meaning at those times you allow the rating to increase. So that's one.
Which means the system operator can put more power on the line
Yes.
instead of observing what may be an artificial constraint.
Yeah, that's right. Instead of observing an artificial static constraint that just says the line is 100 megawatts year round, actually sometimes it's 125 megawatts. Sometimes, by the way, usually when you do these studies, you find about 3% of the time they're delivering too much, which is not good for the longevity of the line or system reliability. So from a reliability standpoint, worry about the 3% where we're delivering too much as the 97% of the time where it's too little. But that's just DLR, dynamic line rating. Topology optimization is more like the ways of the grid. You could reroute, you could open and close circuits and get a more efficient dispatch for the system. And then advanced power flow control is like physically rerouting the power from one route to another route that can avoid a constraint. So that's a good one. And then there was a little mention earlier of high performance conductors. The idea there is we have only so many rights of way. It's really hard and expensive to get new rights of way. So let's use the right of way more expensive by maybe paying a little bit more for the piece of wire, but get the kind of wire that can deliver twice as much power as the standard old steel core. Get a composite core or something like that that can deliver more. Since it's composite, it doesn't heat up, it doesn't sag, it's more wildfire resistant, and it delivers all this additional power that you could put there. These things are a regulatory challenge. Each one we could go into at maybe another time, but if you think about that, like some of these cost too little for the utilities to be interested.
Again, the small problem.
Yeah, well, right, too small problem. Others, like the conductor, is more like, well, you're not doing least cost planning to meet the need. And if you think about that sort of as an economist, that's a terrible decision rule. You really want to maximize net benefit, pay a little bit more and get a lot more performance. And yet usually our state regulatory decision rules are not set up that way. So all these things require some regulatory policy change.
So in addition to regulatory policy changes, these more innovative technology solutions, I'm guessing those are the projects that you and Richard are seeing. And can you tell us a little bit about how, the selling the value of optimization, is succeeding or struggling, right now? Because, we need a lot. And like you said, if, I'm going to build you a $3 billion transmission line, and you got a queue down the block of PE guys who are willing to go, oh, I'll take a piece of that. What are these smaller, less obvious, more efficient, lower cost, how are these projects getting done, and how are those sponsors putting together the value proposition for that?
Yeah, so we've talked a lot on this panel about challenges and various forms of partisan discord, of which there are lots. but I'm going to tell a story of a place where there's actual real success, and that's battery storage. But before I do that, I'm going to tell you a funny story that happened last week. So I was on one of these panels in a group of battery people, and there was a long wind up for why batteries are going so well, and they came to me, and my opening line was, "The battery storage industry is on fire," which was not not well received in the room. It's true. It is like unbelievable what is happening from a policy perspective and a growth perspective in the battery industry. We went from 7% of the tax credit market in the first half of last year being battery storage related tax credits to 27% of the market in the first half of this year. It's booming categorically. And when you look at utilization, there are all kinds of great examples. Most notably, in 2024, in ERCOT, they added 5 gigawatts of storage. For that 5 gigawatts of storage, they were able to reduce the days that consumers were instructed to consume less electricity from 11 days to 2.
Wow.
It generated like $750 million worth of savings at an average per consumer of $30 or something like that. And so I think when we look at the system, that again is a place where there actually has been pretty good bipartisan consensus. The battery storage related tax credit was introduced in the IRA. It was retained completely in OB3. So even though they were taken away for wind and solar somewhat sooner than was planned, battery storage credits are here to stay. It is helping to drive great investment that is adding to stability of the systems, and it's a real bright spot.
So can I jump in here?
Only if you're going to bring more good news.
I'm going to bring good news.
Awesome.
I think good
Then
news.
yes, you may.
So when you think, we've talked a lot about the historic utility business model and what utility's done. So again, if we think about the whole idea of a utility, at inception, it was the collective was cheaper than the individual, right?
Mhm.
Well, one of the things that's happening now with increases in prices, and it has been happening for a while, is that sometimes the individual now is cheaper than the collective. And you can be sure, because the system is so financially inefficient, there are lots of innovators that are trying to arbitrage that value. And the part that's not so good is, of course, the innovators don't have the obligation to serve. And so they want to pick off the most profitable customers, which would leave behind everybody else, right, that have the least opportunity. So that's one of the things we really need to be careful as we go into this period if costs are going to continue to increase. So I think that, back to the other part of the question about, how can we, yes, there are grid constraints, but the point about the distributed solutions, again, not the only answer, is you locate resources inside of a load pocket. That releases grid constraints. And then all of the things to reduce the peak power and to reduce peak power demand, because the system is getting peakier and peakier, which means, again, in terms of cost, we're paying for assets one way or another, in restructured markets or not, we're paying for assets that are used not very often. So the more we can reduce the peak, the more more efficient the system will be. And so there are load control devices, there's dynamic pricing, and the point about dynamic pricing is it doesn't mean there are certainly individuals that may be interested in using their phone to optimize. I'm not going to do that. But this goes to the point about, in Texas again, about the retail choice and what base power, for example, is doing, is an intermediary can protect the customer and deal with dynamic pricing. And so one of the comments that Peter Lake said this morning that, I get when he talked about, sort of demand response and, once every 10 years, we got to go much further than that. because we want to have tremendous load flexibility. And by the way, demand response is not a business for a utility. Demand response is regulatory compliance. We want to align the utility incentives with the customer bill, and that would involve inherently a reduction in peak demand.
And that comes back to some performance-based rate making, I think you mentioned earlier. That is one way to capture it is, are you delivering that value for the customer? Are you maximizing their opportunity to make savings? And it's something that has been arguably more successful on the gas utility side than it's been in power. It's been harder
We've
in
got
power.
by the way, to your initial question, we have a long ways to go if we do this right before we get into a situation where we have too much capacity. We have capacity utilization that's so high that we run into real constraints.
That's
if
good
we
to
do
know.
it right, we have a long ways to go.
That's good to know, because I got to tell you, we're awfully tight on the pipeline side. I would like to open things up. I'm going to shift myself so my voice doesn't disappear as I look around the room and see if there's any folks out here with some questions for this fabulous panel. Oh, come on, we didn't stump you, Lynn.
No, we can leave early.
Oh, nope, we got one right here.
I'm a consultant. So what do you see coming up that might resolve some of this?
Which this?
Of prices and allocations and building new stuff.
I mean, this might be a good entree into permitting reform. I mean, making it easier to build, providing investors more certainty. We had a little mention earlier, but I do see stars potentially aligning for a significant permitting reform piece of legislation in Congress. We need to clear up some of the macro dynamics with certain resources getting permits revoked and things like that. But other than that, in Congress, I think there's a deal to be had.
There's another really interesting dynamic in electricity prices right now, where most of the way that we talk about that, especially in this town, is the political implications of electricity prices being higher. Electricity prices being higher also drives a ton of capital investment.
Yes.
So there is a lot of infrastructure that continues to come, even though the law has changed to become less favorable for certain categories. And we're going to get a lot that gets built in this period, no matter what, because of those supply-demand dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that for those of us that have wanted to build the kind of the grid of the future, we've been waiting for 25 years to build the grid of the future. We've been trying to build the 21st century of the grid for the last 25 years and done very little to do it. And so this is the opportunity, the forcing function of the demand, increased demand. And I just hope, that's what's great. Thank you for putting this on, because we can solve the power demand in the old-fashioned way, but we'll kind of break the bank doing it. So this is a forcing function for us to really build the grid that we want to have.
All right, we got one right here. We got two hands. I'm getting a suntan up here.
Hi, Will Bryan from ClearPath. So this summer was a real lesson in policy uncertainty. Alfred, I'm sure that was like your 9 to 5 for a while there. I'm curious, and batteries, like you just mentioned, are sort of a case where bipartisan support leads to like real success and stability for a technology. I'm curious if you see other areas of maybe over the next 5 to 10 years, bipartisan support on particular technologies or particular reforms. On the battery piece in particular, I'm curious for your thoughts on FIOC and like reorienting supply chains away from foreign adversaries. Batteries obviously like don't do so well in that world, like where you see that going.
Yeah, so there are definitely some areas of real bipartisan consensus. So batteries are one of them. We have seen good support for nuclear across the board that is consistent. The IRA introduced a tax credit for advanced manufacturing, which is credits for solar panels and other equipment, wind equipment, battery equipment, and critical minerals, all of which has a ton of support on both sides of the aisle. Clean fuels are a very fast-growing segment of the tax credit and the financing markets around it. So among those categories, those are increasingly making up a significant share of the tax credit markets, more than half, which is a good proxy for the level of investment that is going into these categories. So those new spaces that have a lot of consensus are driving and attracting a ton of investment. The item that you talked about, which is the foreign entity of concern concept, it was introduced in a much larger way in the law passed over the summer, basically requiring that developers source materials that are disproportionately from non-adversarial countries, namely and specifically in the case of batteries, China, and it introduced restrictions on the ability to get the 45X advanced manufacturing credit if you had a certain amount of the supply chain that was coming from China. That has driven a ton of supply chain reorientation. So developers have pretty quickly changed their supply chains to be sure that they will be able to get the credits and not run afoul of FIAC, even though the FIAC guidance has not yet come out of the department. People have done that in anticipation of it. We've also seen the sale of a good number of minority shares of JV partnerships that were done with Chinese companies that are now out of some number of large US manufacturers, which if you take the lens of where is there bipartisan consensus, I think there's a good amount of consensus there that that's a generally good thing for us to control more of the supply chain. It's a hard thing to comply with, and the developers, manufacturers are having a hard time with that, but it is driving real change in supply chains, and it's already happening.
Rob, are you seeing any sort of impacts? I know that, certainly on the bulk power system, there's a lot of equipment that's being made overseas now, and are you seeing that sort of shift yet, or is that less obvious than it is in the battery sector?
I mean, honestly, I'm not following it that closely.
There is something you guys don't do. Oh my God, I'm impressed.
It's just so hard to keep track of tariffs in the international and the supply chains. They're so dynamic. That's right. Yeah. That's right. The grid is enough.
Richard, is that something you've encountered yet? No. Okay. That's an excellent question. Thank you for that. We had another one back here. Oh, well, one way or the other. Here, and then we'll grab the one over here.
Yeah. So you kind of took my question, but I want to pursue it a little bit. I mean, Alfred, you said that the batteries were a bipartisan. There was bipartisan support, but on the other hand, we heard an entire speech from Peter Lake in which I don't think he's mentioned batteries at all, even though batteries have been the salvation of Texas. So there really is some animosity toward batteries. So my question to you is not, first of all, confirm that, but is there something that those of us in the kind of communications part of this business are doing wrong? I mean, it seems to me that the story about the declining prices of batteries and solar and wind, it just is not really all that well understood by average Americans. And if you could provide some advice, I'd love to hear it, or other panelists.
Love your views on this too, Richard. I definitely think that we as a energy industry, and particularly in the renewable energy industry, have failed to tell the story in a way that transcends the partisan battle lines. I think that there is a real moment where there's an opportunity to do that. And the salience of the affordability argument and the actual rising cost of electricity prices, combined with the fact that in many cases solar and storage are the most efficient, lowest cost, fastest power that you can get, I think presents a really important reality right now, where in the political conversation around batteries, you may not have seen Republicans in the debate stand up and say, we absolutely need to maintain the tax credits for batteries, but there was never really a concern that they would take that away. And I think that is in part because industry needs it, knows that they need it, and the utilities are telling them that they know that they need it, and there's a ton of development that's happening. So I think if we're thinking about it from a communications perspective, I think this argument shift in the direction of affordability is a materially more resonant argument than arguments that were made in favor of decarbonization. Right? I think we can make the same arguments for the same technologies in the lens of prices and building and infrastructure in a way that I think transcends across political parties, in a way that has also found positive receptivity, at least even recently in a period where there's been a lot of discord.
We should follow up, Jim. I was just looking at some data on retail rates that actually went down a fair amount in some places that have a lot of renewable energy. So Iowa, North Dakota, Texas, Nevada. And I'm thinking, well, I mean, what's going on there? There's probably a lot of renewable energy that, tends to suppress the average price, which benefits consumers. So in this era of affordability being the coin of the realm, the issue of the day, that seems like it should be highlighted.
And by the way, the opposite is true in markets that are very dependent on gas. When gas prices were higher, that goes through to the consumer, and there's a real direct transference of the fact that we are selling more LNG abroad, and that driving more demand on US LNG, which is pushing up the price. So there are all these market aspects that flow through into the consumer. And I think as long as we're in the lens of these kinds of energy are good if I'm this kind of partisan, and those kinds are good if I'm that kind of partisan, we miss the plot.
Do we have time for one more, Lynn? Or do we need a break between panels? Well, we have 1, 2, 3. One more.
Thanks. Jenny Mandel with Environmental Defense Fund. Thanks for this great conversation. I wanted to ask, across the various system drivers discussed here in the last hour, where do you see the affordability crisis and all the visibility and politics and such around that driving the most change or exerting the most pressure for change?
Maybe this is too much of a grid geek answer, but I do think the grid flexibility and things like speeding up interconnection for flexible new loads, but also more flexible transmission services, more flexible interconnection services. These are certainly some things that have been talked about for a long time, but now we're in a real crisis if we are literally turning away the loads, and as a nation, basically saying we can't fit you here, encouraging them to go elsewhere, which policymakers by and large do not want. I think it really forces a lot of questions, and we're starting to see that in some bipartisan policies that could, really improve the efficiency of the grid.
I was just going to say that we've seen in different states, rate freezes. In Georgia, the throwing out some of the commissioners. It's really unfortunate, right? They're going in the wrong direction because really what we want to do is take advantage of the crisis, right? And I don't have anything else to say other than that, but it's there is a solution here that we've been talking about, and that's what I hope we can talk through. Yeah.
The lady in the back.
Okay, fortunate or unfortunate? Two trends. Let's see what you all think. Blackstone buying utilities, terrible or great? That's one. And the other is this behind-the-meter power boom and interest in just avoiding the grid altogether. Stargate being the top example. I think it hurts. It hurts that we can't restore utilities to a model where they invest positively in reducing overall rates by making the right investments. And the behind-the-meter stuff is kind of the same because we're avoiding actually contributing to more megawatt hours and a lower infrastructure cost. So agreement, disagreement, and just what do we do with those things that are happening? Because that is the dominant narrative, right? Even for AI. let alone the rest of it.
Well, I'll say something about the performance of behind the meter or off-grid. I mean, the islanded solution of full off-grid, I think, is just much worse performance from a reliability and performance perspective. I think Mars is speaking next. He would know a lot more than I do about that, but I haven't heard any of the many data center and hyperscaler individuals and companies I've asked say that they want to be off-grid. They, by and large, want the full network service with the transmission and the robust grid behind it, just for performance reasons. If they want 5 nines reliability, that's where it comes from. It has always been the case with the electric industry, and that hasn't changed. So I do think it's important to not get too distracted by that, but recognize that in this time of speed to power as an imperative for companies, and as a individual company or as an industry, it's life and death to get speed to power. So they're going to do what they have to do, which means there will be creative solutions, including a lot of on-site, potentially even some off-grid for a while. But I think that's mostly as an interim phase to get to the grid access that they really want.
Richard made a really interesting point a moment ago of we've been waiting for 25 years to build the grid of the future, and you can't build that without capital. And we could debate who the best owners of various assets and companies are in the market, but I was recently looking at the number of renewable energy platforms that are owned by private equity, and it's a huge number. And if you look at it, it's the ones that have grown the fastest over this most recent period of time. One of those is Invenergy that BlackRock owns. Another one is local right here to Summit Ridge Power that has been owned by Apollo. And I think those have been driving a lot of growth in the markets for renewable energy in a way that's really positive. And I'd rather that, particularly in this moment where policy is shifting and things could otherwise be more expensive to build the grid of the future, than the opposite, where we didn't have large institutional capital that was looking to deploy billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in these spaces.
As far as Blackstone, if they're interested in it, there's probably value. Is it good or bad? I think it depends on what you expect their intentions are. So I'd be curious to ask you later what you think their intentions are. If it's just the large, I guess my clarifying question would be, is it just their growing passive positions in an industry that looks like it's on a structural uptick? That doesn't faze me, because I don't think that there's been credible evidence that there's nefarious behavior going on in terms of how the shares are voted. So that doesn't flummox me so much. But I think it is curious that there's been this large consolidation of large passive positions, and what that means for the vulnerability of utility companies to a subset of more active shareholders. Because if you have a bunch of shareholders that are passive, and then you have a subset of much smaller shareholders that are active, then the question is if someone has a bee in their bonnet and they want to change how the business is run, then has the passivity actually created a vulnerability to that business model and the health of that business? That's a very different question. So if it's less about a particular company's investment in utilities and more about the accumulation of this passive investor base, it's a very interesting question, and one that I haven't done as much work on as I'd like to. It's one of those things that's really curious, and then something explodes over here. Not a battery, though.
I want to make a real practical coalitional politics point about this. So there was a moment in the negotiation of OB3 where transferability almost went away. And transferability is an amazing innovation. It is a program that has really worked. The market has grown to $40 billion in 3 years. The efficiency is pretty good. People are able to access capital that couldn't access it before. Coming out of the House bill in OB3, transferability was taken away holistically within a couple of years. And we put together a table with a bunch of different coalition partners. And the coalition partners at that table were nuclear, advanced manufacturing, critical minerals, wind, solar, storage, manufacturers, everybody. And we went to the Hill and we said, you can't take away transferability. And the people that carried the most weight in those political conversations were often the ones that came from the other side of the aisle or were more coded for the other side of the aisle. And we protected transferability. And so I think in that sense, it's really helpful if we're trying to get out of this, one side is in charge and screws the other side on different systems, for us to be aligned and for people that come to these questions from different political sides, Blackstone being coded in a certain way, being part of coalitions around this stuff, I think is really useful if we want stable public policy.
I just want to add one other point. I'm not specifically about Blackstone or any private equity firm, but one of the things that utility regulation, people talk about being a golden cage, because a cage keeps you in, but it also keeps things out, right? And what private equity firms have done is to make companies more efficient from a capital standpoint. And when we talked about the average capacity utilization of the regulated utility industry, around 50%, the average capacity utilization of most capital-intensive industries around the world is north of 80%, right? And that has been enabled, in order to compete, you have to do that. And I think that has been arguably one of the things that private equity firms have brought about, for good or for bad. And so opening up, back to AEI, opening up I'm not saying that Blackstone is thinking about it or any of these other private equity firms are thinking about the utility industry in the same way that they might look at an investment in other capital-intensive industry, but I'm saying the thinking of opening up the utility industry to things that have already been done in other capital-intensive industries would be a very good thing.
And on that note, I think I'm getting the vibe that it is time. Yep.
Okay.
I'd like you to help me thank our panelists, and thank you all for your questions.
Great to see you. I'll be in touch.
All right, I'm going to let some seating reorientation happen and move quite directly into our closing keynote. It is really my pleasure to introduce It is really my pleasure to introduce our closing keynote speaker, Marsden Hanna. Mars is the global head of energy and sustainability policy for Google. And it was really important to me to have someone from Google talk about what they're doing at this event. So thank you. Because I've always been impressed with Google's technical leadership, their intellectual leadership, and their business model leadership in this energy space. And I think that shows up in their policy engagement, which to me has always had a feeling of good faith and goodwill that I think is often missing when I, as a public choice economist, look at industry engagement with policy. So I'm very grateful to Google for all of that leadership and to Mars for being here to bring us up to date on what Google's up to and how they're looking at these issues. So Mars, over to you.
Thank you. Let's see, did I go backwards? There we go. Terrific. Thank you so much, Lynn, and thank you to AEI and others for the opportunity to be here. It's always very daunting to go at the very end of the day, particularly for a presentation and keynote, but thank you for your attention. Hopefully we'll keep this exciting and fun. So I'm Marcin Hanna. I'm our head of energy and sustainability policy at Google. Energy has been a very big focus for us for a long time. It will not surprise you to hear why. This is the primary input to all of the products and services that power everything we do, from search to Gmail to YouTube to Gemini. All of this runs in our data centers and has for a long time, since we started building data centers in 2006, 20 years ago now. And as we look at the future, a lot of attention focused for us, obviously, on AI, meeting the AI opportunity. We fundamentally are extremely optimistic that this is going to present a generational change in our ability to accelerate scientific advancement, unlock economic growth. Something like $4 trillion of economic upside is out there for the US economy when AI is fully integrated into all products and services. But that will take time. But we're already using AI in a lot of the products you may be using today. So, for example, if you've ever used the circle to search function on your phone, if you have an Android phone, that's an AI-powered product. If you go on Google Maps and you search for, if you go to the filter on wildfires, we have a wildfire boundary mapping function where you can, this is totally public, open, you can look at it right now. And you can see the location of all the wildfires that are currently active around the world. And that's blending a bunch of different satellite pictures together, using AI into a current picture of the wildfires that are available, that are happening. Lots of different functions as well, things like language translation. If you've ever used that function on Google Translate to translate a menu, that is AI. So it's already powering a lot of what we do, but as we look ahead, we think it's going to be transformational. We're starting to apply this as well in the energy space. We're very excited about this, a bunch of different opportunities. Tapestry is a part of the Alphabet family. It's a separate company from Google, but it's part of our macro holding company that's really focused on how do we use AI to virtualize the grid and digitally twin the grid, and then use that information to help inform better asset management, to help inform interconnection studies, and to help optimize the grid ultimately. So Tapestry has a partnership with the utility Vector in New Zealand, where they're able to do AI analysis of drone footage of distribution lines and speed up the predictive maintenance on those lines by 90%. So you're talking about dramatic uptick in our ability to be efficient in asset management. They have a partnership with PJM as well, where we're hoping that AI-driven interconnection queue analysis can really speed up the process and get resources online faster. In the transportation space, we have a product called Greenlight. We've all had the experience of being stuck at a red light when there's no traffic coming on the other side and you're frustrated with that. So what Greenlight does is it uses Google Maps data, anonymized and aggregated Google Maps data, to make recommendations to city planners about how they can optimize traffic light timing to reduce stop and go traffic. And that saves fuel, that reduces frustration, it saves emissions. So that's something that's live in, I think, at least 12 cities right now, and we're continuing to roll out around the world. Weather forecasting, this is another really big opportunity, something we're very excited about. The Weather Next model was developed by Google DeepMind. Most weather models are physics-based, so you create what you believe is to be the electronic model of the world. This GDM threw all that away, and they said, let's just feed it data. And so they've fed just a tremendous volume of data into this model and said, optimize for weather prediction. And it can now predict the weather 15 days ahead, and excitingly, it's beating some of the gold standard weather models, not by trying to replicate the world, but by just feeding it data and letting it figure it out. So lots more to come here, and a lot of different applications on the weather forecasting side, Tapestry is starting to integrate that with the grid operator in Chile. So they have a partnership there. Chile has a goal to be 100% renewable as an entire grid, and also has a very unique geography that makes it challenging to optimize power flow. So they can integrate weather forecasting with WeatherNext and help forecast renewable production and integrate into that into their grid management system. Really exciting opportunities. We're just starting to scratch the surface of all of this. Of course, all of this runs in our data centers. We have 32 facilities around the world. The biggest home is the United States. That will continue to be our primary area of focus for growth for a number of different reasons, but we do have facilities all around the world. And the power demands have been going up. So you can see here, over the last 10, 15 years, we've really accelerated in our electricity consumption. From 2015 to about 2024, we were growing at 20% year over year load growth. Last year, or in 2024, I should say, that accelerated to 27%. Part of that is AI load growth, part of that is natural business expansion, but with the pace of growth is accelerating, and it's something that's very much not lost on us and our team, and we believe it's really important to provision new capacity to take advantage of the opportunity we have in front of us. And fundamentally, we think this is a really good thing. There is a close correlation between electricity consumption per capita and GDP per capita. This is an opportunity. That doesn't mean efficiency isn't important. That doesn't mean taking off emitting resources isn't important. But it does mean that this is an opportunity we should be excited about. Certainly there is grid strain, there is affordability questions. We need to manage those. Those are essential. But when it comes to how are we going to evolve as a country, unlocking the opportunity and really embracing energy growth, we think is a really great thing we should be excited about. I just want to talk about efficiency of AI for a minute as well. That will continue to be a really core driver of how we keep bending the curve down. This is something we've been laser focused on for a very long time at all levels of the stack of AI. At the model level, engineers are finding ways to reduce compute cycles while maintaining quality output the same. So reduce the energy input fundamentally from the model itself. At the chip level, we design and help manufacture our own chips, tensor processing units. This is similar to the GPU from NVIDIA. The Ironwood generation of TPUs that we released last year was 30 times more energy efficient than the first generation that we created in 2018. So just tremendous gains in efficiency at the chip level. And then if you wrap that up to the whole data center level, we're now getting 6 times as much compute output out of the building as we were 5 years ago. And that's a trend that's really continued for many years, and we're hopeful will continue in the future. We published some studies as well, and there's lots of concerns. If you look on social media, lots of concerns about water and electricity use of LLMs. We published a study 6 months ago showing that for the median Gemini query, you're using the electricity equivalent of about 9 seconds of TV. And if you look at the water usage, it's about 5 drops of water. So just for a couple points of comparison, on the water side, you would have to do 4 million median Gemini queries to equal the water usage of 1 pair of leather shoes. If you wanted to do jeans, it's 5.5 million Gemini queries to equal 1 pair of jeans. So the water usage is incredibly low relative to many other aspects of our life. As a company, as Google, we consume something like the equivalent of 45 golf courses worth of water for products that serve billions of people. There's 175 golf courses in Palm Springs. So it's very, very different level of sort of what we think about in terms of capacity. This chart on the right is a little complicated, but I want to talk through it for a second because this is what I find to be a really compelling example of how we're seeing this pace of efficiency of AI change extremely quickly. So on the x-axis of this chart, you have cost per million tokens going down on a log scale. So on the far left, you have $100 per token. Token is basically like the input. On the far right, you have 1 cent per million tokens. And then on the y-axis, you have a test that's called Google proof quality assurance test. And this is an indicator for performance of an LLM model, where this is a complex test designed by industry experts in particular fields. A very, very smart person using Google would get a 30% on average on this test. A PhD level expert in that field would get a 70% on that test. And so you can see on the far bottom left, that's the GPT-4 model. That's the original ChatGPT model that got everybody excited in summer of 2023. And then as you follow the blue line up and to the right, you can see that every couple months, we have a model that's, the cost is going down and the quality has gone up. And if you look to the far top right, we've now got models released in the last 2 or 3 months where in a period and a span of about 2 years, you've dropped the cost to serve by 100x, and you've increased the quality of the output from smart person using Google to PhD level intelligence. So it's really just an incredibly fast changing dynamic field. Efficiencies are driving costs down, energy use down throughout the whole stack, something we hope will continue, and we're really, from a business imperative, it's incredibly important for us as well in our sector to focus on driving costs down and driving efficiencies. Of course, obviously, we are still going to be using energy, and we know it's really important to be investing in firm resources that are going to help match new load with dispatchable or firm capacity. We've done a lot of renewables. I think we have 22 gigawatts of renewables. We'll continue to be very focused there. But we also know it's really important to be investing in that next generation of energy technology. We have a partnership with Fervo for advanced or enhanced geothermal in Nevada. We have a partnership with Kairos Power, where we're going to be off-taking from their Hermes 2 reactor in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And that's an order book as well. I think the Hermes 2 reactor is about 75 megawatts. And so we're going to be working with them to get some of those repetitions and drive cost downs as we deploy with them around the country. CTC Global, I heard, was here before, and I think I saw Theodore. We're thrilled about our partnership with them for advanced transmission. This is one of the fastest ways we can unlock capacity on the grid, rapidly replacing existing wires with larger, higher capacity conductors. Can be done for a fraction of the cost compared to the cost of building a new line. We think that's a really important pathway to unlock capacity for AI load growth. We're not seeing utilities jump to this, and so for us, this is, we've got to step up and we've got to try to look for opportunities to deploy this in unique and innovative ways. We did our first gas with carbon capture deal at the Broadwing Energy Center in Decatur, Illinois. That's a partnership with LCI and ADM. We know that that's going to be an important technology. All IPCC projections show that carbon capture is got to be part of the solution. And then on the long duration energy storage front, we have a partnership with Energy Dome. This is 8 to 24-hour storage. We have an active facility in Ireland and a partnership with them to continue to deploy that technology in the coming years. So really squarely focused on trying to accelerate and bring some of these new technologies to commercial scale. Also trying to innovate on the business model front and on the regulatory front as we look to bring these resources online. So for the Fervo facility in Nevada, we worked with NV Energy to develop something we've called the Clean Transition Tariff. This is a way where it's a new rate structure in vertically integrated markets, where we're working with the utility to say, we want to bring on a firm carbon-free resource. This may be above your average price for your in your IRP, but we want it for us, and so we're willing to pay above market costs. And so we're able to help influence their IRP and bring on these kinds of innovative resources, and we pass that through directly to our demand charge, and we pay for the resource because we are asking for it. So new structure we've been using now, I think a little bit over a year in Nevada. Demand response has been an important focus area for us. This really started, our focus here really started in 2020, in the summer of, winter of 22-23 with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, spiking gas prices and electricity prices across Europe. And in that environment, we knew we needed to find a way to curtail load, to be more flexible in order, both economically, but also to be a good grid citizen. We don't want to be serving cat videos on YouTube while people are taking cold showers because it's so expensive. So we piloted some efforts at that point in time. We've scaled that up. We did a pilot with OPPD in Nebraska with a couple different events, and we now have 2 new partnerships with TVA and Indiana Michigan Power to help develop structures to be more flexible with our capacity. We are interested and excited by the NOPR and the 403 that we know is proceeding at FERC. We do see this as a pathway to help speed interconnection of new load. The challenge with these is, we've got to find ways to structure these programs that are flexible and that work for individual customers. So we are not like other industries where we may just be able to turn on and off within a given hour. We need advance notice. We may be serving healthcare clients, critical infrastructure loads that we can't just turn it off. We do need to be able to structure a program that's voluntary and that's collaborative, but we do think that's an important pathway. We have a partnership with NextEra to restart the Duane Arnold nuclear facility in Iowa. We're very excited about continuing to utilize existing assets like the Duane Arnold facility on the grid. That will come online subject to regulatory approvals in the coming years. And then co-location, I think I want to be super clear on co-location. I know that was mentioned earlier and has come up through the day. This is a speed to power play for us. Our strong preference is grid connected load served by a grid connected resource that is sited where it is most cost effective and the data center is sited where it's most cost effective. And we have the grid to transfer the power in between. In the environment we're in, where we are seeing tremendous congestion throughout many different RTOs, we have grid fragmentation throughout the West, we're having a challenge integrating new load. And co-location, to Richard's point earlier, putting a load sink next to a resource is one way to manage that load pocket. That's the strategy we're pursuing with co-location, and our hope is that these can eventually be grid-connected resources. Our strong preference is always front of meter, not behind the meter. But that's something we see as an important speed to power play because we've got to be moving quickly to unlock capacity as fast as we can. Have to talk about affordability for a little bit. I know much has been said on this already, but we are seeing rates go up across the country on a nominal basis. If you look at this LBNL study that I'm sure folks are likely familiar with, has a very comprehensive assessment of some of the drivers of those retail price increases. Much of it we're seeing is grid hardening to manage extreme weather. It's replacing aging distribution and transmission lines around the country. Something I think over 50% of the grid assets are more than 25 years old. Many of them are reaching the end of their useful life. A lot of money going into replacing those wires. And interestingly, the study found that on an inflation-adjusted basis, so on a real basis, the parts of the country where there is greater load growth have seen real price declines. So this is like contrary to a lot of, I think, what we're seeing in the news and what we're hearing. But places like Virginia and Texas have real price declines. By contrast, Maine has no data centers and one of the highest rates of energy price growth. So here, you're spreading the fixed cost of the system amongst a larger volume of megawatt hours. That's historically been really important, and we do think going forward it's really important for data centers to be grid connected so that we can be a part of driving down costs. But that's historic. Looking ahead, it's really important that we get this right. We've got to be able to ensure that new large loads are paying their fair share. They are covering 100% of the costs that are the electricity and capacity cost that a utility is going to serve, that a utility will invest in order to serve them. And the way we're doing that is through what we're calling the capacity commitment framework. This is a model where we're looking for significant upfront minimum charges. In many cases, that's your demand charge. Long-term contracts, they want to know we're going to be around. significant upfront collateral. So if the data center goes bust, the utility knows that there's capital there to hold other ratepayers harmless and that we don't shift costs to residential consumers. So this is a structure that I think is inked now in regulatory provisions through large load tariffs, or in some states it's legislative in I think 9 states, and something we're really standing behind and we're really excited to continue to expand. One other thing on this that's important is that this kind of structure helps reduce some of the speculation, I think, that is driving up prices in some markets like PJM, where we're seeing utilities that, or data center projects that may or may not have robust financial backing, that nonetheless request interconnection. They may be doing that in multiple different locations. And it's really important, if that information is going to go into a capacity market auction, that's a legitimate signal. That needs to be a robust signal. And so we think it's important that those facilities put their money where their mouth is if we're going to ask utility provision infrastructure for them. Okay, we'll close very quickly the last couple of slides. But as I mentioned earlier, transmission barriers are really the #1 challenge we're seeing on the grid. We have utilities in many markets telling us, 4, 5, sometimes 10 years to interconnect. We have one utility that's told us 12 years to study the interconnection timeline, which is sort of wild. But that's what we're seeing. And a lot of this really comes back to congestion at every stage of the market. And there's a bunch of different challenges here. One is simply misaligned incentives. Going back to the CTC partnership, this is an area where we know utilities don't have an incentive to invest in solutions that may be lower cost, more efficient, more expedient, but may not get them the same degree of rate-based return. That's an area where we need legislators to help. DOE's estimated that something like up to 100 gigawatts of capacity could be unlocked through advanced transmission technologies, high-performance conductors, some of the technologies that Rob and others spoke about earlier. Lengthy transmission permitting, it takes 7 to 11 years just to get the paperwork for a regional transmission line. We have this sort of defunct national interest electric transmission corridor structure from EPACT 05 that's just never worked. It's very challenging to build regional transmission. And we've got to find a way to solve that. If you look at the SPP ITP presentation, if they don't get regional transmission throughout SPP, they're predicting 115 days of loss of load based on the load growth projections in that RTO. Ultimately, that won't happen because that load just won't get built. But that is the level of capacity we're talking about and the importance of building transmission to meet that load growth. The last piece here is really on market fragmentation. We've got a crazy patchwork of RTOs and utility systems across the country. This is a particular challenge in the West for us. If you look to site a 500 megawatt or a gigawatt scale facility, in many cases, some of the utility systems, you're becoming a very, very significant portion of some of those utility systems, and that's a lot of capital, that's a lot of risk for one utility to take on. It's a challenge. So we've consistently found that large regional liquid markets can drive down costs, they can promote innovation, they improve reliability. It's something really to be celebrated and to be expanded. So just to close, I think we've heard a lot of these themes throughout the day, but just to close on a couple thoughts. We've got to get advanced transmission technologies out there. I know we're seeing state bills that are encouraging utilities to prioritize these solutions. In some cases, there may be shared savings incentives to solve some of that financial disincentive that utilities face. Representative Fedorchak at the federal level has the High Capacity Grid Act that would help ensure just a presumption of prudence for these kinds of technologies when utilities are deploying them in their rates. We'd like to see these kinds of structures pass in advance because we don't think that this will happen without it, or it'll be a lot harder without a policy signal. Streamlining transmission permitting, we've talked about, I heard on the last panel, Rob and others were talking about this. We are also cautiously optimistic that this is a really that we can solve this. We've got to find a way to be able to build transmission infrastructure to power growth. China has built 20 times the amount of transmission in this decade that we have. In 2024, they built more generation capacity than the rest of the world combined. So if we are going to promote American economic growth and compete with foreign rivals, investing in transmission has got to be a part of that. And that means having a national grid. It means having, or at least the ability to build critical lines across regional and interregional lines. Lastly, preserve and promote competition. I think for all the challenges that competitive markets face, I would still take a competitive market over a closed and integrated market any day. The innovation pathway, the speed to power, the ability to find a willing buyer and a willing seller that can create new and interesting contract structures, that's been absolutely essential to things like all the power purchase agreements we've done throughout our history. And a lot of the structures we're advancing today are really primarily work best in competitive markets. So we are seeing in some states push for utilities to start to re-regulate. We think that's important to counter and important to push back on and really to preserve and expand competition. So I will leave it there. Thank you. All right.
Any closing questions for Mark?
Hi, Rick Weber, Inside EPA. More of a clarification, because there was a lot there, right? So in terms of Google's preference, in front of the meter, behind the meter, what did you say? What's the preference for Google? In front of the meter, behind the meter?
Our preference is grid-connected load that's served by a grid-connected resource that uses the transmission system to deliver the power. In an environment where transmission congestion prevents that, and we have these 5 to 10-year interconnection queues, we are exploring co-located solutions. We want the asset to be in front of the meter so it can be part of serving the grid system and not just Google. That's really our focus.
So co-location, right? Is that what you're saying? Or not?
It's co-location yes. In that particular case, that is co-location.
Right.
I mean, our preference would be to find a load-serving entity in a competitive market or a vertically integrated utility if we're in that market, and to have them source power where it's most cost-effective and deliver it to us across the grid. That's our first-order preference.
And in front of the meter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, I'm Johanna Matthew from the University of Michigan. Google works with a lot of researchers and hires a lot of PhDs. And given the current federal funding situation for universities and national labs, I wonder what role you think companies like Google could play in still fostering that generation of workforce and also research.
Yeah, it's a great question. We do quite a bit of that. This is not my area of expertise, but certainly there's many parts of Google that are focused on partnerships with academia. We have a portion of Google called google.org that's looking at philanthropic giving for all kinds of different entities and organizations. I know the energy sector is a priority focus area for them. So that's definitely something we're focused on, and I can try to connect you if helpful with the right folks.
Mars, hi, Jim Glassman. So I think your title is Head of Sustainability and Climate, but I didn't hear those words in your presentation, although maybe I missed something. And so do you think that we're in a period in which we just don't mention that kind of thing in order to get what we need on the policy side?
Can I add to that question?
Sure. Hold it, maybe you need a microphone.
Sorry. I wasn't going to throw curveballs, but since the topic has been broached.
Hi, Eugene from Bellawatt, Eugene Gronowski from Bellawatt. A couple of years ago, Google was really at the forefront in doing 24/7 emissions. I'm just personally very curious about where that stands, and I think that's related to the question.
Yeah. It's a great question. Our focus first and foremost is on operational excellence. We have made no changes to our approach on sourcing carbon-free power. As you mentioned, we adopted a 24/7 carbon-free energy goal, I think in 2020, with a goal of hitting that by 2030. I think our colleagues that's always been a moonshot, and our colleagues at Microsoft have described this very well, where it's a moonshot and the moon is getting further away. And so, it's becoming increasingly challenging, but it's not something that we have abandoned. I think our focus is really on trying to accelerate commercialization of some of those new innovative energy technologies that are going to be critical to be there. That's why you're hearing us focus on SMRs. That's why you're hearing us focus on advanced geothermal, a number of these other resources. So we are focused. We are focused there. I mean, I do think, Jim, to your point earlier, like we have to adapt to the environment we're living in and be resonant with a diversity of political stakeholders. But we are focused on the goals, the same goals we've set before.
Hi, Allison Archambault, EarthSpark International. Thank you so much. One thing that I heard quietly was that data centers are working on bringing down costs for people, right? But I didn't hear that as like a talking point. And it just sounds like I'm interested in the op-ed that Secretary Granholm put out. Is that something that is a communications opportunity for the sector? How do you feel about the communications around that? Because it does sound exciting.
I think it is an opportunity. I think precisely to your point, as a sector, we need to do a better job of talking about how large loads do put downward pressure on rates. I mean, that's something we have seen historically. And going forward, we were very excited to see Microsoft's announcement yesterday that they are committed to pay 100% of the energy and capacity needed to serve their growth. Just as we are in the same boat in many states. We're in all-party settlements together with Microsoft under the same structure. So it's absolutely a key focus for us going forward, and something we're committed to saying, and we will be more vocal about this.
Since I'm standing between you and the reception, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Okay.
But if not, I'll just say thank you to the live stream folks for chiming in or for watching. Thank you all for all of your excellent questions, your attention, your great conversation amongst yourselves and with the speakers. And thank you for your enthusiasm. Please join me in having a drink in the reception in the hallway, and we can keep the conversation going and hope to see you again at another event. Thank you.